tells you there was a deficit, there was something wrong. There was something wrong. So, if I came on here and I said, hey, I just want to tell everybody there's no excuse for elder abuse. And I go on and on about it. After a while, you're going to say, did you hurt your grandfather? Why the unnecessary moralizing? It's the same theme. It's a type of presentation that is meant for you to consider, oh, that's really nice. He loved her. Therefore, she couldn't have done anything. It's no different than someone calls up on the emergency call and says, I was sleeping and I just woke up and the door's open.
I mean, the inconsistencies, that's what gets me is the inconsistencies because each interview that we watch, with somebody talking about what Katie said last is different. Lady Freedom, welcome, honey. Just like when you
Hi,
were here and we were
Jen.
listening. Hey, honey, just like when you were here, we were listening to that video. She never said that, did she?
No, no, and it's every time, like that was such a great point that she never brings the conversation back to Sebastian. She always is avoiding the conversation about Sebastian. She's very, happy to speak about, oh, everybody's being horrible to us, and a certain amount of that is understandable because yeah, it's not nice but then again, where's Sebastian? She was the last one with him. And I think that just, what it comes down to.
It's exactly what it comes down to. Peter, I think with his professional background, we see Seth sitting back and listening to what he has to say. And I want to say that Seth, he may get out some sentences here and there. And he does ask Peter, do you think that she'll ever get off that pedestal and tell us what happened? I remember when I first met him, he said, do you think that Sebastian is still with us? And I said, Seth, I don't look at that stuff. I don't look at that. I can't if I were to tell you that I think he's deceased and he's not, what a shitty person I would be, you know?
Yeah, because like how could you say that? Like why would you say that to a parent of a missing child unless there was just like a whole bunch of evidence, that proves it beyond a shadow of a doubt? Then you might want to be realistic. But in Sebastian's case, I think we still don't know. I don't know about the 18 coming back when he's 18. I don't see how you would get away with doing that. What do you think of that, Jen? Like, I was listening on the way home to Elevated Goof and Hindsight, and they were both talking about how if Sebastian just showed up at 18, then all's well that ends well, and I just don't see that.
No. I don't think that that's gonna be I think that they maybe, maybe if they check the law, but, I haven't Googled it because it sounds so far-fetched. I haven't even Googled it. I haven't talked to anybody about that to find that out. I do remember Alicia Navarro, she ran away, but it wasn't just, the guy that she, was with was an older man. He was older, so I do know that he was arrested. I don't really I don't really know the law that like that. And if Chris Proudfoot said that if that's true, where he said that it's a misdemeanor, then I'm sure that the law enforcement is going to let him know what the law is with that. I would say that it's criminal. We've got a criminal search warrant. It's criminal. This would be more than just a misdemeanor, I would say.
I think so too. And wouldn't there be a fair amount of restitution ordered? In my opinion, they would maybe consider ordering a lot of restitution because of all of the resources that were expended. I mean, just everything that was done. And then lying to the police, There would, I mean, it just, I guess it's whether the DA would, pick up the charges or not, or what they would, if they would plead down, or something like that. But I just don't see it being like, oh, all hunky dory. Okay, Sebastian's back, great, nobody's in trouble now. If somebody, like, if he ran away, yes, I could see that. Obviously, that's no fault on anybody, but Sebastian decided to run away. Um, but otherwise, if they have him hiding and they're gonna just produce him at 18, I think that is the most crazy theory I've heard yet. But I would like it to be, because that would produce Sebastian at 18. So that would mean Seth only have, what, a year and a half left. Um, but I just don't see it. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Little Red says, look at the money that was spent. And Robini says, I believe that was one of the things that he told Nerdy.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
his eyes.
let's read it. I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this. The
Thank you,
specific
Jen. Yeah.
charges. Oh, let me say to Tennessee parents in Tennessee. They can face several serious charges, most notably false reporting, which is a felony. Let's get this right, okay? Let's Google,
Boom, Jen. Google it, y'all.
as well as, I mean, charges related to the misuse of the Amber Alert system and potential child endangerment. Lying to police about a child's disappearance is also covered by the Evelyn's Law, which was passed in Tennessee in 2021. Under Tennessee law, making a false report to law enforcement about a crime is a serious offense. The specific charge and severity can vary based on the details of the false report. The parents could be charged with a Class D felony for lying about the kidnapping of their child to get an Amber Alert issued, as this is a serious false report that causes an emergency action. A Class D felony in Tennessee can carry a prison sentence of 2 to 12 years. Initiating a false report that triggers an Amber Alert is treated as separate and more serious offense than a general false report. So there's going to be charges that will be tacked on. No, it would be more than just a money money judgment here. It would be there's a Class D felony, and that's just 2 to 12 years there. So then we go to misuse of the Amber Alert system. Initiating a false report that triggers an Amber Alert is treated as a separate and more serious offense than a general false report. The misuse of the Amber Alert system drains valuable law enforcement resources and can desensitize the public to genuine emergencies. Specific charges related to the misuse of the Amber Alert system are treated as felonies in some jurisdictions due to the significant resources involved and the risk posed by the false report. Evelyn's Law, failure to report. Passed in 2021, Evelyn's Law makes it a crime for a parent or guardian to fail to report a child under 12 missing within 24 hours. Okay, so that doesn't hold anything for them. Depending on the specific circumstances of the case and the parent's actions, other criminal charges could also be filed. These may include child abuse or neglect. If the false report was an attempt to cover up or distract from neglect or abuse of the child, authorities could file separate charges. False imprisonment. This is a Class A misdemeanor in Tennessee and is defined as knowingly confining or removing someone unlawfully to interfere substantially with their liberty. While kidnapping is a more severe felony, false imprisonment could be an applicable charge. So is that what he's saying?
Sorry, I was muted.
Huh.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's what I mean, it's like he's basically Googled. I mean, just when you read that, my mouth dropped open, and I was typing over here too. But yeah, obviously he Googled it, and he's trying to figure out, what kind of sentence it would carry, or what kind of punishment it would carry, rather.
Yeah. Beyond the criminal penalties, the parents could face other severe consequences. Termination of parental rights. Well, I mean, if he's 18, then what's that going to matter? The Tennessee Department of Children's Services could get involved, and a court may find the parents unfit. Now, this is the thing. He does have another minor child. He
Right.
does have another minor child, and if that were to be the case, whoo, honey, tell me that
Mm.
the judge wouldn't, yeah, that would be really bad to seeing his daughter, in my opinion, I think.
Well,
There would
Jen, I
also
have
be
a little bit of an inkling about the area, but you're way more familiar than me. But don't you think everyone would be really upset? Like, I would be pissed off if I was Craddock, if I was the community. I mean,
yeah.
people like the public
Yeah, he
will.
would yeah, that would be really bad. That would be really bad.
Right.
So, false
And especially,
imprisonment. False imprisonment, now that is the let me go back to it. Where's that at? Because I wanna see more about that. Where'd that
oh,
go?
Evelyn's law of failure to report. That's interesting. I'm sorry, I'm looking.
No, that's okay. A violation of this law is a Class A misdemeanor, so that's okay. If the child suffers seriously bodily injury or death as a result of the parent's failure to report, the charge can be elevated to a Class C felony, carrying 3 to 15 years in prison.
Now that's elevated truth.
Okay. In this situation, since the parents lied about the circumstances, they would likely face the charge in addition to false reporting. Huh. So this false imprisonment, criminal charges, falsely reporting a crime. I mean, they didn't falsely report a crime. They just said that he wasn't there. And he does like to go to courts. I mean, we see the evidence of that. He likes to go to court.
Chris is into litigation, harassment, threatening people. Some of his likes and dislikes.
Well, white boy radio is his thing, and then you got your dude that was harassing you, white boy. I mean, there's a lot of white boy stuff going on here. So,
Yeah, there is. That's why I got, but then we were talking and Seth had told me that the ski mask is Illuminati's. It's not like a hood with the eyes out. I just thought of that movie Django Unchained and I was like, "Oh hell."
mm,
Hey Sammy.
I'm gonna get you to take over for a second, since Jody is FaceTiming me.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, guys. So the trip was good. I just got home this morning at about 8:30 a.m. I was driving and I was gonna stop at a hotel and I'm like, it'd be nice to just take a hot bath and, relax for a little bit and and kind of break the trip up. But then I was like, I looked and I'm like, it's only 7 more hours. So hey Carla, I just grabbed, a couple of those shots of espresso that keep me going, and I just down those babies and you know, pressed right along. But the trip was really good. I was happy to see the Florida sign. Tennessee is beautiful. Very, very beautiful, especially in this time of year, it looks like, because all of the trees have turned and or they're turning actually. I mean, it's only the end of October. So, but it was nice to have that fall feeling because, we just have palm trees here. So, um, Scranton Strangler says, can someone explain what does court dismissed mean? Is it over or postponed? If it was dismissed, and I'm sorry, guys, I was in and out, and I know Jen and Jeff were there, so I don't want to misspeak anything, but I will say that if they said it's dismissed, then that means that it's been basically the judge said this is nonsense. We're not dealing with this, and it's over. That's my interpretation, though. Carla says Tennessee is hot and muggy in the summer. Yeah, and it was beautiful, Carla. Like the weather was perfect during the day. Now it was chilly at nighttime, but like, I mean, I'm used to that kind of stuff. Um, Being from the Midwest, like that's mainly where I lived most of my life. So, yeah, and it was nice. We took the back roads, and I told Jen after we got back from back road, and I was like, man, I haven't been back road in a long time. It's been over a year now. So it was nice, you know. Oh, Elisa P says the woman at Texana dismissed it. Interesting. Well, I don't know how she. Okay, so that makes sense because I did hear Jen say, you know, how the hell is she paying to go back and forth? Because my trip wasn't cheap, but you know, it was nice as staying with friends. You know what I mean? And that really helped out a lot. So I don't know what this crazy lady does if she just pays. You know, maybe she's got lots of points with Hilton rewards or something. I don't know. Hey, Nero V. A session with Jules was amazing and told so many truths. Thanks, Lady Freedom and Jen. Aw, thanks, Nero V. Thanks for being there with us. Guys, we had such a nice time on the live. Like I told Jen, I love being in studio with her because she's got like the whole setup, right? And then we're like, we have the mic between us. And, you know, it just really worked out well. And then we had Jules up on the panel. So go check it out if you haven't seen it. And we talked a lot about dog scents in general, but then we also talked about specifics to Sebastian Rogers' case, which was super helpful. And as a matter of fact, I want to go back and download that live and pull out those nuggets, right? The good nuggets from our friend Jules. Um,
Yeah, we did.
you
We
know,
had a great we had a great live. I mean, it lasted what, 6 or 7 hours, but I mean, it was good. You know, it was just good to be able to have you here, have you you know, see the different places like, you know, Stop 30 Road. That was the trip. You know, we saw a bunch of bones. Of course, those bones were animal
ooh,
bones, but it was just trippy. You know, it was trippy to see that that would be the only place if she wanted to swap Sebastian from one car to the next, that would be it. That place right there. But the law
mm-hmm.
enforcement thinks that he made it home, and that's important. The law enforcement thinks he made it home. They just oh shoot, sorry, miss I muted myself somehow. The law enforcement thinks that he made it home. So if he made it home, but there's no evidence that he left the home, we got problems.
Right. Right, exactly. Totally. And you know, I mean, the stop 30 was, and I have the footage, guys. I just have to kind of get it all together, and I might just piece it out even and just blast it out to you guys, and then we'll talk about it. But I haven't really even looked back through it and put it in through my editor. But the bones were weird, Jen. Like, and I'm guessing maybe poachers were throwing bones back there, or maybe just, you know, the animals had died and then they were picked clean, but they were picked clean. When I say, I mean, and like when I'm talking about the bones were everywhere, they were throughout the woods, but then they were also like near the trail. I was kicking up a bone, you know. Um, that was wild.
Yeah, it was very wild. And you know, that was something too that I found interesting that, you know, Jules had let him know that, hey, you know, any kind of contraband, anything like that in the house, the dog is going to pick that up, you know? So I don't
That's right,
know.
Robbie. So Jen, I don't want to be repetitive, but Texana was pro se.
That's correct.
Like she, wow.
Yeah, that's correct. And I did pull the laws that she quoted on the different channels. I pulled those
Hmm.
laws and I don't understand how she was going to fit that in her narrative and it be about Sebastian. This was really all about her and causing, this was, y'all, you know, you don't take a parent that has a missing kid to court and talk about in the same breath, talk about how you care so much about his child and what that child is going
Wow.
to think
It's,
when they come back and see all the
mm.
craziness.
I mean, yeah, it's absolutely insane. Like that's, I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand what the end game was or I mean, and I don't need to, I guess. So that's a good thing. You know, what's the goal here? Obviously, I mean, because
Yeah.
there's so many more things that she could do with her time. I guess
That's what
is
Jeff was asking. Jeff was asking, on the way home, he's like, what was the goal here? What was the end goal? Because I don't understand. I mean,
yeah.
it takes a lot for Jeff to get upset, and he was spitting. He was so mad. He was just like, I don't understand. Make this make sense. You can't be an advocate. You can't use your time to be an advocate. You just want to use your time to take Seth to court? And this is okay by you? You're going to co-sign this? Wow. Is this
Right.
what Sebastian had to go through? Was Sebastian What did he really have to go through is what I wanna know. What did he really have to go through in that household? Because
Oh my gosh.
the behavior is suspect to me so big. I mean, I'm at a loss. I feel I'm in the twilight zone.
I agree. I mean, I think all of it is, valid, your feelings of like, wow, what the heck? And, why is this? And Jeff saying why. We're all like, why? Because it's why? Why would we do that to Seth for one? And I think it's more of an attention grab. I'm guessing because there's been so many people that have been the look at me. Um, you know, Even oddly enough, Terry Lynn turned out to be that way. And so, in my opinion, and so it's just like I think some of that is the motivation, but it's also like they are spending a shit ton of money to do all this.
Yes, and they are making Seth spend money on an attorney as well. You see what I'm saying? It makes no sense. It really doesn't make any sense. And, Alicia, she told the judge that she had a witness. Chris Proudfoot was her witness. How is he going to be a witness if he wasn't there? How was he going to be a witness if he wasn't there? How was Clue and Cletus even going to be a witness? They weren't there. How was this going to be possible? They weren't there. We were.
They were driving
We were there.
around the area because I was watching them on their live drive around that area. Clue and Cletus, that is.
Yeah, they were just parked over on the side of on in another parking lot way far away, video and just talking, talking, talking like they do, just talking, 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 just like, Chris. I mean, that's mouth of the South. I'm upset for Sebastian
Yes.
knowing that CP is standing up for Texana and missing in action for Sebastian. That's what Jeff kept saying. I'm upset for Sebastian. No, Tony was not in court. Tony was not in court. He has a job, and here Jeff is, we're local.
Well, and he
Tony's
knows
not.
that you're going, so he's
Yeah,
protective of you and and a friend
right.
of Seth and moral support, and that's so kind and nice, and I mean that's the kind of people that Seth needs around him because there's so many of these people that just are, friggin' leeches, you
Yeah, I
know?
agree. And I appreciate everybody in the chat, discussing this with us. Just be sure to, if you do any type of character analysis, just put your opinion, just put IMO, just to keep the chat safe. That way
I
we're
like
not,
that, Jen, character analysis.
yeah. We're
That's
gonna talk
perfect.
shit. Talk your
We
shit and
gotta
then say IMO.
Right, IMO, exactly. That's a saving grace because it's all our opinion, and that's the hardest part I think is that we really just don't know. Even when I was there, I got weird feelings, I mean, I did visit the neighborhood guys twice. And we'll definitely talk about more of it as we go along, but I think it's important to kind of piece everything together. Jen and I went to some really great spots, showing me the area. Of course, it has changed significantly since Sebastian went missing. Some roads weren't paved, some just all there's so much, right, Jen? Like there was just there's a lot. Even you guys were like, wow, that's different. That wasn't there. You guys were telling me about your
Yes.
searches.
Yes, because we wanted to
Oh,
show you that there was that you can't get from Ward Lane up to the new construction. You can't get from Ward Lane to the you would have to go from Ward Lane into the school, into the elementary school, and then into the high school, and then come out, and then you can't get from Ward Lane. It's gated off. So when you hear creators like Michelle After Dark, or whatever her name is, she's in a whole nother country.
Right.
It would appear on a map that you could get from Ward Lane up there, but that's false information. No, that's not true. You cannot get from Ward Lane going all the way up. There's a gate there. There's no way. And there's a creek there. So that's not true. And when we went there, the road that we were traveling on from the cemetery, if you were to want to try to go all the way down to Ward Lane, it was no longer woods. There would be like what looks like a trail, and they paved it blacktop. But then you can't get to Ward Lane because it's gated. This is church property. It's private property and it's gated. So you can't get from that road. And at that time it was gated, but there was no road. When Sebastian went missing, it was still gated, but there was no road at all. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and that's,
Yeah.
what the huge disadvantage of the situation was, is that, if I had come, even I know when everybody else was coming there, it was a big group. Lots of people were there, but that would have been the time, right? Because that's the most fresh perspective, especially like Holly said, the construction comes into play. You guys were showing me where there was like those huge gaping manholes. Now they have the grates over them, but back then it was just the huge manholes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Sure was. They were so big that we could fit me, you, and Jeff and somebody else in it. I mean, they were big. They were big gaping holes, and that would have been a perfect opportunity
Yeah.
to say if there was something nefarious, something bad that happened, that would be a great opportunity to say, "Oh, he had an accident." But I think an autopsy, would show otherwise even then. But we do think we think that Sebastian is still alive, but we're looking at all angles. And I think that, that place that we were at, that Stop 30 place, that needs to be searched, and the waterway. We Lady Freedom, we took her to Drake's Creek Park. We showed her the creek and how it runs all the way down. Drake's Creek runs all the way down to the Cumberland.
I mean, it was, and it hadn't rained yet, right, Jen? Because it didn't start raining
Right.
until Sunday. So, like, even still, there was a good amount of water.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not like when you think of a creek, you think of a little creek, right? But this is a big, wide creek,
Yes, it
right?
is.
Drake's Creek is
Yeah.
wide. It's wide and it goes for 7 miles down to the Cumberland. And that waterway, any of the storm drain system is that's where it's gonna go. That's where it's gonna go. So he's either hiding out somewhere, they've got him somewhere, because they don't act like they're messed up from the flow up about something bad happening to him. They don't act like they're worried about anything happening. Like Seth acts like, he's worried. He's concerned, he's worried because he doesn't know where his son's at. But they appear to have that information by their behavior. And all we can do is at this point is go by the behavior. And that's what Peter was doing. Peter Hyatt, that is, he was assessing their
Right.
behavior and trying to figure out why. Why is she not begging us to help her find Sebastian? Why is she so quiet? And why is it that she wants Chris to be the front man voice and she wants to be the sweet lip in the back? Why is that? Why is that?
I know you can barely hear her. I know that Chris is going to be working some audio from Katie, because you always have to, like, because Chris is loud and obnoxious and then Katie's super quiet. So you have to go in there and you have to just, pick Katie's part out and put the volume all the way up, and then you have to save the damn thing. Then you have to go back in there and then you need to cut it back up again. That's how my software works anyway. And it's really, I mean, she should be the mouthpiece. She should be the front person, that's her son, that's not, now if this was Chris's, if they were married and that's their son together, then that would be a different story, but that's not it, you know?
It's not. It's and it's not that Seth shouldn't be doing what he's doing. He should. Seth,
Hey, busy
just
mama.
like my ex-husband. I mean, you met my ex-husband. He's a great guy. He's a great dad. My kids love him, but
Yeah.
my kids went there every other. I mean, our kids went to him every other weekend. Sebastian was going to Seth's every other weekend. Now, if one of my kids were to go missing from my household or his household, I don't care. I'm going to be the number one screaming advocate. Where is my child? From the rooftops, going to tilt the world. I'm going to not rest. I'm going to not go on vacations. I'm not going to play house. I'm going to go and I'm going to find my kid and I want y'all to help me. That's what
Well,
all
and
parents have
especially in the
done.
first bit, right? Because like I understand like because people be
Yeah.
like, "Well, what are they supposed to do? Never do that." But I mean, they've been doing that since day 1, in my opinion.
Yeah. My opinion. My
Because I
opinion
mean,
is the
we've
same as
seen
yours,
it.
Pebbles. It's just, you're going to play house with another person's child. Where's your child? You can't play house with, is he just that too? Can you just not handle him? Did you flip your wig?
Right.
Like, what's going on here? She doesn't act like, she doesn't act like he is somewhere deceased waiting to be found. She just
Not at
doesn't.
all. No. And all
Yeah.
the moms can recognize that, like Kiki was telling us her story yesterday at lunch, and like, she had tears. She was, it got her upset because she was emotional over her children, and that she had a very hard thing happen to her children, and we talked about it, and she shared that with us, and there's been many many people that have shared their stories bravely, I might add, and they can't understand why Katie is acting this way.
Yeah.
I mean, they just
Yeah.
don't get it. It doesn't transfer. It doesn't compute. They cannot connect on that, you know?
Yeah, Kylie, send me the link to that. If it's Goodlettsville, like around BJ's, because Goodlettsville, I would think that would be like somewhere around BJ's.
Right.
See if you can find, yeah, Kylie, see if you can find that out and let me know because I want to say that that would be Goodlettsville because when we were driving on the interstate, I remember Lady Freedom, she said, I'd like to go to BJ's and, go here, but, that's in Goodlettsville. But then when we passed it on the interstate, we weren't too far. It seems like it's right before you get to Madison. So I don't know that would be, I don't see how that would be Goodlettsville, Drake's Creek. I don't see how that's possible
I
to
couldn't
be
believe
in,
how everything was right
I don't know.
there. Like, for some reason, I thought that there was, like, a bit of a drive in between BJ's and, like, I know I was looking at it. Well, I Googled it and, we were looking, we're like, "Okay, 10 minutes to here," and, it was close, but actually seeing it is a whole different ballgame, you know?
Yeah. And I mean, that's true, Joni. I mean, it was all about faith. And I think that Sebastian knew that. That was evident. That was evident. You know, I've been up and
Very.
down Honeysuckle. And the farm, that farm has been there's several farms over there. They've been searched many times by the law enforcement. Many
Right.
times. Yeah, they have.
Well, and I filmed the drainage ditch. One of the neighbors was not happy about that, but I filmed it, and it goes all the way back, and it's pretty deep, but even though it was raining all morning, by the time I got over there, it was probably like 4 or 5, And it was not full or rushing or anything like that. And it was more of a light rain, but I don't see how Sebastian could have, because I know Pincho Paxton had done that really awesome recreation of the lights video, and he did turn it from dark to light, and it was amazing what he did there, and he did a brilliant recreation. But his theory, in my opinion, I didn't agree with, and with all due respect, and I really do mean that. I'm not just saying, to be a jerk, but I do mean respectfully. I disagree because now, especially that I've seen it, and there were some things that I was like had on my checklist just to get to help with our theories. I got really good video of the Fairfield Inn, um, in order to try to figure out if Sebastian could have been taken into the Fairfield undetected. So, just looking for cameras on the outer doors and stuff like that. So,
Yeah,
but I
because I
didn't
mean, we
go to
don't know if
I
she could
didn't go
have.
to BJ's because I was
We
like,
don't.
why? He was on camera. We know he was there.
Yeah, we just don't know if she would have, manipulated the audio. I don't know how she would have been able to do that. I don't think she would have been able to do that, but we just never know.
Good
And,
point.
sped teacher, I'm pretty sure that I met you at the vigil. I did. Jeff and I met you. You're sweetie. You're so sweet. And I mean, we get invested. We get emotionally invested in these cases. And I
Yeah.
haven't ever created a map like Sebastian's. It's insane. We're just we want him found yesterday. But if he's not
It's
found
a long
tomorrow,
haul.
we're still gonna talk about him tomorrow. This isn't going away. We're still gonna ask questions. It's not gonna go away. We're not gonna let this child, teenager, okay, teenager, we're not going to let this teenager slip slip by us and just, go about our marriage. Maybe she can go back to work, he can go back to work. Life goes on. You gotta get back to work, you gotta get back to life. It's easy to say that if you're not a parent of a missing kid.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's easy to like spectate or, Monday morning quarterback at whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's like, I just see the pain on Seth's, heart, and, it's just tough. Everything with YouTube and all of this stuff that has happened. I was listening earlier when Peter was talking about, that, and you were talking about the hoopla and everything, that it's almost like a movie. But, I'm just here to tell you it's real life, and these are real people. These are real neighbors in a neighborhood where they're not used to this, right? We're very invested, like you said, Jen. Like our hearts are in it, and especially more than ever now, mine is. And it's just like this child needs to be found, and it's not anything to toy with or play around in court or make it about me. No, it's about finding Sebastian. Where can he be? Let's go back to the beginning. Let's plug their statements and to Deceptio. Let's, because I mean, just meeting Seth myself, the way that I um observed, right? I feel bad saying that like I'm like taking notes on Seth or something, but I mean, obviously mentally I am as a YouTube creator. And I just, I know again that Seth doesn't have anything to do with this, and he really wants Sebastian to be found, and I'd really like to help him do that. And that's, that should just be everybody's
Goal.
goal.
Yeah, that should be everybody's goal. And it's strange to me that rather than creating your own content, you wanna just some of these creators, they're just going over and making fun and bullying, all the while criticizing other people for doing the same thing that they're doing. Like, none of it makes any sense, and for these people to have so many come into their chat, that makes me sad for humanity. It
Yeah,
really
big
does. It
time.
makes me sad for humanity because I can see that humanity is drama bonding, and you have a stepson that is missing, and you want to be the voice behind Cooterville?
Ew, Jen. I know, right?
Why?
It's disgusting.
And be the voice? I mean, y'all have heard it, right? Y'all have heard it, right? I mean, do I need to play it? Hold on.
No, please, because like when he says about closing, like I just like the way that he says it. No, please, because I can already hear it in my head.
So you don't want me to
Then
or you
again, not
do?
everybody has heard it, so I don't want to be selfish over here. But damn, I mean, it's just it's like beyond distasteful. It's not even, you know.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
Got it. Welcome to Cooterville.
Now, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
Okay, sorry.
Does that sound like a man or does that sound like a boy?
That needs to come with the barf bag. Like
Does
for
that
real.
sound like a man or a boy? It sounds like a boy to me. Sounds like a boy, not
His
a
voice
man.
cracked.
It has
His
a
voice
little
cracked.
girl and that has a stepson, a whole kid that is missing. You got a whole little girl and you wanna be on a YouTube? You're disgusting. And that is my opinion and my right. That's disgusting. And then that
I
girl is
know.
going to talk about that girl is gonna talk about somebody else? Get out of here with your shit. No, ma'am, no ham. I don't like it. It pisses me off. It's disgusting. And if I'm thinking that, what is the law enforcement saying? I mean, that is disgusting. That is disgusting. I mean,
Oh my
listen,
gosh,
listen.
Jen, and you had to see him today. Like,
Welcome
oh,
to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
Can
oh,
you
and father
imagine?
of a
Can you
missing child.
imagine?
You know, he wants to act like the father, right? Oh, I'm one of Sebastian's fathers. Well, that's not how you act. That's
No,
not even
how
how a
old is he?
stepdad acts.
I couldn't imagine. Do you think? I mean, no. That is disgusting. I just don't like it. I think it's vile. It's not right. You have a reputation. Now you have a whole reputation. And not only will Sebastian see this when he comes back, but your daughter's going to see this. This is never going away unless the internet goes away, your daughter.
Oh, I know. Can you
How
imagine if
how is she
Seth's,
going to look
or
at you?
excuse me, if Faith's friends, like, you know, or on TikTok or whatever, wherever it's at. Well, I mean, or YouTube.
Yeah.
And you
Hey,
have to hear
momming it
your
up.
dad say that. And it's got to be scary for her going there, just knowing that. I know Elevated Goof was talking about how he's not going to talk about Faith because she doesn't pertain to this case. I beg to differ. And that's my opinion, but I think that she does play a major role in this, and I don't want to put that onto a little person like that because she doesn't deserve it. But in the same way, I'm not doing this to her, he is. And I absolutely think that that's terrible what he did. You know, saying that, doing that, making fun of Sebastian, the whole 9 yards.
No, that's okay, Collie. Thank you for letting me know because I couldn't see where Drake's Creek was going to go anywhere other than Hendersonville because we only have 7 miles and we're going straight south, and all of that is Hendersonville. So that's okay. I mean, I'm glad that we know. I'm glad that we know for sure.
There's tons of creeks and streams around
And
there, huh,
Mansker
Jen?
Creek, let me just say, I mean, Mansker Creek, that was the creek that I was asking Crabtree to go to. It wasn't Drake's Creek. It was the opening mouth of Mansker Creek going into the mouth of the river. That's where I asked him to go. That's when me and him stopped talking. 'Cause all
Is
kinds
that
of
where
crazy
you
shit hit the
found
fan and it went south.
well, Jen, Jen, did he find that weird, that weird picture that was going around that he had found on his sonar or caught on his sonar? Is that where he
Yes.
found that? Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking it was
Yeah.
there, but I couldn't remember. Thank you.
Yeah, and before that, I had not talked to Tony a day in my life. He had, not me. And he said, I mean, I wasn't. I was only talking to Seth. I wasn't talking to anybody else. And other than Crabtree. And so when Crabtree, that day that he was there, I was on FaceTime with him. And I was watching, my little girl, I was watching her, couldn't go anywhere. And then, Tony is giving him hell on Facebook about it. And then he tells me, Jen, tell Tony why I was there. Tell him that you sent me there. And I said, okay. So on that Facebook post, I put, it was Nick Barris's Facebook post anyway. And on there, I put, Tony, check your messages because I'd messaged him. We're not friends on Facebook. So, I knew that he wouldn't see it unless I told him.
Right.
So, then he checked it and everything. Well, then all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy because I did what he asked me to do. Now I'm in cahoots with Tony, which is far from the truth, especially then. I mean, I'd never even seen the man, never even talked to him, nothing. So,
Right. Well, and
basically
I
all
would have trusted
Crabtree
Crabtree
basically
at
did
first.
was just give him more ammo. He just gave Tony more ammo because he was basically he basically proved Tony right. That he was just not anyway. I still get all upset about that because I invited Crabtree into my life and he met my family, some of my family. And when I do that, I take that to heart,
Well, yeah,
and
Jen, because you're a good person. And I would have trusted him. Like somebody said in chat, well, I wouldn't have trusted him, but I would have because he does have that boyish way about him. And he does seem like a nice, country boy. I mean, I'm just gonna say that that was my first impression. I was subscribed to him, and then I realized who he is. Jeff says Crabtree's a boy. Crab boy.
well, Jeff didn't like the fact that he would call at all hours of the night. He didn't like that. We would be
Well,
asleep
and I
and he's
think that's
calling.
addiction.
But there was certain reasons why he would call. Maybe it was that he didn't want me to see something when I woke up or something like that. It really wasn't that big of a deal. What really hurt my feelings is just that he just wanted to stop talking to me. That's why I think Jeff calls him a boy too, is because he didn't, instead of, communicating to me with me, he just severed. I mean, just blocked me on everything. And for what? Nothing.
Yeah.
I did nothing to him. I did nothing to him. I mean, I told him when he was gonna have problems with his health, he had problems with his health. I told him that that was a disordered aggression line. There's disordered aggression. We still see it. I mean, that's, you know, I was a friend to him. And when I look back on it, I'm like, damn, I was a friend to him, but he wasn't a friend to me. So it is
Well,
what it
and
is.
and I understand that too from a Jeff's perspective because it's the middle of the night and Robini says red flag exactly. Hey Gina, and that's it. I mean, it's a red flag and it is disrespectful. Now, if there's something big, I can understand that, and I do think that Crabtree uses that. Well, I know Josh has teased him about it, and I've watched it. I'll be honest, where I saw it, but I mean, he might have thought he had something big and it wasn't. I'm not trying to be mean to him either, but you know so
Well, I
there's
mean, at
that.
that
But
time
no,
he
I
was
did unsubscribe.
at that time he had cut ties with me and was so he cut ties with me and then he was only talking to psychic sleuths. Then they got into it. I don't know about what. And then he started getting into the oh, what is those boxes? Spirit boxes or ghost boxes or whatever.
That's
And
it.
then he started
Spirit
getting
box.
into
Thank
that.
you. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know what happened, why he got so mad, and why he just wanted to stop talking to me. And I still cry about it. And everybody's
Aw.
like,
I know
"Why?" I
it's
know, I
hard.
just I'm sensitive when it comes to my friends, you know,
That happened with me with Terry Lynn. It took me a long
I know
time to
it
get over
did.
that. It did. I felt, like really hurt, for a long time. And a lot of people that I used to be friends with at her channel, that was a hard disconnect as well. Yeah,
Yeah, it is, it's hard. It's
I
hard when
get it.
you are yeah, it's hard when you're friends and all this or you think you're friends, right? And then all of a sudden,
Mhm.
you're just cut off for nothing. It's like, "Hold on, what was I doing? And what were you doing?" 2 different and you wanna talk no. No, I didn't have any kind of relationship with Terry Lynn. I did search with her several times, and that's a whole 'nother discussion. I'll keep that one to myself. Yep.
Hey, Rosebud, I wish I could have talked to Charlie Briley. I would have interviewed Charlie Briley if he would have talked with me.
That's right, Brenda. Real friends don't. Real friends don't if you're, but you do, unfortunately, you do find out when it comes to stuff like this, who's your friend, who's not. If me and Lady Freedom have a disagreement, if we're not agreeing on something, she's gonna say her thing, I'm gonna say my thing, and then we're gonna move past it. We're not gonna hold grudges, get mad, have a pissing contest. That's
It's
not
too
what
hard to
adults
do that,
do.
Jen, with you
Yeah,
because you are so welcoming and nice and, like, those are the kinds of friends I like to have is someone that I feel like has my back and my best interests at heart, and like you said, even though we disagree, but then you're challenging me to think in a different way, and that's good. It's not bad, and I hope I do the same thing
right.
for you because, otherwise it's not, because like, we were sitting with the notebook, I mean, we had everything, we were, you know
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
she
were
hurt
in
a
it
lot
to
of
win
people.
it.
It wasn't just me. It wasn't, and that hurt me too, even seeing the residuals of that.
Yeah.
Robini.
I never met Charlie Briley. I do have him on the map. I do have him on the map just because, anybody that's involved in the case, I mean, I've got family members, associates, tenants, you name it, I've got it. It's the most ridiculous map I've ever created, but I do have it all in one place, and that's Sebastian's map. That map is going to it tells me all kinds of stories. And I just have to sit back sometimes and really digest. And I think that that's something else that you had to do too, Lady Freedom, is you were taking in all kinds of information before you ever got here. And then when you got here, you had even more information. It was like information overload.
Oh my gosh, it was like my brain started buffering. I was like, "Wait a minute, processing. Hold please."
Right?
Yeah.
Buffering for sure. Yeah.
Well, Nerdy Addict was good because he came out and told us his opinion, right? And then he showed us the receipts the next live, I believe it was. And then, with the text between him and Chris. And then we had Susan Constantine, who she really did a great job with that too. Like I was again just processing all of that. And then there's just been a lot of chatter too. And then the pig fest, and we go to the dinner, and and then I was driving a lot of the time too, but to get there. So I was listening to, Mob Crew. I caught up with some of his stuff. There was a lot of chatter about Sebastian. That's what we want, So we
Yeah.
want that.
Yeah. Just
So
because we disagree and it shouldn't be this channel and that channel and but it has. I mean, that's what it's come down to. That's what it's come down to. And it's
well, and I will
sad.
say, Elevated Goof had some good stuff to say, and I don't particularly like that channel. But I mean, there were some good pieces, in there, so I mean, I can
I
find
think
some good
if
things, you
I
know.
think if I think if Elevated Truth, I think if he had come over, we would have been cool as a fan. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I think that he kind of reminds me of our Antioch peeps, back in the day, even though he's younger. He does remind me of, somebody that I would definitely, especially in my younger years, would have hung out with. And he seems to, especially since all this other new information came out, I don't know, sometimes he's all on the clue, train, and then other times it's like he separates himself and he has like a come to Jesus meeting. Now we're all sitting at the big boys and girls table. Sometimes it just I don't know, I don't watch him that much, but I did watch him the other day after his live about the warrant, where he's trying to understand the warrant himself as a criminal warrant, a seize, a search and seize type of thing. I don't
So
know.
hindsight was saying that February 7th, 2025 was the day that they quote unquote descended, to put it in Nerdy's language, on the Proudfoot residence with the warrant. Do you think
Yeah.
that that's a pretty the 7th?
Yeah. Yep. In my live in February, I was talking about the 2nd through the 12th and how it was going to be very intense. And so, in the morning,
Yes.
I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do one early in the morning because I'm supposed to be cooking breakfast and having company. But I want to go over the transits that are coming because they're intense, y'all. This is going to be one of those times where I mean I did play the tape through to April of 2026. I hope it, and I stopped there. I hope that there's something that I'm not seeing, but there is definitely intensity that we haven't even seen yet. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to express itself because it's going to.
Well, I
You can
was
put it
just
on
so
your
blown
calendar.
away. I mean, put it on the calendar.
Put it on
I
your
was Jen.
calendar.
Girl, I was blown away. I was like, I couldn't believe it when we were listening to your live on the way home. We were talking about, because we were trying to pin down the time frames. Okay, they say, after a year that Sebastian had been missing, or at about the year mark, I should say, because that's would be about the year mark, not, necessarily the same exact day or after. So just right before the year anniversary is when this had happened, allegedly. Um, and I think that that is powerful, um, especially in terms of, just that it seems like they were definitely building a case. And I remember hearing something about Katie lawyering up, you know, probably around, I don't know, sometime at the end of the year. Everything was going on last year, you know, pretty strong towards the end of the year, in my opinion. I
Yeah.
was really hopeful something would happen.
Now I have on the map, Brenda, on Sebastian's map, I do have another address. Or if you're talking about Mr. I'll just call him CC. If you're talking about CC, I do have a couple of addresses for him other than the one behind the um if can anybody, and I'm going to have to I don't know if Mob Crew has the receipts for that. If it's just a rumor, if it's something that he was told, if he knows this for sure. I mean, he does have a motor coach, and I wonder where the motor coach business was, if CP really worked for him. I wonder if all that's true and where that motor coach business was. I would be interested to know because I'd like to see that on the map and how it's expressing itself there. Because if I've got an interest in that area, that could wipe that interest out. You see what I'm saying? If I've honed in on an interest, like this morning, I showed um one of the people that was there the weekend the infamous weekend. And all of the lines I showed that are going over that property in Portland is significant. It's 110 significant because all the law enforcement agencies are there, and so is CC. So I'm just, that's how I work the map. So if you could tell me, you can always email me at jennifertjennings@gmail.com and email me what it is that Mob Crew found And if you want me to do that, of course, I can go and listen to Mob Crew, but I'm just wondering, that's interesting to know. If it's true, I can contact him. Okay. Okay. Next live will be about that. All right. Cool. Yeah. Tara
Yeah, that's a
Lynn knew the
good. I
Guy
mean,
family. Well, I mean, I worked with Danny. I mean, I didn't like work with him, but I mean, I did see him quite a bit when I was working at Fairview Plantation. So, and I almost want to say I was the realtor that was doing the parade of homes for his build. I think I was doing that build, but him and his wife were very sweet, very nice people. Their kids were beautiful. I mean, I can't that's the experience that I had. But fast forward 10, 15 years now and here we are. It's crazy.
right. Well, and I mean, it's a small world. I mean, a lot of times you'll have weird connections like that, and it's like, or you went to school with somebody, but that doesn't really even mean that you know them, very well at all, especially like if it was years ago or, that sort of thing, because people do their own thing.
Yeah.
So,
I'll be right back, Lady Freedom.
yeah. All right. I'm just writing to, I was going to say hey to Liberty, but I'll just say hey, Liberty. How you doing? Yeah. So, I mean, it's 5 degrees of separation or whatever they call it. Just a small world. It's funny. Sometimes you'll get to talking with people. I was talking to Jeff over the weekend, and he had said he was from the same area that I was, or he was very familiar too. And so, it's just things like that are not um, uncommon. Now, this area, guys, I probably should have taken a little bit more videos of just kind of the area, but it's a really cute area all around. Like even the outskirts places that I went, just a nice area. So it's a shame that we have this situation. In my opinion, it's sad, and we're kind of yeah, thank you, Trisha. TL went to school with the guys. Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, in that area too, it's a small little area that's kind of grown up. So, hey, perfectly imperfect boy mom, good to see you. Yeah, that's a common occurrence in small towns in Tennessee. Thank you, perfectly. Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same way, anywhere really, because, I mean, now my school was really, really big, but it was kind of like that too, though. That area was all cornfields, and then it grew up, right? Um, they started building a bunch of stuff. And hey, Miss Ann, good to see you. Hey, Marie McCall. So you're in Florida too? Cool, Marie. I was driving through Florida. I think it was like a 5-hour deal because I remember seeing Florida and being like, yay. And then I looked down and it's like still 5 hours. But I'm so glad I drove through the night because traffic would have been horrific. And most of the trip, especially through Georgia, it seemed like I was the only one on the road with maybe a few trucks. Um, and so, the big truckers. Now, when I hit, Florida over by me, Fort Myers area, it was quite a bit of traffic. And I'm like, thank God I left, and just drove through instead of breaking the trip up. So I love Florida, Trisha. It's so great. It really is. It's nice. Hey, Chili Bee. But again, like I said, I had a nice trip there too. Um, but yeah, it's a smaller area that kind of has grown up. There's a lot of like mature houses, and then there's a lot of new builds, and then particularly in the subdivision next to Sebastian, you know, he, I mean, he had the construction stuff. That there's also a cemetery that's very active. There's a Freemason lodge, and then there's like the high school, TW middle schools on the other side. Um, We have the Shackle Island Fire Department there, and then the Shackle Island building. I don't know what it's like a barn. It's like a bluish barn, and they have the Buccaneers logo. And then there's the mannequin, right? And I put that in there too. It says "Welcome to Shackle Island." Um, so that was pretty cool. I got to see in it this the well, to the best of my recollection, I should say the mannequin still looks the same. So, hey, Kena and Captain Jules, good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Lady Freedom. I had to get supper. Well, I was going to start getting the supper going. I've had ribs cooking, but Jeff is on it. Jeff is on it. He's got it going on. So,
Oh,
oh my God.
good. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I know. Well, that's, I mean, it's part of it, right? Because it's very time consuming and stuff like that. That's why I'm trying to think of how we can streamline this. I don't know. There's got to be, like you said, Jen, if we're to believe what the police are saying about, hey, there was some audio. Chris has said there was audio. Katie said there was audio. They didn't want to tell everybody they had radar detectors. So what? Those have been out since like I remember, you know, seeing them in cars, I don't know, in the early 90s, I guess.
His eyes question, was there someone who showed all the church camps and stuff all over the USA from that Freedom Church that they could have taken Sebastian? I don't remember if I have the Freedom Church or not, but um I do have a lot of places. Like if I were to try to find a place for Sebastian to go to, where would I take him to? You know what I mean? So church camps, especially the missionary churches that are close to his house, some of them that are in Hendersonville, some of them that are in Goodlettsville. I did do a due diligence. There may have been a whole week or something that I dedicated myself to do that. So I don't know if I'm answering your question or not. I mean, I don't know about the Freedom Church. I would have to look on the map to see.
Well, I think there was a lot of talk about that, like, because apparently they weren't talking about Sebastian, and people found that to be odd. And then there was another thing that was kind of odd about the pastor. Um, wasn't he like on YouTube? I don't want to misspeak because I can't really remember the whole gist of it, but um,
See, that doesn't surprise me, Jules. That doesn't surprise me because it's almost like, okay, so why was she going to sue Seth for 20,000? Isn't that how much that GoFundMe was? It's like, was he that
right.
mad? Was he that mad that Seth didn't follow his orders that he's going to make you know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it a bit.
I don't like it one bit either. It's all odd behavior. And again, one thing that I heard in the live, I think everybody can kind of agree that this doesn't make sense. None of it really makes sense where we can say, okay, point A, B, C, D. Okay, here's a little bit of a hole, but okay, what about this? But there's so much information, and a lot of it doesn't connect at all. A lot of it's been, in my opinion, manufactured by Chris and Katie and what they wanted us to believe.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and we've
It
talked about schools too, Kylie. Like, I mean, there are schools that will take children in the middle of the night and their parents set it up and everything like that. But the parents don't report the kids missing. They know where they're at. So the problem with Chris and Katie doing something like that, in my opinion, I just don't see it. Why did they report him missing then? Why didn't they just tell Seth, hey, we found a school for him. If you don't like it, too bad. No offense, Seth, but I'm just saying, you know?
yeah.
I mean, why
Yeah,
not just do that and say, look, we were all planning on doing it. Just because you don't like these schools, that too bad, and we're putting them here, and go put them
right,
there.
right,
You know,
right.
and I agree with Seth that the one in Gallatin. I mean, we looked at it. They had shit in Manchester. Sorry, crap in Manchester. Um, that they sent like 6 or 7 kids there, and they were all severely abused.
So I've got, let me make sure. So I've got Freedom Church. I've got Freedom Church up. And this is the map from his home. So I've created 2 maps. I created the second one because
Ooh.
Seth asked me to create the second one. So from the Roadhouse. So I do have 2 maps. This is the one that is coming from his home, as if he were to have left
Mm-hmm.
from his home. Even if he had left from, I mean, no matter what, the Texas Roadhouse is going to show us everything too, because he did leave the Texas Roadhouse at the time that I am mapping it. You understand what I'm saying? So the
Right.
missing is to, so here I wanna, this is where I focus on certain areas. Like if Freedom Church had anything to do with it at all, if there was a missionary from this mother church, okay, it's gonna show certain behaviors. What we're looking for is we want to see, I would like to see more, but let's scan out. Let's scan out to give it a little bit more credibility for the lines not being, but let's go at about right here. Okay. So this is, and the notes on here is telling what I'm thinking at the time that I created the map, that I created these lines, okay? Lines go to California and Virginia. Leads come in on this line. This is where leads are coming in. Information is coming in. If I tell you a lead is going to come in, information is going to come in. That's what I'm talking about. So leads come in on this line. KD, Ceres, and Gemini conjunct Chronos, 2 or more with communications, timing. It's all about the timing with the communications that's seen here with Katie. The missing event, what is that? Let me take off Katie. Hold on. Let me take off them. Where's the parents? There they are. Missing Vesta. Flame of life is shown here to law enforcement. Line goes all the way to Virginia. State of Tennessee. The Tennessee are faded here. There's enlightenment about past relationships with possible video of some sort of communications. This means that, let me see what degree is this? I'm not putting in the degrees like I wish I would. 2 or more is possible. Communications, video, community, rebirthing. A rebirth just means that there's something there's just a rebirth we're gonna talk about, it's a regenerative communication line is what this is with the FBI, with communications, with video,
Mm.
a community even, other people's money, things that are hidden with the FBI, travel and communications. So, would you say that it could be something, from this church? Possibly. Because we're talking a lot about communications and community. Both degrees match my
Right.
natal. Communications video. Terry
That's the
Bowersox,
shit
he has
that
a line here. Kathy has a line here. That's the DA. I need to put in the DA here. That's the
Well,
DA.
that's what got me, Jen, about what you were talking about on your live back in February. I mean, it's just all connecting. And then also, with the communications, right? I mean, that's the big one, communications.
Well,
That's what it seems like they might have taken from the house in terms of Katie's cell phone, right? So
this is what I want.
I was like,
But this is what I want to show that this is the most interesting here. That line, the missing line with Astria. Astria, she is the divine justice. She is divine justice. Okay. She is the constellation of Virgo. She's all about health. And she's a bad one. I'm telling you, I mean, not bad, but I mean, she's a badass. Outside of the Supreme Court, she is the lady of contemplation is holding Astria, Lady Justice. So she is justice. And I talk about, so this missing sun in Pisces is going to Melissa's house. Astria is going over Cece's house first. It's going over his house first with the justice. Then it comes all the way out here to Gallatin. So 25 minutes away, 20 minutes, 50, well, maybe, no. I'm thinking from another place. 15 minutes, let's say 15 minutes away. 20 in traffic.
Right.
But that right there, that missing is okay, so it's not going right over that home. I mean that church. It's still pretty close. And then here's Faith. Again, these lines are grouped together going over Cece's house. So you have to take that into consideration. And we have to remember that he isn't, there's some type of justice with him, and I don't know why. But eventually we'll find out, won't we? We're going to find out. Yeah.
Angel for you has a good question. Jen, is there anything in the fourth house about being underground caves, tunnels in Sebastian's chart?
The fourth house we have in his natal chart. Is that what she's talking about? Where's that at?
I think so. That's your guys'
Oh,
lingo.
angel for you.
But
Hey,
I
honey.
was
Hey,
I was
sweetheart.
interested.
Is there
Yeah, and that
anything
like
in the fourth
underground
house?
caves.
So he has, okay, so when he went missing, when he was allegedly taking out the trash, Mercury was sitting on his IC. That means is sitting on the fourth house where he has the lowest point at home. What is Mercury? Mercury is the media. Mercury is two. Mercury is siblings. Mercury is the thinking and the communications. And it was in Pisces. And it was sitting there as he is allegedly taking out the trash.
Right. Allegedly.
Then he has Selena, a teacher, also in Pisces. There's a teacher there in the fourth house of home. Then he has, I want to say Uranus. What is Uranus? It's going to shake things up. There's going to be things that take you by surprise in the fourth house of home. He was shaken up with video, with groups, with community. You know, Uranus rules us, we the people. Uranus also rules homeless camps. And it being in the fourth house of home with Pisces, it could have to do with medicines. And that video, no, one of the videos that I was watching, because I've been watching old videos of Seth, his interviews with like Pascal, Justin on TikTok, Peter Hyatt. And he made a comment about all the medications that she was having him on. And I think that that could be a low point that he has is the medications. I don't know because I'm not, Katie hasn't talked to me at all. And I will say that I did reach out to her in the beginning. I did reach out to her and she never, she never contacted me back. So I don't think that underground caves and tunnels, unless we're thinking about tunnels as in the water system. So, I've got
Well, and at
Tennessee
this
is full of
point, I would
caves. We're
probably
full of
take
caves. Yeah,
right.
we're
Well,
full of
didn't they bring in cave experts too?
I'm not sure. I don't remember. They may
I
have.
remember Ken Widener said something about that they brought in cave, experts or like splunkers, I guess they call them. But I think those guys are like, affiliated with law enforcement somehow. But I don't know how long they were there or which caves they checked, or you know what I'm saying? Because the cave systems, like you said, Missouri's like that too. Tons of caves.
Well, Liberty, in Seth's defense, he had sent me the list of medications. There was 4. I only remember one of them, and I can't find it in my texts, and he hasn't told me what they were again, and I haven't asked, to be fair.
I remember you like mentioned it in a live before, Jen, but I can't remember all the ones. I heard risperidone was one.
Yeah, I would have to go back to my lives because 'cause I've said it before, but I don't remember them. I'm sure that I wrote them down somewhere in one of my notebooks. I've got a lot of notes, and I just don't remember all of them. I remember looking at all of them, and doing research on the 4, and there were none that were really sticking out to me that you could, like, you know, OD on or anything. I mean, the biggest problem with what Sebastian's, what he this this chromosomal deletion and the autism is the sleep. The sleep, Jeff has got a granddaughter that she doesn't sleep, but we do wonder, is it the medicine? Is it these medicines? Because these medicines could make him not sleep either. So, was she giving him too much? Did she give him too, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's something that we're missing here though, that's for sure, because Sebastian is still missing, you know. Do the lines for the DA, that's a good question. Do the lines for the DA, a judge, the law enforcement, CP and KP, etc., go to the Masonic Lodge in Portland? That's a good question. It's a good question.
Well, and
I've
like
got I do have the
with
lodges
Liberty,
on the map too. Go ahead,
yeah,
Lady
that's
Freedom.
smart, Jen. That's smart. Well, because what Liberty's saying too, I remember them, Chris and Katie saying that. Well, no, I'm sorry, Katie wasn't there. It was on Web Sleuths, and Chris was saying something about how Katie had just brought Sebastian to the doctor, or they had just switched over the meds. Like recent. Well, I mean, his autism diagnosis was recent. Now, there's
Yeah.
no pills for that, right? You don't take medications for that, but um, maybe there was like a change on his ADHD medicine because that's what I was thinking that they may have had him. Now, again, I remember Seth not wanting to give, so maybe the medicines that he was giving at his house was risperidone and then the iron pills. Um,
Yeah, Seth didn't like him taking medications. He just didn't. What about the 8th or
I don't
12th
blame
house for
him.
being held captive? No, it's okay. You can ask these questions. Angel, for you, you're fine. Ask away, girl. The 8th house is all about Gemini. It's about 2 or more people. It's about communications. And then we have Cancer. We have his vertex there. There's intense experiences at home in that 8th house. So the 8th house is in Cancer, but it's ruled by yeah, it's an 8th house that is that all the problems that he has, all the problems are hidden at home. They're hidden at home or a home. So could he be held captive at a home somewhere with 2 people? Possibly. The 12th house is about the things of the past, the wisdom that he has about hidden sex, about other people's money. And when I say hidden sex, we could be talking about affairs. If she was having an affair, then that could have been something that he learned.
Well, he
Or
liked more natural solutions too.
yeah.
I'm like that as well. Like, and I even know some of the, natural stuff, but I try not to because I have been over, I know what it's like, especially when you have anxiety or that when the doctors are trying to help you figure out depression or anxiety. it's tough, right? Because they want you to take all this crap to see if it's working, and you're like, I'm not a guinea pig over here, but I guess I am because I'm taking it still, and seeing if it works, and then if it doesn't, and then you change me to something different, and I just decided that the more natural ways good go, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it was probably about a week or so ago, and I saw Jupiter coming to the same degree as China. Jupiter was going to be expanding China, um, in their 7th house of relationships. And it's, of course, it's the degree that I'm looking at, but this was definitely going to be an expansion. So what happened in China? I don't know yet. Jeff, we were supposed to Google it, and we didn't. Um, the other thing is that same degree that China has, one of the Proudfoots in Virginia has that. And I watch it every time when it comes about. And I would just wonder because it's his Saturn degree. This Proudfoot boy that I'm talking about, it's his Saturn degree. So I do wonder because he's just, when Sebastian went missing, he was going through a Saturn return, which is odd. It's very odd to me that all of this is happening with the family as the Saturn return is coming. And let me just say, for the record, Cece and Terry Bowersox, they're having a Saturn return very soon as well. So when we have these, I would say energy, if you want to call it that, whatever, when we have this come upon us, oh yeah, I'm telling you perfectly imperfect boy mom. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means that there's going to be limits and obstacles. Responsibility and accountability come to the forefront. And you want to be responsible, you want to be accountable. Have some people lost their life during a Saturn return? Yes. Have they gotten sick? Yes. Have things gone on with their father? Yes. Have things gone on with their work? Yes. There's a responsibility and accountability that comes into play. And if you're being responsible, if you're being accountable, you shouldn't have any issues. You shouldn't have any issues. But it comes at 30 and 60, between, maybe 28 to 30, 58 to 60. So every 30 years, Saturn comes back around to your natal and says, hey, what's up? And then we have squares, we have challenges, but it's very interesting to note, to keep in the back of your mind that these two are definitely going through a Saturn. They can already feel it because their Saturn is in Aries. Saturn has already dipped into Aries. Saturn is now back into Pisces, but won't be long and Saturn's going to be moving forward again, going over the same old track in the 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 degree. So as it comes back and it comes on into Aries, there's going to be a knock at the door. Maybe literally, because Terry Bowersox, no matter what time he's born, he does descend with the FBI. He descends with them. That means that he's not rising with them, he's descending. He sits on their descendants. So the FBI and Terry Bowersox wouldn't have a great relationship. That's what that means.
Right. Exactly.
You
Um,
know? And y'all, this is an
well, and
open panel. If anybody
and
wants to jump up, feel free. If this is an open panel, y'all come and talk to me and lady. Come and talk to us.
yeah, I need to drop your link too, Jen.
I'll drop it
And
again here. Oh, yeah, drop the link because my chat and your chat aren't well, I don't know, are they?
yeah, I forget about that. Yeah. Well, Ann Reynolds says, what about the newer cars? They have the black boxes in them, just like an airplane's black box. And I think that's a really good point, Miss Ann. And to my knowledge, I mean, processing through Katie's car would have been very important. Do you think they processed that black box, Jen? Like, I think they probably did.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And it could be held as evidence. I just don't, they're collecting evidence. We see that. And Kylie,
Right.
babe, we debunked that a long time ago. We debunked that a long time ago. So I don't know. Is this a recent video that Lolly did? Has Lolly not been, maybe she hasn't been on Sebastian's case that long, but yeah, yeah.
Hold on one second, Jen. I'm just gonna mute.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it was a while back. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, we debunked that, babe. We did. We debunked that. As far as the video of Sebastian Rogers YouTube, there's that YouTube channel of Sebastian Rogers where he's videoing a woman with her dog. He's under something. I
Yes,
don't
he looks like
know.
he's under like maybe a deck or something.
Yeah, he's under something. At first, people saw Seth over here was thinking that he was here. I'm like, no, not at all. He is definitely not here. That was not my house. Hey, Jules. Hey, honey. Good
Hey.
to see ya.
Oh my God, it
Hey,
worked the
Jules.
first time.
It worked. I can't believe it. Hey, I went live this morning for 30 minutes. I couldn't figure out what was going on. I couldn't figure out what was, and I still don't know. It was almost like somebody was trying to tap me in. It was weird. It was
Mercury
very weird.
retrograde, I guess. That's probably why I was like cursed the other day because isn't Mercury about to go in retrograde for Virgo? That's probably why I was cursed the other day. I was like, I can't get this to work.
No, but you know what? Mercury will. That's something else that I want to talk about. On one of my next lives, when I just do nothing but astrology, I want to just talk about it because Mercury is going to station over Sebastian.
Mhm.
This is the time period that we're coming into is pretty exciting, and I hope I'm not let down. I don't want to beef y'all up and then let you down either, but y'all, I think we should definitely mark it on our calendars because I see that there is going to be such greatness that's going to come. There's going to be things that are just going to be so intense. I think it's just going to blow our mind. I don't know. I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I hope so too. I sent lady my audio from I clipped it out, the audio of where Chris says that law enforcement was the reason that they didn't start a GoFundMe because they thought it would look weird or whatever it is. But yeah, I'm breaking up that audio into certain parts because there's certain parts I can't release because he says personal stuff about Sebastian. But as I was looking for that part for Lady, I heard him say something about the luminol, and I heard him say, "You're not spraying that shit in my house." And now I'm just like, "Oh, I forgot we talked about this." So I need to go back and listen to that because I wonder if he's the reason why if luminol wasn't used. So I need to go back and listen to that part. But yeah, FYI, I was like, what? So yeah.
How can he tell investigators that they can't investigate?
That's why I want to go back and listen to that audio and be like, "Ooh, I forgot about that part."
Yeah, I would like to know because, that was something that we've all wondered, was luminol used? If not, why?
Well,
And
if
I'm
they,
sure that
yeah,
he
if they
he
didn't
he
use it, they
can't
didn't
just
tell him.
dictate how they're gonna run their investigation.
Mhm.
Surely not.
Yeah, I mean, luminol, like, it's not really as messy as people think it is. It's really not. So, and it's not like they're gonna leave it there afterwards. They clean up their stuff after then using it, obviously. So, yeah.
Yeah, why would
Yeah,
you
and like
not
who
want
even
them to
thinks about
fully
that when their
investigate?
kid's missing? I'd say do it. I'd be like, do whatever you have to do. I don't care. I'll clean up for you. I'll make you coffee. Anything. You know what I'm saying? I just,
Technically, Chris Profit's not the homeowner because they have a loan. So, I mean, technically, it's the bank slash the VA's home. So, I mean, yes, he's a homeowner, but I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I am a homeowner too. But at the end of the day, the
Right, at
bank,
the end of the day,
yeah, the bank
exactly.
owns my house.
Yeah. I mean, mine is paid for. Mine's
Mhm.
done. But even at the end of the day, if the taxes aren't paid, guess what? It ain't mine.
right.
You
Exactly.
gotta pay the taxes. But yeah,
M-
I mean,
Yeah.
something's wrong with that. Something is definitely wrong with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree, Kylie. I agree with you, Kylie.
Yeah, one of my taxes are escrowed. I can't remember. I think it's the property taxes are escrowed, but I don't have to pay school taxes because the VA, because of my disability rate, or maybe it's the lady might know which one it is. One of them's escrowed, and one of them I don't have to pay because of my VA disability rate. Even though I'm still actively serving, I can still claim a certain disability rating because of my deployments and my back and stuff, which is fantastic. So yeah.
Yeah, it's nice when you have a property and it's paid off and then just pay the taxes and of course,
One
maintenance.
day, maybe when I'm 95, but hey, I look forward to that day. Being an old lady knitting my scarf on my porch, being like, it's mine now.
Well, and yeah, it is nice to have your own place too. I do have the audio. I could play it. I could play it out right
Yeah.
here.
That's why I
So this
sent it to you. You might go ahead.
Yeah, here's Chris. Oh, hold on. That's not very loud. I could already tell. Let me do this. All right, sorry guys. Go ahead cuz let me just save this in.
Yeah, I'm muting so that way there's no background noise.
Yeah, and I just realized that it's going to rain. Like that's how it is in Florida. You'll just hear it raining all of a sudden. Like, okay.
Hey, girl, mom. Hey, honey. Good to see ya. So, Butter Biscuit Love, she says that Google search says in Tennessee it can be refused unless a search warrant is issued. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess it should be. I mean, it should be issued. So, yeah, surely he didn't refuse. Surely not, because that would have created a whole hell of a mess for him. I can't wait either. I can't wait either. I cannot wait. Cannot wait. Please, please hurry up.
Yeah, things are moving for
I think they
sure.
are. I do. I think they are. And today was,
Ooh.
I just don't understand. I don't understand why Chris would co-sign anyone taking Seth to court to get $20,000 from him as he's missing his child. It hurts my heart. I don't understand.
Like he doesn't have enough stuff going on in his life already, so.
Right. Seth did good. We actually, we were ready to testify. His attorney was ready. She's been ready. But, they've asked for continuances and this, that, and the other. And now, she finally gets to be heard. And, she didn't know what to say. I don't know. It's different when you are just talking on a panel, but then when you get in front of a judge, it's a lot different.
Oh yeah,
And the judge, she was already, people were already getting on her nerves, so she wasn't in the nicest of mode, and people were taking up the court's time, and she didn't like that.
Yeah, yeah. Is this what that lady from that state down south? I haven't been really following much of what's been going on. Yeah, I don't know her. I just know her posts are cryptic and weird, and I'm just like, I don't get it. I'm a black and white person. Like, tell me this or tell me yes. I think the whole thing is dumb anyway, regardless. But I mean, that's just my opinion, of course. But I don't understand why. There's enough stuff going on right now with him missing. Why do we have to add grief to the situation? Which is why, whenever I'm on a panel, whatever stuff we have going on in PA with the court, I'm like, just keep it out of whatever the judge is going to decide. That's what the judge decides. It is what it is. But I was in on Dago's panel, and somebody randomly came into chat and brought it up. I'm like, why are you bringing that in here? We're talking about Idaho. What the heck?
Right.
So it's nothing to do with anything. But I will say that when that day does come, I can talk about what's in my statement, and I want on the record everything that happened when I was in Tennessee because I can bring it up. So Sebastian's name is going to be in court records up in Pennsylvania when that day comes, just because I'm going to bring him up and be like, for this investigation, this is this. And then, yeah, it'll be known up there too on the record that Sebastian is a team and he's people that want to search for him and he's going to be found. So yeah, there's that.
Right. That's that. So Gail, what happened was, okay, so this is how it all went down. Okay. We walk in Texana is already there. We walk in. The first person that I see, and, I'm passing Chris and the little, you've got the 2 doors. So you got one door that you open. It's like a little common area. You've got 2 offices on the left. One on the left, one on the right for consultation or whatnot. That area right there, as soon as we walk in, he's right there. And he just looks at me, gives me the worst look.
Chris did?
And like if looks could kill.
Oh,
And
okay,
then he
yeah.
looked at Seth. And then we passed him by, walk into the courtroom. We sit down. I look at back at Texana because she's got a hat on. And I'm thinking hats aren't allowed in court. But when she got up on the stand, she said that her hat was for, I don't even remember because I couldn't really hear that well. And it was something about her cranium. I don't know. And it's something to do with one of her, maybe an issue that she has. I don't know.
Oh,
But
okay.
she was medically, that was something that she had to, that was something that she had to wear, right?
Mhm.
For medical reasons. So that was that. But me and her locked eyes for a good, I don't know, 30 seconds. And I was having a hard time looking away
Mhm.
because I'm just, I'm irritated. I'm irritated. I don't understand. Why are we here? And why is Chris co-signing this? This is not right. My heart is hurting for
Mhm.
Seth. My heart is hurting for where is Sebastian? And why do you think that this is okay? It could be vertigo. Yes, ma'am. It could be vertigo, but I don't think that that's what she said. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be. Hell, if I had vertigo, I couldn't even get out of bed. But anyway, there is, she's a veteran and she wants her rights. She wants to use those rights. She wants to utilize those rights.
I don't think
So
she's a veteran. I think she's married to a veteran. I didn't think that she served. I think either
I don't know, girl.
her husband
I
or
don't
her
know what,
son served because she told me something. She was trying to get stuff on me, and I'm just like, I'm still actively serving. You can't get my information publicly. Like veterans, you have to be a family member, so let's say like if I were a veteran and I died, my immediate family can get my information, and the public can get certain things. Like they can see what my rank was when I got out, and da da da. But like when she was trying to find information on me, I'm like, you can't get my information because I'm still actively serving. If someone gives it to you, that's a crime. JAG will get involved. But I think she's married. I know she's married to a veteran, and maybe her son is one. But I didn't think she served. She might be like a veteran. What's it to be thingy? She might have VA benefits from being a spouse, but I didn't think she served. But that's besides the point. But yeah.
but yeah, I mean, she's Chris is co-signing it. That's the biggest part for me is that Chris is there. And like Susan is saying, he wasn't there. How was she
Mm,
able to call him as a witness
no idea.
of an
Oh,
event?
it's
Is
because
she calling him?
he's a veteran, and like there was something about something being infringed. I remember reading about this, and it didn't make any sense to me. I'm like, but if he wasn't there, or like some of the slander online with veteran stuff, and I'm just like, I didn't hear anybody call Chris stolen valor. I got called stolen valor. Does that mean I have the right to go and like do? I'm not going to, but I'm just saying. But I think I didn't. It doesn't make sense because he wasn't there. He wasn't anywhere in the area. I don't even think he like was even invited, or I think Seth did give an open invitation, like who wants to come can come, like type of deal. But I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. That's weird. I thought that he was there because of his veteran stuff, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Chris has been there with her on every court date, and she has even shown up before she wanted to sue Seth.
Mm-hmm.
She was even showing up in Sumner County courts, coming in the courts, handing Chris
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
papers, almost like they're working together. So if they're working together,
Mm.
that's interesting. That's interesting that he is co-signing taking Seth to court to sue Seth for $20,000 while he's got a missing kid.
Mm-hmm.
And you're the stepfather making fun of him.
I agree.
Making fun of him on channels. And not only that, he's got a whole Cooterville thing. Welcome to Cooterville. Be sure to close your legs. Really, Chris? Like, do you have any class at all?
The-
It's
wow.
disgusting.
That's
It's disgusting. It's
He's the
disgusting. And
nastiest of the
I think it's,
nasty.
that is, I'm just, I mean, using Sebastian as entertainment, using everything that is going on. We are looking for Sebastian. Okay, so girl mom is like, okay, like, get back. She's like, get back. So what did the judge say to her? She was not ready.
Mm.
She was not ready to testify on her own behalf. And the judge could see that. The judge did ask her several times because she had filed several times about the ADA in the courts and making sure that she was fairly treated. And she said yes. She told her to get down from the stand to let her know when she was ready, ready to testify. They went, she sat back down. She said, no, you need to go back there, go back and sit down. I mean, you could tell that she, she didn't know about what the procedures were.
Yeah.
She thought she did, but I don't think she did, evidently. So her and Chris and her representative, I don't know who he is, what he's about, but he's been with her every time too.
Probably an ADA rep or something like that.
Usually Mama Socks is there, but she wasn't there this morning. She was, Venus was coming over, coming over Chiron. I mean, it was. And I was really, observing what was this going to be like. But anyway, so then they go in the consultation room, close the door, the three of them, and they're back there for like 30 minutes. We heard every case. How many, Jeff? 2 or 3? We heard 2 or 3 cases. And then we were the last ones again. We were the last ones in the courtroom. And she comes in, not Chris, not the dude that was with her. She comes in the courtroom, taps on Seth's attorney's shoulder, and asks to speak to her. So then Seth's attorney said, okay, asked a guard to go with her because she's not going to talk to these people alone.
I wouldn't. That's a good idea. That was very smart, actually.
Yeah. This isn't her first rodeo. So then she goes outside, comes back in, and says she wants to dismiss the case.
Oh.
Is that okay with you, Seth? And he
It's about
said,
damn time.
I mean, it's only been 1.5 years. We've been
But
doing
I mean,
this,
I
doing
can't
this, doing
believe
this,
that
doing
she
this.
even.
So then,
I mean, crazy.
Yeah. So then we go outside, we start walking, and I hear this man kind of yelling. And I look back, and damn if it ain't Chris. He and her representative are, and he's talking real loud, slapping his hands, doing this, doing that. And that's when I snapped the little photo. I was like, oh, let me go back by. Let me snap your photo because, I mean, you're here. You're here.
Not Chris. He would
Why
never
are
do
you
that,
here?
Jen.
Like, why?
I've never heard him clap his hands.
No, the judge didn't say anything to Seth. I didn't get up there and testify. Look, we've been going back and forth for 1.5 years to testify as witnesses. Not one time have we been able to testify because it's a joke. It's been a joke.
So
he's
weird.
got a whole man. He's got a whole kid that's missing. And this woman gets on panels acting like it's all about Sebastian. No, those documents are all about her. They're about her. She wasn't mistreated. She has a video of it.
Yeah.
Nobody is threatening her. Nobody is saying anything negative to her. We are simply asking her to do what we were all going to do anyway. When I got to the vigil, they was like, hey, Jen, we're not videoing because there's a bunch of creators there. We're going to have some respect. After the prayer, when there's the ride, we can do that. We can video then. But when Betty was there, she was told the same damn thing. We were not videoing. She wasn't videoing. When the prayer started and everything, I'm sure somebody was able to do that, to get the prayer, to get the hugs, to get the crying, to get the emotions. Yeah,
Mhm.
just like the Rico. Well, exactly.
Well, that's the one that I'm in right
That's
now.
a damn joke too.
Yeah, that
I mean,
person's in here. That person's in here to troll me specifically. I
oh,
don't
well,
care.
don't come in here trying to troll. But it is. I mean, I agree. It's a joke too.
And I can
It's a joke
see,
too.
didn't I
If you,
learn?
hey, let me tell you something. In the Pines, let me tell you something, honey. If you co-sign the shit that's going on, if you're co-signing suing Seth for $20,000 while he's got a whole missing kid, honey, I hope that you don't get what you're given. That's all I can say. Don't
If
come
peop-
in here trolling.
Yeah.
Y'all want to be respectful? Cool. You
Mhm.
don't, see your way out. See your way out. Don't come in here acting a fool.
Didn't I say
No,
someone was going to do that?
this is big boys and girls up in here. If you can't
Mhm.
be a big boy, you can't be a big girl, go sit at the kid table. Yes, I co-sign no litigation too. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, because I love that song In the Pines. It reminds me of my granddaddy.
I mean, if people read the judge's stuff on the RICO, they should notice I was the only person in the entire thing that wasn't singled out by the judge for my statement. Honestly, go back and read it. She didn't single me out once for anything I said in my statement. So I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, so.
Look, if somebody hired at night, and
Mhm.
it's not me, it's
Mhm.
not Jeff, it's not Seth.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
I
and
don't.
in the Pines, just keep it respectful, but
Yeah, they were
just keep
being
it
respectful, but
respectful, but
that's
don't
true.
troll
That's true.
people.
It is a joke.
Mhm.
It is a joke. The Rico is a joke.
Yeah.
It is a joke. It's a damn joke. That is truth. Yeah, as long as everybody's being respectful, we're good. Just, let's I don't want
I agree.
I
That's
don't
why I
want,
said what I said. Whatever.
there's plenty of channels for the stupid shit. It's just
Mhm.
that this right here, I can't see anybody, especially Chris and Katie, co-signing this. I just don't understand. I don't understand, and it hurts my heart because if I have a missing child and my ex-husband is co-signing some shit like this, whoo, honey, it would be a bad day. It would be a bad day in hell. I promise.
Mhm.
I agree. I mean, it takes away from finding Sebastian. It is disgraceful.
Well, Jen, one thing I will say about the RICO is that, in my opinion, I can see why there was an element of criminal activities in terms of, we're not sitting here with 50 memberships to Lady Freedom, 50 memberships to Jen, the same person giving, a bunch of money to any of us. We might get somebody that decides to become a member, which we're grateful for, and it's fantastic. But the amount of money that funnels through those channels, I am very curious about that. And I don't think it's a joke, and I think that it's directly, and directed to Sebastian. I just think that,
Mhm.
with all due respect to
Yeah.
At Night or whoever wrote this crap, it's too long, it's too wordy, and it's not to the point. And I think that's my opinion.
Hey, hall
I agree.
monitor.
I personally don't think you should judge either if you don't know them personally. But the behavior
I just,
is
yeah, I
where
just,
I'm definitely going to judge. If you have a child that goes missing under your watch, and then you're going to co-sign to sue the father for $20,000, all to have us in and out of courts for a year and a half. We got problems. We got
Yeah.
problems. Yeah. We just got problems, and those problems are much bigger. And I can't imagine what Sebastian had to go through.
I can't either.
with an immature stepdad, and the mother, is she immature too? Because she don't speak. The people that know her would know if she's that immature,
Mhm.
but she's co-signing it. So, I mean, seems to me like she is. I don't, it's just, it hurts my heart for Seth. I don't think that it's right. I think it looks really, really bad
Mhm.
on the Proudfoots. I do. And the people that are co-signing their bullshit.
I agree in the Pines. Sebastian was failed, but I mean, I personally don't see. I just think he was failed in general. I'm not gonna. Yeah, he was failed, but I think
So
Seth's the
in the
only one
Pines, let me
Seth's
ask
been
you,
looking for him. Yeah,
in the Pines, how many kids do you have? In
Seth's
the
been
Pines,
looking for him.
how many kids you got? If there is anybody in this chat that has gotten that's gotten the Parent of the Year award, send it to
Mhm.
me. Send it to me.
Yeah.
I want to know how great of a parent you
I
are.
agree.
And have you ever lost a child?
Yeah.
Like, have you ever literally lost a child? Has your child ever went missing?
Well, and
Yeah.
I just want to say this as well, I mean, I think it's funny and I appreciate everybody being here and you guys are open to talk. We're not deleting comments. Mods just let people talk. But in
Mhm.
the same way, be respectful. And I appreciate that when that does happen. And I know that I'm not saying that Pines is not being respectful, but I've seen these people in other chats and I find it funny
Yeah.
that there's a person impersonating another person, and it's the same person, and their name is Chroma Chronicles. And I was listening to Elevated Goof and the other day, and she said that her child's been missing longer than Sebastian, and I
Mhm.
seriously felt like pulling over to vomit because that's the kind of people that are in y'all's community that you bring over to our community, and it just bothers me. So you're welcome to be here, but don't attack Jules.
Well,
Or
listen in
anybody
the
here.
Pines. In the Pines, I was just before I went live, let me just say, and I'm so happy that you're here. I almost blocked you. But then I thought, no, I'm not going to block this person because I like the name In the Pines. But you were definitely looking at a video of the vigil, the one where Texana came to, and you were in a chat. You were talking about me in the Pines. So I know that you don't understand, but I want to tell you why. Because when Jules said that you have trolled her and then you're showing up in here, this chat is about intent, our intents. And the intent has been really, really bad. And a lot of the people that are co signing the bullshit is distracting from us looking at the last person that was seen with Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and that was his mother.
Mhm.
That's his mom. I was in court today because a woman is being juiced up by the Proudfoots to sue Seth for $20,000. Been in courts for a year and a half going through this. Not you. I have. You don't have a missing kid. I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you, when I see that where other people are saying all three parents failed him, I want to know how great of a parent you are. Focus on your own front porch.
Mhm.
Sebastian went missing from his mother's house. His mom. Chris wasn't there. Seth wasn't there. His mother. And she's told all kinds of inconsistent stories about their last conversation.
Mhm.
If you were to have a missing kid, won't you remember every detail that y'all spoke about?
Yeah, I would. I mean, it's also
Let's get
natural.
real here. Let's get
Yeah.
real here. I just was looking at I was just looking at you talk shit about me in another chat from 6 months ago. Calling me, oh, that's definitely Jennifer Jennings. Friends call me Jen, by the way.
Mhm.
Only my mom calls me Jennifer.
Same with me. Julia, my dad calls me Julia. So, yeah.
That's why she said it like that.
That's how we know we're in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
Thank you,
I
Crow
mean,
Mom.
I question the last person. I would question the last person anybody was with before they went missing. It's natural that the cops are going to do that. The last person that allegedly saw the individual missing, they're going to be the first person suspected. 'Cause it's like, you saw them last. Like, what the heck happened? So, I mean, I've seen in the Pines talking. I mean, GW's chat and all the other ones, but I don't. Like I said, I don't care anymore. Just don't come to a chat when we're talking about like they brought up the RICO for no reason. And like I was past that, but it is what it is. Whatever. So. I know
Yeah.
Lady wanted to play the audio a bit ago, so sorry I got like in my wee zone about stuff, but yep.
And I think we need to build bridges more than burning bridges, right? Because it's like,
Hey!
we all have a common goal, right? I mean, we're just trying to all find Sebastian. That's why I'm glad to have people in the chat. I know Jen feels that way. I know, Jules, you feel that way too. It's just that we don't like to, it's just like, come in, listen. Sometimes I'll go into other chats where I know I'm probably not welcome and I'll just
Mhm.
listen, but if I do
Mhm.
say something, I would expect for them to be respectful and, whatever. And that's how I was treated at Nerdies. And I know that that wasn't, my particular environment that I'm used to, but, we all can bring something to the table. And that's what we need to be doing, is focusing on where's Sebastian. So I agree with you there, Pines. I do.
I do agree with that. I mean, it's definitely stupid. And I'm glad that you came in here to tell us that. But, when I'm telling you why I think that it is stupid, I'm more emotional, I guess, because I'm
Mhm.
seeing it firsthand. And the person that you are supporting in these chats
Mhm.
is co-signing the shit.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Mhm. And
And so that when you align yourself with that type of group, that's what you're going to come across as, honey.
yeah,
And
that's
I was
true.
just looking at you. I was just looking at an old video where you are talking about me.
Mhm.
You don't know me. First time I've ever seen you in a chat,
Yeah.
in our chat. And to say that, all three parents, look, let's talk about the one that lost her kid,
Mhm.
who is suing her ex-husband with another woman, co-signing it for $20,000. That's stupid. And
I
hey,
agree.
Betty. Hey,
Yeah.
Betty, if you're
I
still
was
in here.
Betty's
I mean, that was,
here.
and that's another thing. This woman
Hey, Betty.
who was suing Seth, who was suing him for $20,000, said Andrea 3 times.
Mhm.
And it's almost like, for me, it's about the GoFundMe, trying to get that money back because Chris told him not to. And then, well, come up on here, Betty.
Yeah,
If you
Betty,
want
come
to,
up.
it's an open panel, babe. You're not derailing it. I mean, I want you to feel like, you can subscribe to my channel. You can learn things from me. You don't
Mhm.
have to be in those other channels that you're not getting any substance from.
Yeah.
I like your name. I mean, I do. I'm hoping that, we can find some common ground here. And the common ground for me is not just the litigation part. It's the fact that this has been going on since a month or 2 right after Sebastian went missing.
Mhm.
Go where you want when you want. You've got that freedom. But you come in here talking sideways and you won't be chatting in mine.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
I just want to say this real
consequences,
quick.
babe, consequences.
Yeah, I just want to say this real quick because I can't see their comments in the regular chat. I can see them in the StreamYard chat, though. In the Pines, I
No,
mean,
she's on Lady Freedoms. She's on
oh,
Lady Freedoms, so
yeah, I'm
she's
respectfully in
not
the
even
Pines.
in my chat, so that's good.
Respectfully in the Pines, just all I ask is please stop going to chats and saying stuff about me that's not true.
Yeah, I don't want to derail your chat, but let me keep derailing it. Okay. Good
That's
night.
what
Goodbye.
respectfully asking. So yeah,
Bye-bye. Okay, so girl mom just emailed the link to
yeah,
you, Lady Freedom.
yeah. I was gonna email you the audio.
Thank you, girl
I was
mom.
gonna give you the audio clip, but I couldn't get it to work because it was just like my email because like locked up. So I texted it to you. So.
And Jen, I posted that audio really quick too, so it should be in my channel. I sent you a link in the text. Should I send it in an email?
Oh, I don't see it. I don't see where you're presenting it here. You sent it to my chat. I
Oh,
mean,
I
to
can
my
present.
messenger.
Oh, I'll present it. Oh, sure. I'm sorry. I
I forgot
I
we
could
can do
that.
that
I'm
here.
sorry.
I was like, oh, we can present stuff here.
I know. I was like, boop. Okay, here we go. All right, hold on one second.
Betty, if you're here, you should
Let me
listen to
go
this.
ahead.
Yeah, Betty, if you're here, listen to this.
1 second, guys. Let me pull that in. View Google. Okay. Okay, here we go. Just bear with me
I agree.
1 second.
I agree. Hypnotic tripped her. That's my whole point. I mean, don't come up here talking about, well, they all failed him. Come on. I mean, do you not see? I mean, can you not see your hand in front of your face? What's going on here? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna upload it. Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Is it gonna play?
My house. The first 3 days of the investigation.
It should.
Every single morning he came to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the house. Whatever. Well, there was an issue where
I can hardly hear it.
we talked to law enforcement. I said, look, what can we do to help?
Yeah.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe page?
You guys can hardly hear it. Hold on, I put it up all the way. Hold on.
Private eyes, whatever. What do we
I might have to save it again and re-download it.
Yeah, I'm muted because I hear someone's echoing, so I muted myself.
I know I'm muted too, but if it's really low.
Maybe
Hold on
I
one
should.
second.
I mean, maybe if that doesn't work, I could present the original audio here. Let me see.
I was gonna say yeah, because I could always redo it later. That way people could still hear it.
Yeah.
Or I could go in. I turned it up to 200. That's the thing. It's like they're so quiet sometimes and loud other times, you know?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I might be able to. I had to put a photo on it to do it. 1 second.
I know that's what I had to do too. And that's the only way I know how to do it is to download it and put it, upload it to my channel and then play it.
Yeah, give me a second. Maybe because I have the direct file. Just give me 1 quick second. Or maybe I could text it to Jen too, so she can. Here, Jen, I'm gonna text it to you. Do.
I know, and it started raining at like the worst part, you know?
Yeah, and again, be mindful. When I did this, I was literally, I was trying to keep him talking. So, Jen, I just texted it to you.
Yeah, I agree with this. Brenda Calvert says, yes, you have to ask at the minimum why Katie would allow her husband to disrespect her and her missing child on other panels. And we talked about that at lunch the other day, yesterday. I said I would just divorce him, like she can't control what he does, but the fact that she lets him get on the panel, talk all his crap, obviously she wasn't there. He was there, right? Like, why would he take the day off of work just to go down there just to piss Seth off? I mean, excuse my French, but really,
Right.
it's ridiculous.
And y'all, this is an open panel. I've got in my chat, I've got the link pinned. I don't know if you've got the link pinned in your chat, Lady Freedom, but if you want to pin the open panel,
Oh, I will.
feel
I'm
free.
sorry, I forgot.
Be respectful if you come up here. Just be respectful. That's
Please,
all I can say.
pretty please. Pretty
Please.
please.
Okay, so I'm
Well,
going
that's
to
all
play
we're
the
asking, right, Jen? Like we want to extend like an olive branch of sorts, right? Because everybody has good ideas. I mean, even, people that I don't particularly listen to all the time. Hey, Lori, but hey, Christy. But that's the thing. It's like we have to at least at some point recognize that we didn't take Sebastian, neither did the police, neither did anybody. But Katie was the last one with him. She shows no emotion. She's very, very strange, in my opinion, the way that she acts. Even Hostel Bish says, how are these two not found guilty yet? I don't know why they weren't brought to the station. Katie in particular, because if, say Chris wasn't here, why was she not brought down and questioned, interviewed? I mean, it doesn't have to be mean where they put the spotlight on her and what'd you do with your son? They're just asking her questions. And I think they would have found out very quickly that she was not telling the truth. She was lying. Craddock is himself a detective, first before he was sheriff or a deputy. He also attended Northwestern University, was in the military. He's not dumb. So, but he mishandled, in my opinion, the situation.
right. And I think it was just, all of this was y'all before she came up here. I mean, chatting. I just looked at her and I was like, wow, and I almost blocked her because some of the chats, I'll just go back into the live chat and I'll just start blocking people that talk about me.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just so happened to show up. I don't know. It's fate. It's fate. But
That was
anyway,
weird.
I'm going to play the audio.
I'm gonna mute so you can hear better.
Yeah, so I'm going to play the audio from my phone and let's see if we can hear this a little bit better. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Was in my house. First 3 days of the investigation. Every single morning he came to the house.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the house. Whatever. Well, there was an issue where day two we talked to law enforcement. I said, look, what can we do to help?
Yeah.
Do we need to start a GoFundMe page to raise money to get some dog team, private eyes, whatever? What do we need to do? They said, don't worry about it because everything's covered. You don't have to worry about it. And they said, I don't recommend doing a GoFundMe because it looks bad and it makes it look like you're trying to profit off the disappearance of your son.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I think that's where it ends.
Yeah. Yeah. So that
Yep, there it
GoFundMe
is, folks.
yeah, it was about 20,000 and that's what she was suing Seth for. And the woman asked, the judge was asking her, so on what basis, like where did you come up with that figure? So it's just, when you're suing someone, why are you suing them, for damages, for this, for that? I mean, but how did you come up with that figure?
Mm-hmm.
So the GoFundMe, I feel like because Seth didn't keep, if they agreed upon that at first and then he did one, well, he's going to teach him. I don't know. I don't know. That's the amount that she was suing him for, though.
It's weird.
And for what? She's suing him for Sebastian? You want to sue the only person that is advocating for their child?
Mm-hmm.
You kidding me? You're kidding me. You're
What
kidding me.
what was the deal with the whole sheriff dress up thing that was going on? I saw pictures of it, but I don't know where that came from. I saw he dressed up like Chris dressed up like a sheriff. Can someone explain that to me real quick? Because I'm a bit behind on that.
Well, he was at well, I'm if I heard correctly, Chris and Katie were at Clue and Cletus's house,
Oh.
and they thought it would be just so funny. They thought it would be funny. I just, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with shit like that with juvenile behavior.
Jen, could
That-
you email me that link really quick just so I could, because I'm trying to copy it from the chat, but I don't know why it's not letting me copy. It's like it's making it way too long.
Oh, the StreamYard link.
Yeah.
I can post it here. There we go.
Thank
Just did
you.
it.
Thank you so much, Jules. I don't know why. Like I tried to put it in there. It was like, thank you. Yeah, open mic, guys. If you guys want to come in, anybody that's in my chat, please join the panel. Just be
Yeah,
respectful.
pin it in the pin it on your pin it so you don't have to keep sharing it. But yeah, Brenda, he was making fun of Seth.
That's weird.
Take the link if you want to, please.
Like why? Like what? I've never seen Chris make. I mean, I've never seen Seth dress up like Chris or Katie and do that. That's just kind of odd. But I mean,
Never. Never.
Jules, can you pin that? I don't know why it won't. It doesn't give me an option to pin.
let me see.
That's weird.
I might not
Maybe
be able to. I think I'm managing Modest to do it, but let me see if I can.
Oh, let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me go into your
Okay.
chat.
I'm gonna have to track down Hey Jude.
Yeah, it won't let me pin it, but yeah.
Dang. Weird. I don't know why it won't let me pin it. Maybe I have to go into like my actual, like my stream or something.
You probably do. That's probably why.
Okay, so I was trying to do it in the just from the chat.
Oh shoot. Yeah, I can do it.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Why isn't it? Oh, hold on. I'm trying. I'm trying to pin it.
I know. I don't know why. It's usually easy. Like usually I can. Oh, here we
Yeah.
go. I can pin. Okay, pin message. There we go. I got it.
Okay, yeah, got it.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Bliss.
Jules,
Hey, Veronica.
Jules, are you streaming it from yours too?
No,
Are
I'm
you
not. No, I'm not.
Okay.
Sorry, you cut out for a second. That was weird. I heard you say Jules, and I was like, wait, where'd she go? But no, I'm not.
Gotcha.
I didn't know I could do that even. Like, I don't even know how that works. Oh, stream. Okay, I see. Yeah, now I see.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, if you want
And
me
then
to,
you
I
just
can.
wait for the stream to upload. Yeah, you should. You should just bring more people in. I think that's one thing that we don't do with Sebastian's Army is like, we need to do that more, collaborate and, join each other and that sort of thing. I think that's really important.
I think so too. I do too. I do too, because you know what? There's no one hit wonder. It takes us all. It takes us all. And if we could just
Come together.
we just come together and focus on the last person that saw Sebastian. Yes, the
Right.
FBI is
And what could have
definitely on it.
happened.
Yeah. We could do a lot if we were just to focus on the last person that saw Sebastian. And we have to ask ourselves the behavior, is it normal?
Mm-hmm.
Is it normal? I mean, okay, you could say, well, it's not, there's no handbook. There's no way to act. Well, I mean, if I showed you 20 mothers of missing kids that were found, I mean, that were not guilty of what they did to their son or daughter, you're going to see a big difference. I mean, even Leilani Simon cried. I mean, can you shed a tear or two? Can you be an advocate? Can you not make fun and take your ex-husband, Sebastian's father, to court? I don't know. It's just a lot of, Peter Hyatt said it. I mean, he said it.
Mm-hmm.
She's way too quiet. Something happened. Something happened at that home. She's not telling us something. She's holding something back.
Mm-hmm.
She's holding some information back. And he's the professional, not me.
May he rest in peace. That was sad.
Yeah. I mean, Seth actually, he got to do
That was
an
I
interview with him. Yeah. Such as, he's the professional and he said it. He worked with the cold case foundation.
Mm-hmm. I sent you another audio clip, Jen, by the way, just because I was just thinking about the polygraph dates again. I sent you the audio clip of that because I was thinking about that again the other day. I'm like, the polygraph test, and Chris says that he's in the clip I sent you. He goes, "I passed." I want to know who told him he passed. Like, I'd be like, "Who told you passed? What was the agent's name?" And if you can't tell me who the agent's name is directly, I'm gonna be like, "This is the biggest thing of your life, dude." Just like Daniel with Jack and Lily. Like, if you can't remember the name of the officer who told you passed your polygraph test, which is like should be a life-changing event for you. Like, you're being accused online of all this stuff. I'd sure as heck remember the name of the officer who told me that and their badge number and their agency, and I'd put it out there and be like, this person told me from this agency, because I'm not like I'm gonna tell the truth, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, I want to clear myself. This is who did it. This is who said it. Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I would carry their
Yeah.
card in my wallet. I would ask them for their card. A lot of the officers have a card and they'll give it to you, and I'd carry it in my wallet.
mhm.
Yeah. All right, here we go with this. I'm gonna play this real quick.
Y'all mute.
Hey, let's some time. We'll put it together.
Uh-huh.
Oh, April 9th, I think, was the date. It was a Tuesday. We kept it very quiet. The FBI prolificer, there's TBIs, the FBI, I think they're all the same, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know how those certifications work, but I know what you're talking about.
So, my wife got a polygraph by day 2 or day 3 of the investigation.
Right. Yeah.
She passed.
Mhm.
No problem. I get my polygraph test.
Mhm.
We keep it quiet. The lady who did hers cannot do mine because we said we don't want any chance of somebody saying it was a biased opinion type situation.
Mhm.
Her boss and the other prolificer, all three come together, make my questions.
Right.
My wife got 5 and I got 13 fucking questions.
Oh.
I'm like, really? I'm whatever. I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah.
So I go and take my polygraph test and I pass.
Mhm.
Steph, on the other hand, goes and takes a fucking polygraph test with Nancy Grace,
Mhm.
knowing that motherfucker's gonna fail. He falls asleep.
Oh God.
Oh yeah. They said, well, it's inconclusive because he keeps falling asleep.
How does that even happen? I've never that. And again, I would just keep him talking, but I don't know why he said knowing that blah 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 was going to fail. I'm like, why would you say that? Like, to me, that was just odd.
He was so excited about it too. And the reason why I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, the man, Seth, was on all kinds of medications and he wasn't even supposed to take the polygraph being on all the medications that he was on at the time. If y'all remember, he was in a lot of pain.
Mm-hmm. And it wasn't
And
sleeping either.
even without all those meds, let that man sit down, let him sit down for about 5 minutes and he's snoring.
Oh my God, he's fallen asleep on the phone with me before. The one day I was talking to him, and like I literally, and it wasn't like mid sentence. Like there was a pause.
He will fall asleep because he doesn't sleep.
I
He
know
just
he
doesn't
doesn't.
sleep. He doesn't sleep. I mean, next thing you know, he sits down and then I'm like, oh my God, that's why when we were in court, I was concerned that he was about to start snoring in court.
Yeah, we were talking. Well, he said something, and then I
Yes.
was in the middle of talking, and then he just like fell asleep.
He's not been the healthiest.
Yeah, I felt
So,
bad. And then he fell asleep. He was snoring, so I hung up. I hung up, and then he called me back 15 minutes later. He's like, "I'm so sorry, I fell asleep." I'm like, "Seth, go to bed. It's okay. Just go to bed. It's all right, dude." Yeah. So I felt so. This is in the beginning before I even left for Tennessee when he was like awake all the time. I'm like, "Dude, please go to sleep." But he wasn't sleeping. I'm just like,
Poor Jeff. Poor Jeff. He always says, "Pray for Jeff." Poor Jeff. Poor Seth. Poor Jeff too. He's got to put up with me. Maybe he does. I don't know. Maybe he does, Jeff. Maybe there was a uniform left. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? It's okay, CCN. We got you, girl. We're still just, basically talking about some of the uh, conversations that Chris had with Jules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gradually releasing more and more of the audio, like the dog tracking thing. It's on my page. Exactly what he told me is what we talked about the other day, and then Nerdy Addy comes out with something different. I'm just like, I talked to the handler, I talked to TBI, Sumner County, and Chris, and I talked to all of them, and they all told me the same story. Maybe a couple very, very small variances, but it wasn't anything drastic like this new thing that came out. I'm like, that's not at all what I was told by anybody. So yeah.
Well, I mean, he was saying that he passed with flying colors. Next thing you
Mhm.
know, he didn't. So, again, it goes back to what I was saying when Texana came up to the vigil. She told me she was not there for the vigil.
Mm.
Then she asked me why it said no videoing on the flyer.
I
So you're
mean,
either here for the vigil or you're not here for the vigil. Which one are you? Let me ask you one more time. Like, when you first meet somebody and they're lying to you,
it's weird.
I mean, are you trying to be their friend? No. Are you finding them suspect? Yes. And we all knew that, the hate channels were, just sitting around. And we have to call them hate channels because that's what they do. They hate. They have nothing better to do than to hate, create drama. There's nothing of substance in their content. Nothing of substance except blows to Seth.
Mm-hmm.
And to hear this dude. I mean, you got a missing kid. This is what gets me here. You have a missing kid, a missing stepchild, I should say. And you want to be vile. So now all of a sudden, you're a celebrity. You're a celebrity.
Close. What?
What?
Got it. West Cooterville. You're welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
What the
Who
heck
does
is
that?
that?
You got it. Welcome
Exactly.
To Cooterville.
Listen, Jules.
You're welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
I mean,
What?
is he trying to be? Is
You got it. Well,
he just loves every day
What?
with Jay that much that he wants to be her
What the heck is Cooterville? Like, I'm
spokesman,
lost.
her spokesman for memberships? Are we living in the fucking Twilight Zone, y'all, or what?
What the heck is
It's
Cooterville?
weird.
Is this a
Okay,
channel? Like,
I'm really upset about it. I'm gonna mute and walk away for a minute, and I'll be back.
I'm lost. What the heck is Cooterville? Is it a channel? I don't know what that is. Like, I've been so, like, I'm confused.
So apparently Jay had like, you know how we call ourselves the Dragons or Jen's got the
Yeah.
Watchers,
Yeah.
so hers is Cooterville and everybody has like or not everybody, but a lot of people in her community changed their name to like Cooter whatever, like Cooter DeVille or whatever. I don't
Oh.
know. But either way, she asked, I guess, Chris, or maybe he volunteered. I don't know the whole story there, but yeah. Nevertheless, that's Chris welcoming everyone to Cooterville. And yeah, it's weird.
That's interesting. Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
2 weeks alone, I guess, but okay. That's interesting. I mean, you do you, I guess. But, like, all right.
Well, I know it's odd. Like I guess it might be funny if it wasn't the stepfather of a missing,
Yeah.
young man.
Mhm.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that's the most bizarre thing because you typically don't see like that level of, I don't know.
I'm so
I don't
lost
know.
on whose channel is technically what. I know you're the Dragons. I know obviously Queen Bee is like the Hive and whatnot, but I'm so lost on everybody else's. Like there's that's like, I mean, that makes sense. You make sense, Lady Dragon Tribe and Queen Bee makes sense because she's Queen Bee. Beehive, Beehive, I get it, but like,
Yeah.
I didn't know that
Yeah.
some of these I never heard of some of these before. So yeah.
I don't really know like why it originated, like, cuz I was talking in her chat back when it originated. I can't remember why it originated. It's kind of like some kind of joke that came from a case, but
Oh,
to the best of my knowledge, but like I remember Mancow's Morning Madhouse. I don't know any of you guys from the Midwest, but that was a big show out that way, and he was like a major shock jock, and he used to like have this one guy on there, and they would like joke around. He'd be like Rusty Cooter, calling in over the, you know, CB and stuff. So I had made a joke that day. I remember saying it like, "Oh, Rusty Cooter, haha," and I remember when it originated. I just don't know, but like to have Chris, I can't get down with that. Just in my opinion, and I'm not trying to. I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird.
yeah.
It's
I don't know.
common. It's common.
I love Jen. She says it's common.
It's tasteful.
I love when she
It's
says that.
very
It's funny.
it's very inappropriate. It's distasteful.
Right.
It's juvenile. Grow up. You got a missing child. The whole world is watching you while you're on panel to panel being Mr. Funny Guy. It's not
And
his
it's not
kid.
funny. Like it's like it would be different if it was kind of like Holly is saying too, not even funny. And I'm like, yeah, it would be different if it was like humorous or something. But it's not. I mean, why isn't he on there saying find Sebastian, find my stepson? That's what I would say. I'd say find my stepson, find my stepdaughter, whoever. I wouldn't be doing that. There's no
I
way.
mean, you're right. You're right perfectly, imperfect boy mom. Why would I?
Yeah.
Why would it get me so upset? I guess it's because anybody and everybody can change at some point in time, and when would this change? You have a son. Our son is missing, Chris. Our son is missing. No, honey. His son ain't missing. Evidently, yours ain't either. Y'all are out playing house. Family. Life
Oh,
is went
yeah,
real
yeah.
after. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting.
Yep. It's all. This whole thing has been weird. I don't
It's
know.
very weird. You're right. It's this whole thing has been so weird. It's the weirdest case I've ever
And
seen.
Paige, she says it's distracting, and I think that's a big one too. Like he's trying to distract away from Sebastian and put the spotlight on himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird too. I mean, just didn't he say listen to true crime? I mean, I guess it's not weird to listen to true crime podcasts. A lot of people are interested in it, but was that true that he said that he listened to them before Special Missing? I don't remember if that's true or not. I mean, again, it's not weird. Everyone listens to true crime podcasts, I guess. But I mean, I thought he recognized certain channels, or maybe I just heard that. I don't know if it's true or not. I've never heard him say that.
Okay, so I think we should Google sociopath because I think you got a point there, Holly.
Yeah.
I think I think you got a point there.
Let me look it up.
This is the weirdest this is the weirdest of weird.
I'm looking up sociopath and I'll post it. Oh.
Very true.
Well, yeah. I mean, there you go. I mean, we don't even have to Google it. I mean, there you go. Point blank period evidence right there. To the highest. A sociopath is defined by a persistent disregard for others. Woo! Characterized
I think
by
the key word is persistent. Persistent,
Yeah.
right? He's like he's very.
Yeah, that's the key word. Key word is persistent. Disregard for others, characterized by a lack of empathy and remorse, manipulation, impulsivity, and deceit. Well, there you go. I mean, there's the evidence.
Bingo was his name.
And bingo was his name.
Right. Jules.
Wow.
I had to put a dog reference in there.
That's perfect, you know? I mean, because it's spot on. And that's when you look at like characteristics of a narcissist,
Yeah, you're
that's
right.
Chris as well, right? They're just right on target.
Robini, when are you going to come up on panel?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're right. I mean, y'all, come on, come up here.
Raw Beanie's smart as hell. I'll tell you that. She is. She's sharp as a tack. She is.
Hmm. And if you're not subbed up to Lady Freedom and Jules, please do, and vice versa. Y'all sub up. You know,
Yes, please.
we this is not going to be our last
Yeah, next
live.
time I'll be able to stream to my audience. I have to, since I updated my MacBook software and updated my Google Chrome, I have to restart my computer, but next time I'll be able to stream to my audience too. And
Okay,
even though there's
good.
a lot of dog people, but still it'd be nice to still get it out there regardless. So yeah.
I mean,
Great. Yeah.
more dog people would be a good thing because,
Mm-hmm.
this is what we
Dog people
do.
have
And if
hearts.
you guys want to listen about the case, like if you really want to hear about Sebastian's case, this is where you want to be, because you don't want to be in these newer chats where they don't know anything and they've never followed any of the interviews or anything. Jules has been on boots on the ground. So is Jen. I was shoes on the ground, I'm looking a little bit, right? But I was more filming stuff and things like that, and taking in information. But really, I mean, and then Jen does the mapping, and she has mapped Sebastian from the beginning. So if you guys want real information, if you guys want to be over here to speculate on what could have happened and really figure out what happened to Sebastian, this is what we're trying to do, in my opinion. I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Bullhorn Betty, she's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
She does. She has a lot going on, and I was glad that, she was able to join us for a few minutes, and she's
I
got
got
her
to hang
own
out. Yeah, I got to hang
content.
out with
She
Betty.
has
I
her
got to
own
hang out with Betty.
content.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing all kinds of kids cases, and
Yeah,
she has
we got
her
to
own
hang
content.
out.
So
She
glad that
can't.
she was able to come in and say hi to us.
Yes, and
Um,
she came to
Yeah.
PA.
Well, and there's
I got to
other
see
good
her.
creators. I mean, everybody that's putting out information is pretty good, but it's just, when we get a new one in there in the mix, it's like they're not going from the very beginning. Because I mean, honestly, I took on a case at the 5 month mark, and I was drinking from the fire hose, so to speak, like just constantly taking in information. And so it's a lot to catch up on if they're getting into it at this point in the game.
yeah. And I mean, Bullhorn Betty, you can say what you want to about her. I mean, I'm 5'2" and she's shorter than me.
Yep, she's shorter than me too. Hey, we're the same height, Jen. I'm
She's
5'2"
not a
also.
threat. She's not a threat. She just, she speaks her opinion loudly.
She's very
And she does
smart
it
too.
loudly because she's deaf in one ear. She is,
Yeah,
she's a good advocate, and the fact that she
she's
does
very
advocate
smart.
so hard, she goes hard. We saw her in the Leilani's Simon case, and she was hard. She went hard and with that bullhorn out in front of Quentin's
Oh
case.
yeah.
So can
Yeah, she's
someone
got a
explain
good
the
heart, guys.
involvement?
She does.
Yeah, she's a hard worker. That's
She's
one
yeah.
thing. Betty is hard working. That's one thing you can say great about her. I mean, is we all have our certain niche, something that we bring to the table.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's productive and, as long as it's productive, that's what I like to see. Be productive about it. Don't just, if you're just creating drama
Mm-hmm.
and you're grifting off of somebody else's channel and that's all you want to do is just talk shit about somebody else's channel, what are you doing? What are you really doing here? You
Yeah.
know? Oh
Betty
my
and
goodness.
I had very real conversations in person when she was here in Pennsylvania. Like we talked about a lot of stuff. Like Betty's actually got a heart, and she's actually like she's different than people think her to be online. She's got a heart. She's a very good person. Like I said, I actually hung out with her in person when she was here. And Mr. E's here. Sorry.
Mr. E, come up on the panel with us.
Yes, please.
If
Hello,
you're not
Mr.
busy, I
E.
mean,
And
oh my
Mrs.
Or
E
God.
and Aunt E.
yeah,
Yeah,
whichever E it
Hey,
is.
little E.
Come up.
Mr. E.
I like how it's transitioned. I transitioned from
Aw,
like
I know.
to Mr. E.
Yeah, Mr. E.
It's
We
like
love
Aw,
you.
Team Maui.
Praying for middle E for sure. For
Yeah.
sure.
Orange hearts, guys. Orange
goodness.
hearts.
I mean,
It's-
hey,
oh
she
my
was
god, that was
she is
funny.
definitely the one that's gonna take one for the team. Bless her heart. I was in tears when she got in that cop car. I don't mind telling you.
No.
I don't mind telling you because you just it's when you see things go real life like that, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's just it's crazy. It's crazy. It was really crazy for a long time and hopefully, some of this stuff will just chill out, It was crazy. Crazy, crazy. People forget Sebastian went missing the same day as Maddie Soto.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
nuts.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true, Sammy. Yep. That's very true. Yep. Very true. She is a badass. I mean, we can say a lot. We can say a lot about the things that we love and that we don't like about Betty, but at the end of the day, if you have a missing child, I think you might want her on your side.
Mhm.
I think you might want her on your side. I
Mhm.
understand, Mr. E, but thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for coming in and showing some love.
Yes. Prayers for middle E.
Yeah, prayers for middle E. Prayers for all your kids. Prayers for your family. I mean, going through, you know, Lady Freedom and I talked a little bit about that, and I won't stay on this subject, but it's a very, it's a very hard subject for me to talk about. So I'm
Mhm.
not going to talk about it because I don't want to cry. But it's a nightmare to go through the things that his family has been going through for quite some time. It's a nightmare, and there's no handbook for it. You just take every day as a gift, and
Mhm.
it really makes you appreciate life. When your children are sick and you can't do anything for them, it's it's a whole nother nightmare. But we are definitely praying for middle E, and I don't want to cry.
Aw.
It's a nightmare. But we love you guys.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Aw. I like how I was like, remember in Finding Nemo where the kids were like, Mr. Ray? I feel like that's what I was like when Mr. E came in. Like I was like,
I
Mr.
know.
E.
I know it. It's like Mr. E, we love
Yes.
you. And Mrs. E, I mean, she is so sweet. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
okay. It's okay, Mr. E. We love you.
Aunt
We
E always
appreciate you.
makes me laugh. Oh my gosh, you guys. I just sit there and giggle at Aunt E. She just makes me laugh all the time.
She's a good one. They're good people. Good people. And that's what you want on your side. That's what I would want on my side. I don't, that's just the whole thing
Yes, we
about this
want
case
people
is
to be analytical, smart, I mean, just the way that the E's are, collectively as a group. And then, you have the whole package there. So,
yeah. 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 I lost I'm not even gonna talk about it. His
Aw.
birthday, Josh's birthday is November 19th, so I'll be talking about it that day for sure.
Aw.
But, Mr. E, what can we do for y'all? Can we send DoorDash cards? What do you guys need? Is there
aw,
anything at
girl.
all? Is there any Annie is feisty.
Oh, you're laughing. I
That's
muted
why
my
we
mic.
like
I know
her.
she's
That's
the
why we
best,
like
right?
her. That's why we like her. But yes, Mr. E,
Yes.
what can we do? Is there anything that you guys need? Is there anything that we could do to make your life easier as you're going through this nightmare? Is there anything that we could do? Prayers for our son is all we need. Okay.
Aw.
Aw, great. There's nothing that like middle E likes to play while I'm sure he plays video games. See, I was thinking like old school hospital crossword puzzles or you know what I
Right.
mean? Stuff to do while you're there, but I guess everything's on our phone, right?
Right.
Aw. Thanks,
So to
Yeah.
get
Michelle. Thank you.
to get
Aw.
to that question, I saw at nights about Cajun Navy. Todd Terrell has a past, can be found on Google. I don't
No,
know about. I'm not okay. So
I know Todd personally, and
I'm
it's
just
just
gonna say it here. I personally, on this channel that I'm hosting, Astrology for Mystics with Jen, I don't talk to at night.
mhm,
I don't work with at night. I'm not really paying attention
yeah,
because I'm so busy involved in doing my thing.
yeah,
So as far as at night and nerdy and all of that other stuff, all I know is that there was great information that came out. And I tell you what, Jules,
mhm,
knowing that Christopher's polygraph polygraph was on April 9th, I can't
mhm,
wait to look at that. Because as an astrologer, I'm great with dates. Times
hmm.
and dates. Just give them to me and I'm going to investigate that. So I can't wait
Oh,
to
I can give
see.
you more because
I
there's more
can't
in
wait
that phone
to see that.
call.
Yeah. He is
Oh,
unable to move his right hand and right foot because of the surgery. He can't do a lot right now. Okay. It's just,
Yeah,
that
it's
is,
hard.
that hurts my
it's,
heart.
it is. I mean, it's a nightmare that you can't wake up from. It really is. And you just do. And the other thing, I'm sure that Mr. E can and Mrs. E could vouch for this, but I had a really hard time when Josh was sick. And this was back in the 90s. Okay. So we've come a long way since the 90s, but I had a really hard time with the protocols. The protocols, and we can't do, because I would offer different solutions, things that, other doctors were telling me or whatnot, but they had a protocol. Vanderbilt has a protocol. And the same protocol back then was the same protocol that St. Jude's was going by. So it was very difficult because we had a I don't even want to get into it here, but we did have a bone marrow. We were up he was able to have a bone marrow transplant, and the match was his brother. But his brother had, I think it was what was it, CMV, that virus, and so he wasn't able to be that donor. Anyway, it was a long nightmare. I mean, it just was. And I feel for the E family. Yeah. I feel for the E family. That's all I
Yeah,
can say. When your
me
child is
too.
sick and there's nothing you can do, you feel helpless. It's but you do, every day you just take one day at a time. You just take one day at a time. At Night has given us a lot of video and information we would not have gotten without them. Well, that's
Mhm.
true. That's true. Very good point. Very good point, Crazy Bird.
Yeah, I'm not paying it. I mean, to be honest, I've been busy with stuff in Pennsylvania going on, like with like the missing people up here, because I've been helping with 3 different searches. And speaking of which, I don't know if you guys saw that they found Jesse. They found part of Jesse Farber's remains in Pennsylvania. 2 ATVers
Oh
found
my
them.
gosh, where, Jules? Where?
Where?
I don't know. It was 2 ATV guys found him off a trail, but I was told that area was thoroughly searched before, which just makes it weird. I'm just like, well, that's interesting, but they found part of his remains. It's all over the news. But yeah, I've known for a bit that they were his, but I was waiting for the family, Rachel, to come out and publicly say it, and she gave a statement. So she did a statement on the Facebook page that Jesse was found officially, and that was really sad. So
Oh my
yeah,
gosh, I need a text. Yeah, oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't hear that, Jules. Oh,
yeah, she's a really good person.
yes, she
It's
is.
really I met a great search group from through these people. They're amazing people, Rachel and the entire search group family. But yeah, it was really, really sad they found him. But again, I was told this area was searched heavily before, so it just makes you wonder. These ATVers just found him, and just like, well, that's interesting. So right now, we're doing recovery efforts. I wasn't able to be there this weekend, but this week I know we're doing more searches to bring the rest of them home. So, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm, because I know that I had talked about different search areas.
Hmm.
Was it not in the original search area, or was it the second search area? Do you know?
It wasn't. It was different from where we were a few weeks ago. We were searching. I know that much. Based on new information, but I do know that Stephen Crabtree did give good cellular data information that they never had access to before, which was nice of him to do. But
Fantastic.
yeah, that was. I know he helped her out a lot with that, and that gave her some hope once he was able to get that stuff for her. So, but
Good.
yeah, I don't want to drill too much in Sebastian, but I just thought I'd put that out there for those. I mean, like I said, I wasn't there this weekend when they're out there looking for the rest of him. I'm gonna hopefully be out there this weekend helping her. So, it's just been a little busy with work, but
Good.
yeah, they did find him finally after 10 years. So,
Yes, I did, girl mom. I did. I did. I did.
oh,
1 second.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. They've had the E family isn't new to this nightmare.
Oh wow. Oh,
And for all of
that's
us,
wonderful.
in the chat who have lost children or who are going through this nightmare, I love you guys.
Aw, I love you, Jen.
yeah, we love you, Jen.
So
And
sorry.
Susan, you too. I'm so sorry. She said she lost her 17-year-old to brain cancer. I'm so sorry for you, Jen
Yeah.
and Susan, both of you.
Trishy did too. I mean, we I don't think that people realize
Yes,
just how
Trishy's been a huge support. Yeah. Oh
Mhm.
yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think people really realize, childhood leukemia, cancer, it goes and hides. You think it's gone.
Oh,
And,
Jen.
Mr. and Mrs. E are doing things. I'm so glad to have talked to them, to have met them, and to know that they are doing they are doing other things as well.
Mhm.
They
Yeah.
are they are doing other things, not just the protocols. They are consulting with other professionals.
Good.
And, that's a good thing because sometimes, these protocols, they limit us. They limit, because nobody is this, no one person's body is the same.
Nope.
But,
Right.
yeah, I love to all you mamas and daddies and, all
Especially
the
there's little
family that, has
they're
to
just
go
little.
through this.
Yeah.
Well, you girls are both fantastic. Everyone chat's amazing too. Mr. and Mrs. E, just like, you're right, Jen. Not everything works for every single person. So it's good they're doing other stuff besides typical protocol stuff because that can make a difference, New discoveries happen every day.
Yes.
So,
Research is everything, right? I mean, oh my goodness.
It's heartbreaking. It's
Sorry,
heartbreaking.
Liberty.
It's
Aw, so sorry.
heartbreaking. It's
That's what I was
heartbreaking.
telling Jen too. Jen, I was saying, my mom passed away from cancer in 2006. And I said, it's just so different though, with Aaliyah, because she's a baby, or when it's a kid or when it's your kid and you're the mom. I mean, it's a different situation altogether.
Yeah. Yeah, and we just never know. And see, that's what I'm talking about. They're doing alternative treatments. My son,
Yeah.
he didn't have leukemia, but he was in the hospital for a week. He turned 18 and all of a sudden he's in the hospital and of course I'm freaking out thinking, okay, this is all over again. Something's happening. They're going to tell me he's got cancer. Oh my God, this is happening all over again. A week
Yeah.
goes by and they're having a hard time figuring out what's going on with him. And then my son being 18 and not a dummy either, he sits in the hospital and he researches and he figures out a treatment plan for him. And it worked.
Wow.
It
Wow.
worked. It
yeah.
worked. Whatever was going on with him, it worked. He fasted. He didn't eat for 7 days. I mean, it was crazy. It was
Oh my
crazy, but
God. Oh my God. Wow.
So I think that sometimes we know our bodies, and yes, Little Red, we're multi-streaming. Ms. E had cancer 10 years ago. Yes, she
Oh my
did. I
god,
remember that. Annie
that's
had
hard.
breast cancer. Their mom, Granny, had colon cancer, a lot of cancer. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And it does. It'll, Josh's sister, Jessica, she got breast cancer. So it does, yeah. Fasting seems to be a great healer.
Yeah, there was just a Brazilian jiu-jitsu competition up here called Tap Cancer Out, and Jim of one of the law enforcement officers I work with, they raised over $10,000 in donations, which is really freaking awesome. So yeah, they just did that. That was cool. Tap Cancer Out is what it was called. It was really cool. I'm like, well, that's cool because Brazilian jiu-jitsu, because I just started doing it not that long ago. I actually love it. It's actually been life-changing for me. But Mr. E, I'll tell you a joke to make you laugh because you talk about taking pills. So the worst thing for me to ever have to do with Gator, because he's a narcotics dog, is if he has to go to the vet and I have to give him a little bit of ACE or something, or trazodone to get him to calm down a bit. Oh my God, pilling a narcotics canine, let me tell you. So a kid asked me that, like, how do you give him sleepy drugs or sleepy pills? I'm just like, well, I literally have to open his mouth and take the pill, and literally it's called pilling the dog. I have to I have to put the pill in a pill shooter or physically make it. Oh my God, it's the worst. Otherwise, he's Gordon Ramsay. He'll eat the pill pocket and spit the pill out. And I'm just like, dude, come on. So just visualize me trying to chase Gator through the house. Be like, Gator, come here, and just trying to get this dog to take his trazodone so he can calm down for the vet. And he literally runs away from me. It's the only time he runs away is because he's just like, nope, I know what's coming. You're going to put that in my throat. I'm just like, dude, come here. But just visualize it in your brain for a second. It's actually really funny. Like me with my wet hair running around my house trying to catch this dog to be like, come here a second. Let me give you your medication. But yeah.
That's great, Jules.
Gordon Ramsay all of a sudden when it comes time to pill a dog. I'm just like, oh my God, of course. He will literally eat the pill pocket and spit out the pill. I'm just like, you little demon, but I love you. But yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. E. Oh, that's smiley faces.
That's smart. That's smart though, Jules. You're like, okay, how do I get this done?
I have to pill him, otherwise he runs away from me. So that was another thing that I still to this day, I told Seth, I'm just like, I said that if Sebastian's found and whatnot, and he's come, and I was respectfully, we bring him home, he's going to spend time with his family. I said I'd bring Marley, my explosives canine, down to hang out one day with Sebastian because Sebastian loves animals, and Marley's the perfect, she's so good with kids, especially kids with autism, and Sebastian was high function, but even nonverbal, she's so good with them. A lot of nonverbal, because my mom's a special education teacher, a lot of nonverbal kids are afraid of dogs, and Marley's so good. She'll lay down on the ground, she understands, and she'll kind of roll over and show her belly and wag her tail while she's showing her belly and put her paws up, just I just want to be your bestie. And I always get I cry when these kids will reach out and pet her, even if it's really fast. It's it's a step towards them being reaching out literally. But yeah, I said I'd bring Marley back down there. I still have a Baby Yoda Funko Pop for him in my house. So yeah,
Baby Yoda is so cute. So cute.
Yeah.
Just when you thought that, Yoda couldn't get any cuter, there's Baby Yoda.
I don't know Guru or whatever its name was. I just know it as Baby Yoda. I don't know the Star Wars
Grogu, yes, that's what I had to look it up. I was I thought I was up and up on Star Wars. Apparently not.
I was like, who the heck is that? But
I did too. I was like, who's Grogu and what character? Because I looked up Naruto, is why I was like, is this another anime character? And then it brought me to Baby Yoda, and I said, oh, okay.
Yeah. And someone did mention about the Cajun Navy coming back in. I did see that post. I mean, I'll admit, like I said earlier, I'm kind of doing my own thing with Pennsylvania cases. And whenever they say, hey, here's the court date for this, then I'll be like, okay, I'm there. And I still keep up with Sebastian, through the channels. But I mean, I don't know much about, I don't work for them either. I'm just in this thing with them. But yeah, someone asked that question earlier about if they are working with Cajun Navy, that's great. I mean, it's an additional asset to come back and find Sebastian, So that's all I care about. I mean, if I were Seth, I'd be like, Seth in the beginning was even I don't care who comes. I just want to find my son. So, I mean,
Well, I think that there's other things that we can also do, just
mhm.
like Mr. E is looking into alternative,
Yep.
treatments. If we take Sebastian's case and think of it that way,
Mhm.
we can also, no matter what state you're in, no matter what country you're in, wink, wink, little Miss Sharon, no matter where you're at in the world, you
Jen.
can take flyers to your local Dollar General and you can post them. You can talk to
Yep.
people at homeless camps because that was one thing that Seth said that, he really wants to, get people involved and go into different homeless camps around the areas because we
Yeah.
just don't know. We may have in our mind of a theory, but what if? What
Mhm.
if you go to a homeless camp and you're talking to people and they say, "I've seen him. I know
Exactly.
him."
Yes, yes.
And not all
You
homeless people have this like thing about homeless. They're like, oh, they're this. I'm like, not. They're not all like that. I mean, it's not like that all the time. So, I
How would
mean,
he have gotten there? I don't know.
yeah,
I
I
don't
know. I
know. I
know.
don't,
I know. But yeah.
I think that the key is that house and Katie. I think
Mhm.
that is the key, but she doesn't appear. They don't appear to be, I mean, like none of them. That side over there. None of them appear to have some type of um worry, concern.
Yeah. And to me, that's
Like,
odd.
like, where is he? Oh my God, I've got to find him. There's no urgency. It's like, oh, he's missing. Okay, well, let's go to Disney World. Let's do this. Let's go that. Let's go here. Let's go there. We're making jokes. We're doing this. We're doing that. We're, you know, making yep,
Right.
making a Cooterville thing. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
I know,
And
who has time to do it, right, Jen? I agree with that
Right.
wholeheartedly. I'm like, "What?"
yeah, by Jen saying that, she's not saying, don't like, go on with, don't do things, don't like hold up your entire life for thing, like don't, for people who have been like, oh, well, you're saying they can't do this. No, it's not what Jen's saying. What Jen's saying is like, I mean, there's a certain demeanor. Like Cherry Man's mom for 40 years been looking for Cherry, and she's still every single day. Yeah, she still works, she still kind of travels, but she never stops talking about her daughter. You know what I mean? So that's like 40 years. That's like
Right.
genuine sadness. Um, but yeah, so I know people are gonna be like, "Oh, well, you're saying that they can't do this." No, it's not what Jen's saying. What Jen's saying is there's like a demeanor. Like, I mean, she's not saying no, you can't do this, you can't do that. But there's just again, Cherry's mom, she travels, but she still talks about her daughter. She still like writes about her, still posts about her, still like she's not running around from Facebook groups saying like making jokes about that, like you know what I mean. So it's entirely different demeanor. I feel like so.
Right. Yeah, it
I'm a
it's
little
it is a different
confused.
demeanor.
Yeah, it is. Liberty says, I cannot remember who it was who did a live, but they had spoke of this house on Honeysuckle and they were talking about the private lake where DG lives. So DG, if that's Danny Guy,
Mm-hmm.
he lives
Yep.
in Gallatin.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know where he lives in Gallatin. So that's not on Honeysuckle. Honeysuckle is right there by his house in Hendersonville.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Danny owns a fat house. He's a builder,
Mm-hmm.
$1 million home builder. So he's in our if we were talking about Cece, I don't know about I don't know about his anybody that he would know that lives on Honeysuckle. Now, I do know that somebody that he knows lives right off of where we were at Lady Freedom. He has a friend that lives off of Stop 30.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I looked up second generation homes and they have, I mean, they really build some beautiful homes. They do. I checked into
Yeah.
that
I mean,
too.
I
Um,
like I said, if I remember correctly, this was, a long time ago, but I did the parade of homes as a realtor out there. I did a parade of homes at Fairview Plantation. We're talking about multi-million dollar homes on the lake,
Hmm.
and they were fat homes. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was in his house, but I may not have been. But he had a parade of homes as well. Yeah,
oh, nice. Yeah, those
he's a
are,
big builder, but
yeah.
so is Bryant Guy. Kathy, she's also in the home business. She's got she's a realtor with Remax, and then she's got a financing company. Oh, girl, mom, I've definitely heard of Joe Clyde Daniels and talked to the investigators on his case. Actually, still talk to the captain. Well, he's retired now, but I still talk to Starkey. I still talk to him. I love him. He's great. He's great.
Wasn't the father guilty in that case?
Yeah, the mom and dad. They're
Yeah,
all
I thought
guilty
so. Yeah.
but they've never found him. They never found him. And they would have to,
Jay
you
Reed
know,
was asking. Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. Go ahead. Go ahead. I have a question
it's
though.
okay. It's just like, it's the same thing. It's like protocols. Once a case gets so far in advance, then we have you know, they're
Mhm.
not wanting to spend resources.
Well, isn't that the one that the Innocence Project was possibly taking on? I don't know if that's true or not. I heard that he was trying to get the Innocence Project to help him because his appeal kept being denied. So,
I don't think so.
I did hear that.
It's out of Dixon. So Dixon, Tennessee, Dixon
let me
and
see.
Dixon County, Dixon, Joe Clyde Daniels, he was allegedly abused.
Mm-hmm.
And then his dad went back and forth to Love's truck stop.
Yep. And his mom, Joe Clyde's mother, didn't she plead guilty to child abuse or something like that too? Or I think she did. I have to go back and look. It's been a while.
There was a whole trial. There was a whole
Mhm.
trial on that case. And
Yeah.
yeah, a dog did track to the pond. They drained, I want to say they drained.
Hmm. Again, I mean, if a car was
They
parked
drained,
next to
yeah,
mine,
he confessed, but then he recanted that confession.
that's oh,
Then he tried to pull it back.
Oh yeah.
it's not a yo-yo. It's a
Yep.
court trial, you know. So it's just like I don't know. People are weird.
I know it's frustrating.
Yeah,
And Gail,
they
I don't
drained
think that at
they
night.
drained a bunch of
I don't
ponds
think
for
at night is going to
baby
do
Joe.
boots on the ground at any point. I really don't. That's just my opinion. And then J. Ree Cree says, has law enforcement ruled out that he ran away? What do you guys think about that? I thought that was a really good question to talk about. Like, I mean, they haven't said they ruled him out running away yet, to the best of my knowledge, but I mean, they also said that there's no evidence that he left the house.
Yeah. Sorry, I was referring to Mr. E. That's correct, Mr. E. Mrs. E, whichever's there. I don't know. I don't think law enforcement's officially ruled anything out. I know the FBI poster, didn't they say kidnapped or didn't the FBI categorize him as something else? I mean, that's the FBI saying that, but I don't think Sumner County's ruled out anything just yet. Yeah.
Yep, that's
I don't
right.
think
And,
so. Yeah.
this little boy, it's heartbreaking. The
Oh.
like I said, I went and talked to the investigators on the case before Starkey retired, and the new captain, well, she was taking over, Starkey's position, but
Yes, water can amplify a scent, girl mom.
she had given me she literally gave me her birth time to put into the map. And I mean, I worked with another girl on that case, and
Mm,
I guess that would probably be a whole live in and of itself. And I just hope that one day, just like with Summer, her brothers, Joe Clyde Daniels' brother, are going to hopefully release where they think that their sibling could be. Hopefully.
Yes.
That little
Yeah,
boy,
absolutely.
we called him Baby Joe. I mean, it was, look, Lady Freedom, Dixon is like not even, it's like 45 minutes from here, from me.
I do remember going through Dixon, I think, when I came in.
Yeah, you were coming in through Dixon. And so we've
Yeah.
got, Baby Joe went missing from Dixon, but we also have Martha Leanne Green. Now, I'm very, I've got places that I think that we could find her, but Jules, after so many years,
Hmm.
you know, after so many years, if someone was buried, let's say 30 years,
Hmm.
is that going to be difficult to?
For a cadaver dog, no, because again, Cherry's been missing for 40 years, and we think we know where she's at. But they have cadaver dogs looking for Civil War remains. You know, that's why it's important for canines to have that historical graves training, which is what R has been through, to do that, to look for smaller fragmented parts of the human body as opposed to just, you know, like the larger organs and bones, which is what cadaver dogs, you know, but so it's a bit different. But no, they have dogs looking for Civil War veterans right now, so 30 years is nothing. Now for a scent trail, obviously they can't track somebody that way, but a cadaver dog, absolutely they can still find somebody that way, so a cadaver dog could still find him
Yeah,
or
because
her.
so that's the problem is that no, you know, they don't want to spend the local law enforcement doesn't want to spend the resources on it. But if I
Mhm.
could get, you know, if I could get, well, you know, and the other thing too, he did, even though Starkey's retired, he did reach out to the Find Me group,
Mhm.
and I've told him where I think that she is.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how I could arrange, arrange that. But she
And
is very I mean, I've worked on her map for a long time. I'm talking about years,
mhm.
years, and
And
I think I know where she's at.
she's in Tennessee.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not far from where where she was abducted.
We'll have to talk offline, and maybe I'll see what I can do because I have to. I'm actually going to be passing through Tennessee in like probably a month or so to go down there because I'm scouting ahead for the Hold the Line Canine Conference in Myrtle Beach. But we'll talk offline about that and see what I can do. Maybe with Ara because she's my cadaver dog. So yeah.
Yeah, because I really believe, and yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, there may be more than one person there too.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that I think that if given the opportunity, we could probably find her with and she's Martha Leanne Green. She was abducted off the side of the road. The car went. I mean, it was the day before prom.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
sad.
Yeah,
I'll
she was 17, right before she was graduating. She was abducted.
Six Skylar niece. She was 16 when she went missing. Now she's forever 16. I just want to answer Krista's question real quick, if that's okay. She said, if a dog could hit on my
Oh yeah, go ahead.
new hairs and remains and dry body fluids, what can you pick up to test if you don't see anything, Jules? Um, I guess I'm trying to figure out what this question is. If a dog could hit on my new hairs and remains and dry body fluids, what can you pick up to test if you don't? Well, if a dog's picking up on your hairs and your, you know, remains, there's something there to be tested. But you got to remember, when a body is buried, it's called VOC, which is volatile organic compounds. Your body's going to break down amongst that soil and whatnot. So there's always going to be something there for the dogs to test. Keep in mind that dog that found that person in Connecticut, they found the cadaver dog indicated, it was an HRDD dog, a human range detection dog, detected a fingernail and a couple skin cells and then nail polish. And that was all that the dog hit on. Like, you gotta think about how small that is. So when your body breaks down in the soil, those
Wow.
VOC, the volatile organic compounds, your body's breaking down in the soil. So even if you don't see something, when the soil samples are collected and sent off to a lab, it doesn't mean something's not there, you know? So you gotta keep in mind how good these dogs can actually smell.
Well, Jules, I was listening to a 48 Hours episode on the way home, and they were talking about how, and I want to say it was a case out of Connecticut too, oddly enough. But they were saying it's harder, for the dogs because, as when it's just like skeletal remains, they don't have as strong of a scent, right? Because what they're, searching for is that, decomposition smell. But what do you think about that? Because that just reminded me, because I was listening on the way home to that.
Can you say that again? Because you cut out for a second. Like, I heard a lot of background noise for a second. Can you say it again? Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So basically, I was watching a 48 Hours episode, and they were talking about how the cadaver dogs can find, skeletal remains, but it's harder because they're searching for that decomp smell. because the skull fragments and things like that don't really hold a scent. Is that true, or what do you think about that?
Well, again, they're tracking, yes, the decomp, but it's also the volatile organic compounds, like I just mentioned. So the decomp still exists because the body's physically constantly breaking down and constantly releasing an off gas, you know? So even if like
Oh,
there's not active decomp, like, like picture, like I always hate comparing cadaver stuff to food, but it's the best comparison I can use for like a visual. So let's say you're cooking, burgers on the grill and the smoke's coming up, the steam's coming up. And, that odor is obviously very present because it's fresh, it's right there. Now, when you're thinking of like burying a body, obviously it's breaking down. There's odors lifting up in the air. And then once the more the body breaks down, the more it gets mixed in with the soil and the VOCs are more present. That's why there was a test that
yeah,
was,
okay.
yeah, there was a test that was done recently. I have to get I did it in my live when I was on Jack and Lily. It was talking about like, what if someone buries a body and then like they say, oh crap, the cops are on us, we got to move it. And let's say the body's been in the spot for like 4 days and they unbury the body and then move it to a different spot. There was like a study done through one of the anthropology schools. Can't remember which one it was. I think it was somewhere out it might have been one in Tennessee. I don't remember. But they said that a cadaver dog can still detect if a body was moved from the original location up to like 300 days from when the body was moved. So, I mean, I don't think it's in my live with Jack and Lily. I talk about it. I actually cite the book source, or people think I'm just making numbers up. I actually cited like the source in the book and where it came from. So, yeah, I mean, someone said like the dog indicated on a tree. So there's two reasons why that could happen. One, if it's an untrained cadaver dog or a dog that's not very experienced, stuff with moss and roots and all that stuff can cause a dog to have a false alert if they're not used to the human body breaking down amongst the soil and the VOCs. That's why you have to train with like, a police department if you want to certify your cadaver dog, because they have access to actual, I hate saying that, but people do donate their body to science. They have access to actual
Cadaver
training
farms, right?
I'll say that just training aids is what I'll say. But yes, cadaver farms.
The only reason I know that is because I know someone who's worked, like in the embalming field and at funeral homes. So she loved to talk about everything and, shared a lot of information, which I love. So, and then I'd have questions. So that's the only reason I know what that is, by the way, guys.
But
I don't
yeah,
have a cadaver farm.
well, like I said, a cadaver dog can that like a very like a dog that's not used to that they could trigger a false alert for I forget. There's someone explained to me once before, but I mean that's never happened to me personally. But I know a German Shepherd right now. His name is Jack. He did that when he was testing his first certification. He falsely alerted on something, and then he went back, retrained, and recert, and he passed the next year. So that there is something in that breakdown that can trigger a false alert to an untrained dog, which is why with Ara, like, I mean, it was like the requirement was she had to train 1,000 hours before I even took her to a certification test. Like, it's kind of like when you go for your driver's test, for your permit, you need so many hours behind the wheel, and you go to your, like, I had to do 1,000 hours with her before I took her to certify. 1,000 trainable, recordable hours, which meant like I went to like a police department or I went to like a college or like, like I recorded proof that I actually did training aids with her to show that she was doing it, because they take this stuff very seriously. So yeah, there's that.
So I'm going
No,
to
that's
address
valuable.
Gail's. I'm going to address Gail's comment. She said that
Yeah.
makes her mad about at night having no action. And they also said they were going to release bowling footage, then didn't. And the reason why I think, in my opinion, that they did not release bowling footage like they thought that they were going to is because that footage was so bad. You couldn't really see anything. That's why. The footage was bad.
Yeah. And real quick, Women's Warrior said no, the body under a tree because it'd been there for 6 years. No, I wasn't saying that. I didn't get to finish like my original statement. So someone mentioned about the dog hitting on a root, and I was going to say that could happen for two reasons. One, because of the false alert, or two, there was actually something there. So sorry, Women's Warrior, I didn't get to finish my thought before I went on a tangent about soil. But yeah, I don't know anything about the bowling alley footage, but I mean, It also could be because maybe they had it and maybe someone from law enforcement, and I'm not speaking for them because I don't know, if someone from law enforcement could reach out and said, hey, I wouldn't release that because this is an active investigation. I mean, it could have been, or like Jen said, the footage could have been bad. So, I mean, it could be
I agree with both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The footage
Yeah,
was
I mean, like,
not,
either could be true or both.
so they were only there for 10 minutes,
Yeah. That's
you
fast. What
know?
the heck?
Well, I mean, he wanted a bowl. So that I found out that that was the reason why his Chiron was in
Mhm.
transit that morning for sure, is because he was excited about going bowling. He didn't get to bowl that day because there was a tournament.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the
Right.
footage there, yeah, they played some games for a few and then they jetted.
Yeah. Okay, that makes
That's the
sense then.
story. That's the story, and their cameras just aren't good.
So he didn't actually bowl. He went there, they played the games, and then he left. So he didn't actually like trade in bowling shoes and like, cause like I thought for a while,
Exactly.
okay, yeah, okay. So,
Uh,
hey, bowling alleys have great arcade games. I'll just put that out there.
I mean,
Well,
I
this
haven't
one's
been bowling in
huge,
a
right,
long
Jen?
time. I mean,
It's
he
not
was
like an indoor
so
amusement park thing. Yeah.
as an autistic kid who was excited to go bowling and wasn't able to bowl because when they got there, there was a tournament playing. That's why his Chiron was making contact that day. So Chiron was in Aries at a 1701. Sebastian's Chiron is a 1701. It's the same degree. I'll bet his is in Aquarius in the third house of communications about groups, being around groups, doing that with other people, having fun, you know. One of the videos that I watched earlier today was Seth and talking about Sebastian, and he was, saying, well, look, if you want him to be sleepy at night, wear him out, right? So that's something that I would tell my daughter the same thing. Wear her ass out, take her to the park, take her here, take her there. She's got energy. Kids
Right.
have energy. Sebastian has energy. He's ready to go, ready to groove. And I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sure he's like his dad and can dance. I don't know if Katie can dance, but Seth can.
Yeah.
I'm just
Liberty,
saying. I'm just
Lib-
saying.
Liberty said the guy who owns that place is a friend of CP. The bowling alley.
Yeah, I
The
don't know
guy.
about all that. I would have to have proof. I don't know
Well,
about
I
all
mean, they
that.
said they had it.
Well, I
I
mean,
was waiting. I just wanted to know, like, if they only
Yeah.
stayed for what was said was they only stayed for 10 minutes. So if
right.
they only stayed for 10 minutes, why wouldn't they just tell us what time they left? Because then that'll put like either a whole, I mean, because obviously if you're planning on going to a bowling alley and then getting dinner, and those plans fall through and you only stay for 10 minutes, then where did she go after that? Because she didn't arrive at the Texas Roadhouse until later, right, in the evening, not in the
Yeah.
afternoon, so what happened there? That's where I'm curious. I don't really necessarily even need to see the footage, honestly. I mean, whatever. If they put it out, they put it out. But I just want to know. I just want to know exactly when they arrived and left. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
again, like you guys were saying, if well, it is an active and ongoing investigation. So I doubt that they want that out, especially with the
Yeah.
Texas footage. Everybody was like, "Wow," I mean, because we saw, you know, Katie shoving the menu over. No, you can't play the game. No, you can't have another roll. And by the way, I'm gonna point in your face. And then Sebastian was like defeated and
Yeah.
sunken
And
back.
if there's other people on the camera footage too, they probably don't want their face out there. There's probably that to consider too. Random people don't want their faces online also.
Yeah,
That could have been another thing.
that's true. That's true. I know, and that's what's going to take me a while with my editing is I have to edit out like license plates, because I mean I just put my phone on the dash and recorded for some of it. So
Yeah,
Oh,
that's why I was thinking about that. I'm just like, people
well,
on
and Carrie
camera.
Jackson was well. I mean, and I get that, completely because I mean,
Mhm. Sorry, I'm echoing.
obviously, you know, we know that we're on camera, but it's not like when you put somebody out into the YouTube verse, it's a little bit different. We kind of know that,
Right.
Um,
Yeah, that's what I meant
you
more
know.
than anything. It's just like I like when I go to the store, I'm just like, when you self check out and you're just like, oh look, I'm on the camera. Like I know it's there, but if that winds up on YouTube, even though I've done anything wrong, I'm still gonna be like, no, like please don't.
Well, and people are weird. They'll like go looking for and searching for these people, and so
Yeah, right.
you
It's
know,
like no, leave me
yeah.
alone.
Let's find out everything about them and post it everywhere, or whatever. Carrie Jackson has a good question. Was it normal for them to go bowling or to the Texas Roadhouse or was this her making an appearance for an alibi? My opinion there is that yes, they go bowling often. Sebastian loves to bowl, from what I've heard from both parents. So it's kind of corroborated in certain terms. But then also Texas Roadhouse, they were there before, they had been there before. But I do think that the reason why they had that full day was kind of to be like seen out in public. But that's just my opinion. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know, and that's one of Jeff's main questions. Is why was this such a big day? Is this the way that their life is? Is this just the way that this weekend was to portray a certain type of? We just don't know, right? We don't know. I don't think that question has been answered. But
Mhm.
I wanted to show this. That's why I've got it up on the screen. Because when an autistic child, because, Sebastian was high functioning,
Yeah.
he liked to do certain things. He loved to dance. We did see, those videos, and I just keep thinking about him. He would be so much fun.
Hmm.
He would be, he would be dancing.
Oh
But he
yeah.
probably, he was excited. He wanted to bowl. He didn't get to bowl. So I think about my kid, they would be so upset. They would be so, like, down and out, but would they go to the dramatic place with their emotions that Sebastian would go? I don't really know, but I can Google it, right?
Hmm.
So it says when an autistic child plans change and they can't proceed, it's very important to stay calm, use simple language, prepare them for the change, help
Right.
them regulate their emotions through strategies like deep breathing. I mean, can you imagine Katie saying all this? I know, but maybe she would. We don't know. But there is certain things that if they were to get so excited about like this with Sebastian, I think that he would be really, really upset.
Yeah.
And is that why she was mad at him when they went to eat? I don't know. Like, did she appear mad to y'all or did she appear, I don't
Yeah.
know.
I couldn't really see her face. If I could see her face better, I'd be, but
Yeah.
it was like the angle and stuff like that. So like the kid, I mean, it's nice the footage exists, but it's kind of hard for me to see full transparency. It's just hard for me to read their language in that footage. I wish I had like a body language expert. I could just be like, "Can you tell me something?" But even still, I think that might be like it's
Right.
kind of hard
Yeah.
to tell because
Yeah.
it's like blurry. So
Yeah. What do you think, Lady Freedom?
Well, I just think based on because I agree with Jules. It is the camera placement is on Sebastian, so you can see like Katie's profile, but you can see her like pointing.
yeah.
She's asking him why it appears like because she's putting palm up and like in the air, like why, with one hand, but then she goes back to pointing at him. I think the biggest tell for me is that you see Sebastian sink down in the chair, or excuse me, in the booth, and then he starts picking at his nails and then he starts biting his nails. And to me,
Mhm.
just seeing him change from kind of a kid that does look like he's overstimulated, in my opinion, just looking at him and focusing on Sebastian, he does look like, especially because when he comes in, he's got his fingers in his ears. There's speakers all over the outside of the Texas Roadhouse, and it's very loud. but once you get into the Texas Roadhouse, it's even, more loud. So I do think that he was overstimulated, but then I also think there was a conversation. And then also Katie's body language to me was dismissive, and she ignored Sebastian for a long period of time. She took two rolls, and then he went to go grab one. She didn't let him. And that's her prerogative. That's her child. Again, I mean, there's reasons why parents don't let kids, whatever. But in the same way, I mean, that made me sad to see that, because I don't know. Because we know now he's missing. Maybe I wouldn't look at it like that before. And Kiki's right. When we were at the Texas Roadhouse, we kind of flung the menus, and then I told them to throw them back at me because I was sitting closest to the menus so I can put them back up. But but it is. It's like it's something that people really noticed, and I think that may be why Katie didn't want it out.
Yeah, lots of thoughts, lots of questions, for that day. And that is, one thing that Peter Hyatt was saying in his interview with Seth is there's so many things, there's answers. These answers lie with Katie. There's something that she's not coming forth with. That was his professional opinion. She wasn't forthright. So we have to consider, look, as an astrologer, I'm telling you, he wasn't happy. And when I told Seth that, he said, yeah, he wasn't. He was supposed to bowl. So an autistic child with these unexpected changes. So the unexpected changes, y'all, is what I was talking about earlier, a lot earlier, when I was saying that Sebastian has Uranus in that fourth house of Pisces. So there's unexpected changes that come, and they come to him and shock him like, whoa. And he has to deal with that. There was a change. There was a change in his there was another change that took place. It wasn't just the bowling though, because I saw it come with his Uranus, and it hadn't fully come just yet. I think there was something about his behavior. I don't know. I wish that they could see the video. I wish they could see the video from the Strike and Spare.
Yeah. So JRC, J Reese, whatever your name is, you have a lot of insightful things. If you want to come up and tell us about what your theories are on this case, we'd love to hear them for sure.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I encourage. We're not going to
It's an
bite or anything. I'm like, "Hey,
open
join."
panel.
We're just curious to see different insights and perspectives, because obviously, I mean, we don't all agree on everything with everything. So I mean, it'd just be interesting to see a different insight. That's all I'm saying. So
Yeah, feel free.
Well, and the more
Feel
people are
free.
welcomed up on maybe different panels than they wouldn't typically go on, I think is a good thing. We all kind of look at the case from a different perspective. I don't think you, I, and Jen all have the same exact perspective. Same thing with people in the chat. I mean, there's
yeah.
times where people say, I think this or that, and I respect that, and I think it's a good way to have a conversation that's not just, oh yeah, I agree, because I mean that's boring as well, and it doesn't help us get further along. It just kind of,
I'm not just like make fun of what you just said, but I agree with what you just said. Like
But
I
was she
agree.
talking about the
Yeah.
bowling alley or not? I guess I missed it. Is this person or
Well, they
this man or
mentioned
woman?
something about like it's not fair for you if your kid is like a similar condition to compare with cases and stuff like that. And they're very heavy on the law enforcement side of things. So, as somebody who is on the law enforcement side of things, I'd love to hear this person's perspective. I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. I don't want to speculate because I don't know what you are. You're pictures of a room with a couch, so I don't know what you are.
Well, I
But
mean,
yeah,
it is definitely helpful. It's definitely
yeah.
helpful. I don't think you were in the chat when we were looking at a well-qualified a retired police officer talking about behavior and the things that you should do, the things that they look for. I mean, there's professional opinions about it, and they're out there. They're out there, and I think we should definitely consider professional opinion. I'm a YouTuber. I'm an astrologer. Talk, see what professional police.
Definitely. Well, and
I
Joe
mean,
says
that's got a
if you're
lot
new
of
to the case,
behind them.
Mhm.
They're even saying the same thing. We aren't. I don't think we're being unreasonable at all.
Yeah.
And when
no.
when you see it firsthand and you're in court, I mean, I think you need to watch the live. Like, go back and watch the live and just watch it all, because this thumbnail has to do with the court today.
Mhm.
There is more than just Sebastian missing. They have taken it to a whole nother level. This case, nobody wants to touch it.
Mhm.
People don't even want to talk about it much anymore. They've been burnt. They've been bullied. This has been a wild ride. I tell you what, as a watcher, that's what we are on this channel. We're watchers, and we watch and we observe. And I think that when you're looking at it from all angles, you have to see everything. I mean, and I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. I really do. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone, y'all.
Mhm. Yep. And for people saying, "Oh, well, this is because this was happening before the Pennsylvania."
I am too. Don't feel bad. I'm an old fart
Jerry, stick
too.
around. Listen,
Yeah.
We
yeah.
are. We're doing the
Yeah.
best we can. We are, as
Thank you for being here.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're all bringing something to the table.
And
Even your old
yeah.
fart ass. You're going to bring something to the table here, and I appreciate you stumbling upon it. And I hope you hang out.
all of fart ass. Yeah. Yeah, and this
Aw.
started before the Pennsylvania stuff went on, because some people are like, "Oh, because of the Pennsylvania stuff, no one's to talk about it." No, this happened. This happened
No, so the
before.
distraction is right now that, because what I've got pulled up, we haven't even gotten to yet. We haven't even gotten to yet. So the distraction, we can go to all kinds of distractions that are in this case. And what we're trying to keep it about is the facts. The facts. That's what we try to keep it about. And our experience of the case and being here in Tennessee, visiting Tennessee, doing this is what we're doing. Is we're discussing it, we're talking about it, and we have been for hours. Look at that
Yes.
cute thing.
Gator,
Look
say
at that
hi.
cute baby. What you doing?
Playing with his toy. Gator, come here.
Yeah, wait. He's like, hey, wait a minute. Oh,
It's hard for an autistic child,
Say, buddy.
teenager.
Say bye-bye.
It's hard for them to process change. Any kid, any teenager would be that way.
Yeah.
But for autistic children, and we can't forget that he had a chromosomal deletion.
Mhm.
So
right.
when people say, "Oh yeah, I've got an autistic child too." Okay, but does your child have this is a rare chromosomal disorder
Mhm.
that you're born with.
Yeah.
And most people that have it when they're born, they will eventually quickly be diagnosed with it because it causes seizures. And then, right, it causes seizures, right?
Right.
Right.
And that's serious,
Then he has
and I'm a
autism.
creature of
Now
habit
and
myself.
then he has
Me too.
most of the time it leads to autistic behavior. And it was almost like Sebastian had Asperger's because the way that he walked. He looks like a typical Asperger's to me. Like typical.
Yeah, that
Like
would make sense.
not autistic, but Asperger's. And there's a difference.
Mhm.
There's definitely a difference. And I'm wondering if he was misdiagnosed and he actually has Asperger's.
Well, Jen, I compared Sebastian to a young man that was his age who was an Aspie, and they call it, they don't like to say Asperger's as much anymore, but it is a
Oh, okay.
it is to differentiate. No, I know. I don't know why the medical field does that to us, but they do. It's like, and now there's not really a good way to like,
Right, Liberty. You're correct, Liberty, but you would never know if Sebastian could ever have another seizure. He has a chromosomal brain disorder.
Mhm.
So you just never know.
Right.
We have to keep that in mind, you know?
yeah. Well, I find it odd that Katie hit home the new diagnosis, not the one that she's so used to telling everyone about. Like, right? Because when you meet Sebastian, somebody might say, "Oh, well, he's a little bit different than other kids. He's got different abilities, and part of that is his chromosome deletion. It's really rare, and that's how you would explain it to people who are meeting Sebastian for the first time throughout his life, in my opinion. And so why at this point would she just keep hammering away at the I'm autistic, or excuse me, my autistic son, when it was so newly diagnosed? Like, it wasn't 5 years ago or 10 years ago. It was recent.
Mhm.
Hey, Tina girl.
Yeah, I'm looking for something. Hold on one second. And hi, Gator. Oh my God, Gator's like he's like trying to climb on my computer. Hi, buddy. Even if like you did have someone who had like autism and the chromosome deletion syndrome, like that doesn't mean that they're going to be the same. Also, even though it's a rare condition, like no fingerprints are the same, no people are the same. People could have like the same five, concerns health wise, but they're all going to react differently to different medications. They're going to have different symptoms, different stimulations. They're all different. So, I mean, every person's unique, like their own fingerprint. Every fingerprint's unique. So, hi, buddy. Gator wants to hide everybody. He's like laying on top of me right now because he's like, oh hi. So he's like, I got my camera time. I want to come back again. I'm just like, all right, buddy.
He's so cute. Well,
He's-
and I mean,
so I've got up on the screen, guys. I've got, hey, Tina girl. So up on the screen, y'all, I've got how many people in the world have 6q27 chromosomal deletion?
Oh wow. Hold on, I gotta lean.
So it says that the exact global number of people with a 6q27 chromosomal deletion is unknown, as it's a rare condition. Approximately 93 cases
Wow.
with terminal 6q deletions and 11 cases with interstitial 6q27
Wow.
27 26 27 deletions were collected in a large 2023 study, and around 73 cases have been reported in medical literature.
Wow.
So when we talk about a rare brain disorder, we don't know what we're dealing with medically.
I didn't know it was that rare. 93 cases. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So it really frustrates me to no end. We've got to, and Lady Freedom does this, I know that she's an advocate for this rare disorder, so we have this a chromosomal deletion, and we're just, I mean, even there's not so many people. So this is what my mom's theory was. Okay, my mama, who has read every crime book in the world, is all about crime. Okay, and she's in her 80s.
Oh.
No, she just turned 79. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening in the bushes. Love you. She just had a birthday. So I know she's
Happy birthday.
79. But
Happy
y'all know
birthday.
what I'm saying. Like, she is through and through a crime buff girl.
Right.
So is my daughter. I guess it just runs in our blood, right? Anyway, Mom said, Jen, you know what happened to Sebastian? She's in Gallatin, so they all talk about this stuff. Been talking about it. She said, this is so rare. He could be
Wow.
being studied. We just don't know. Like, is he like, they did work for the government. They have government ties.
Mm-hmm.
Could they be, doing a study, using him as a study? I don't know. But I just was like, wow, because it is so rare. I mean, it's
Right.
when you really study this, there's not a whole lot of literature out there about it.
Right.
And so when you really, try to get into it, there's not a whole lot. You've got to go on, you got to go on a different type of Google
Yeah.
and get into the research papers and just start reading research papers. That's all you can do to really learn about this. It's so rare. And so you would want to, if for me, I would want to take each of those cases and see what all those studies are showing, whatever I could find on it. But it sounds like there's not going to be that much. So the autism, they say, comes with this in later years. Well, that's all they know about it.
Yeah. It's especially the 70, like it's the one that said 73 and then there's a 93 case. That's like, that's like microscopic if you think about the number of people in the world in general, and then you break it down to like, I did not know it was that rare. That's crazy.
About 73 cases have been reported in the scientific literature for terminal 6q27 deletion syndrome. I mean, that's the world. I Googled, you can see how many people in the world. This is the world. I mean,
Yeah.
Right.
and the
That's-
severity of the condition can vary widely depending on the specific genes deleted. When it comes to any type of deletion that you have, long arm, short arm. I mean, we could really get into the study of it. And I've done videos on it. I've done lives on it, trying to educate as much as I can.
Yeah.
But I think that it's when we talk about him not being able to bowl that day, he has a brain disorder. Yeah, he is going to regular school, he's high functioning, yada yada. But there are behavioral issues that he would have that could be seen as unruly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, we don't want to make excuses for him. We don't want to make excuses for him. Okay, but that's talking for me as a parent, that would be talking to me in a way that's I can't accept that. Like, this is big. My child has a rare disorder and it's going down to his genes. It affects his brain.
Right.
And it could be, that there was aggression that he was learning. There was a lot of things that Sebastian, I think, was learning. He soaked it in. He was like a sponge. I mean, I'm talking about more than we would be. He received a lot of learning, a lot of information, and he could receive it at once. That's why I think he was such a good chess player. I think that there were
Yeah.
certain things that he was a genius at. And I say
And for
was
someone,
only because I don't freaking know. Like, where is he? Produce
well, I
him,
mean,
Katie. Like, she knows where he's at.
strategy is all part of those games that he was playing. Chess is a strategy game, magic, and social. Like, to me, I know that doesn't make sense. And just because he was recently diagnosed with autism doesn't mean wasn't already there, to begin with. Too.
Yeah.
It was just something that they became aware of more so. But I agree with what you're saying, Jen, completely.
Yeah. The whole thing, CPS issues. I mean, right? Right?
Big time.
I mean,
Right.
I don't know how he acted in the parent teacher conference. Do you? I mean, I've seen how he acts in
No.
court. I've seen how the man acts in court. I've seen him on Cooterville.
So I'm not laughing because that's funny. I'm laughing because I was just like, I really didn't know that was a thing. I did not.
He was on the phone the whole time. and-
Sorry, I didn't even start playing. I didn't
Oh,
know
shoot, hold on.
I didn't know it was gonna start playing right away. Sorry about that. I was
Aw,
putting
look
it
at me.
back.
No,
And
I just
y'all-
added it. I just added
Okay.
it.
This is what I don't know if you've heard this, Jen. You probably have. Speaking of Chris and how he's in court and lying and whatnot, I wanted to pull this up. But it's only like a minute long. Once you hear Chris stop talking, the pictures go away, and you see like the font come up at the very end. That's when like the cops theme song starts playing. So to make sure you don't get demonetized, I would just pause it right after Chris is done talking, just because the Bad Boys theme song comes on. But yeah,
Okay. Okay.
this is just
He's gonna
audio.
tell on that.
Yeah, this is just a
I know because I was on the phone the whole time and heard
Yeah.
everybody.
yeah.
So the first couple units show up and they do bring a melon walk.
Mm-hmm. Max the
And
Shepherd.
Max gets there, they're searching. Max picks up a sense and beeline. He is following the scent. He is on it.
Mm-hmm.
He goes like off my front porch, cuts diagonal, goes over the road, cuts up to the top of the road, over to the construction site.
Mm.
Now there's a subdivision directly being built next to it.
Okay.
There's a road that they're cutting in at the top of our subdivision. Now they're cutting it in, but it's not being connected. It's fucking weird, but whatever. So the dog.
He's saying that they're cutting it. He's talking about the new construction, and he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
for y'all that can't hear it that good, I don't know if you can or not, but he's saying, that they're cutting it in. And they were cutting in the road. It wasn't an actual road just yet, but he could see where they were cutting it in
Yeah.
because this new construction, it was a lot of dirt. And as they were cutting it in, again, the manholes.
Gets up there, and I mean the dog beeline.
Mm-hmm.
He's shooting across the construction site where they're cutting in roads and developing it. He then hooks a right and goes down to the retention pond. He gets to the retention pond.
So real quick, I just paused. Remember the video I showed you of Gator when he was tracking when I said I intentionally made a right-hand turn? I was mimicking the track that Max took because did you remember how Gator in the beginning was circling and then he was circling and then all of a sudden he started moving faster. When he says he picks up and takes off, he's not wrong with that. That's what a good dog would do if they're on a right track. So that's what he's talking about. So that's why I intentionally did a right-hand turn in Gator's track.
Gotcha.
Smells, jumps in. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
So,
So he says he jumps in.
Yeah, he didn't
Again,
jump in. He
I'm
fell
seeing
in.
ears flying, legs flying.
No, that's why
Okay.
I laughed because that's why you hear me laugh on the audio. I'm like, okay, but then what happened was Max's head was down on the ground and he was running. He wasn't paying attention. He literally fell in. He rolled in. He didn't he swan dive for the Olympics.
I mean,
didn't. That'd be funny if he did, but no, he wasn't auditioning for the Olympics. He literally his head down was booking it, and then he just think about it. Like if you're not paying attention, how many times have you been on the phone texting, looking at your phone, you actually walk into somebody? It's basically what Max did with the pond and tracking to the pond. So
right. I get that. Yeah. Makes perfect sense.
this might be
he gets there, he's doing his thing. That's great.
yeah. All right, that's where the yeah. So yeah, and that's where I said Cannon's supposed to go to the last known location or PLS place last seen. That's basically then. That's what the text says. I just play it out with I don't want you to get demonetized, but yeah, I just want you to hear the audio of what he told me. So,
Okay. So he was basically saying here and creating a narrative that, that, front porch.
Yeah.
Yep.
He said Max went off my front porch and he said he was on the phone the entire time. So,
Yeah, he is consistently saying that he believes that Sebastian went out the front door.
mm-hmm. I mean, that's why, again, I'm just I think someone led him out to a car and then walked back the exact same path. I'm not saying it was Chris or Katie. I just think somebody did because, I mean, point of exit, it's common. It would be weird. If you have to think about it, if you, let's say hypothetically get into the mind of and this is in my opinion, hypothetically, in my opinion, if you're a criminal and you're trying to make it look like someone ran away, wouldn't you want to take them out the front door to make it look like, every day leaving the house? If you were oh, I want to make someone leave the house, let's go out the window. Well, that's not a normal path for someone to take leaving the house. The tracking dogs, if I were a cop and I was to go into someone's house for a last known sighting and my dog went to a window and tracked from a window leading away from the house, I'm going to be okay, that's weird. It's not typical for one person to lead another person out from a window unless they're intentionally trying to lure them away. But if Max started at the porch and ran off the porch, why would it be that weird to think that somebody led Sebastian through the front door to a car and came back the exact same path, walked back in the front door? You know what I mean? So it just, I don't see, hypothetically, in my opinion, I don't see somebody climbing in and out of Sebastian's window to lead him away from the house and whatnot. So when Chris said he left the front door, I don't think he was lying. If someone did lead Sebastian, again, my opinion, if someone did lead Sebastian away from the house to a car, I think they did go out the front door, because that's normal behavior, someone to go in and out of front door of a house, not out a window. You know what I mean? So again, my opinion, I'm not saying anyone's guilty, but because people listen. So yeah, they did track. Mob Crew did a comparison of it. I think he overlaid the dog path with that whole light thing. I thought he did, but maybe I'm wrong on that. But I could have swore he did that at least.
I think he did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did do that.
Yeah, but it would have been seen on camera, but also the timestamps messed up on the camera and whatnot, and it's been consistently messed up. So it's just like, to me, that's weird. And honestly, I have a Ring camera. It's really not that hard for me to go back in and delete like an old video of like my mailman like driving. It's really not that hard. And we wouldn't know if something was deleted. If it, in my opinion, we wouldn't know that as the public if something was deleted. Final Cut Pro, anybody can download that and make a timestamp, like stay the same route. Again, in my opinion, I'm not saying someone's guilty, but putting my law enforcement hat on, it's not that hard forensically for someone to take camera footage, make a timestamp, like put a timestamp overlay. It's really not that hard, because hypothetically, let's say you're a criminal and you know your cameras are going to be pulled. Okay, so you take your cameras down, you take the video off the camera, and you pull the video files out, you change the video, and then you give law enforcement, oh, this is the video I pulled from my camera and whatnot. I mean, it's not that hard. Again, not something that happened. I'm just saying, if I were a criminal, I mean, I would want to like offer up my footage and then be like, here you go, and then give them the edited footages. It's an MP4 file, it's an MOV file. How are they going to know where it came from? So I don't know. Just a thought. That's all.
Right, and that camera was messed up for days before that too, so it's just so tough to know, right? I mean, like,
What are the chances?
yeah, then it just went back to working again just fine. How odd is that, you know?
Well, again, Chris told me upgrade the security system. You can't upgrade something that doesn't exist. So I just also thought that was weird.
Yeah, please find that. Please find that and send that to any one of our emails. Send it to all three. How about
Yeah.
that? Yeah, find that, please.
Yeah, thanks,
Please, please,
Mom.
please.
Yeah.
CC Ann, yeah.
He would
Or
walk
Mom.
that way all the
Oh,
time.
that is Mom and it.
Yeah, it's
that's
Mom and
Mommin.
That's Mom.
That's Mommin. I just call her Mommin.
Mommin. Yeah,
She's
the
always
ring.
momming it up.
Well, I mean, we don't know what footage. I mean, law enforcement could have the actual stuff, and then maybe they were told not to tell anybody that they had. You know what I mean? I mean, we could have seen the Ring footage, but that doesn't mean we have everything law enforcement has. Maybe law enforcement said, "Don't release everything you have to public because we're working something." I don't know. I don't want to speculate. That's what I would do. So.
Well, true. Some Ring cameras are just different types of cameras, so some of them they've got good quality and some of them aren't so good. You get what you pay for.
Yeah.
True. Well,
I'm just
and
putting
Chris Carr
theories
had
out
like
there.
a
That's
Nest
all.
camera, not a Ring camera. His was a Nest camera.
Again, anything can be altered, in my opinion. I mean, you can change a lot of stuff. Like on your phones, you can change. I didn't know that you could change like the location on your phone before you took a picture, which I think is weird. If you go to info and stuff like that, I'm like, you can change your camera location. Like, why would I want to be in Washington State, take a picture of like Mount Rainier, then be like, oh no, this location's New Jersey, because volcanoes in New Jersey. Like, it's weird. So
Right. And, in my opinion, Gail's got it. The metadata tells exactly when it it leaves a stamp of its own on there.
Yeah. And they did get that whole server. Yep.
Yeah.
They got that whole server.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to retrieve that off of there.
well, I'm looking
Yeah.
right now. Apparently, you can
Oh, thanks, Liberty.
edit. So I just Googled, can you alter metadata? Metadata can be altered using various tools. Wow, it walks you through how to do it. That's kind of creepy.
Oh my
Apps like,
gosh, really? Jules, oh my
yeah.
god.
Hold on, I'm gonna show this picture. I'm gonna take a picture of this.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me.
Wow.
I'm gonna share this.
Now, this is only assuming that they would have been smart enough to go over and change the data beforehand. Because I know Amber Heard got caught up in court because of metadata, and that's the only
Mhm.
reason I know what metadata is because watching that court case.
Yeah, you can edit the XIF data and timestamps. Oh, without even. Oh, this is kind of creepy. Hold on. Let me post a screenshot here of what I just took.
That's super creepy. It's kind of like when I was looking up how to make a camera jammer, and then I'm like, I realize that this is illegal, and I hope no one's watching me thinking that I'm trying to make one of these devices. I'm just curious, as to how hard it is. What's the difficulty level, you know?
Yep.
And it's
So
very easy. It's actually really easy, guys. Really.
Yep. So, yeah. Editing for timestamps or author names can be helpful for managing. I don't know how that can be helpful. It's weird. I would never alter shit, but I mean, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. To me, that's just weird. So
yeah, you could definitely alter it. And I think that that's where the Secret Service comes in.
mhm.
I think that that's where, our good Secret Service would come in.
Right.
So, I mean,
That is
we got
interesting.
I think that, anybody trying to outsmart,
Mhm.
Yeah. especially with our communications guys. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna post this too because somebody before said that Secret Service doesn't do cyber stuff. Let me pull this up so you can see what Jen's talking about. Let me see. Secret Service does have people that. Here you go. So these are the Secret Service divisions. So yes, there are technical divisions and counter surveillance and investigative. These are all the Secret Service divisions that currently exist. Everyone thinks they're. I mean,
Wow.
their main one is the protective mission. However, there are investigative, cyber. They do all this stuff actually. So yeah.
Yeah, our Secret Service is, each one of our higher agencies has a duty, a main duty. And then, I mean, they can do all kinds of different things, just like the marshals.
Mm-hmm.
The marshals are there are other things that I think that sometimes we don't think about, like the border.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why would why would the DEA be connecting?
Yep.
It's things like that. We don't think about other agencies. So we've got to consider all angles here when it comes to Sebastian's case, because I'm telling you, it's blowing my mind. I
Mm-hmm.
just cannot wrap my head around the behavior. The It's almost like a slap in the face
Mm-hmm.
to anyone and everyone that cares about finding answers about finding Sebastian. And their behavior is just really off. It doesn't make
Oh,
sense.
Don B's here. Hi, Don B.
Does not
Hey,
make sense at
Sandy.
all.
Me and
Don,
Jen
Come
were
on,
cracking
Don.
up, Don. You had us
Don,
scrambling the other
We got
day.
an open panel.
Don B, come up.
Come on up, Don.
We got an open panel, Don. Come on up with your sweet tea.
I know,
I
right?
gotta get you that clip too, Jen. Since you guys are all so good at clipping stuff.
Get your sweet tea and come on.
Just got in. Okay, come up. Don B, come up.
Me too. Jen's like, let's go live. I'm like, okay.
We're all like, Don's here.
I know. We love Don. He's a good one.
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
another good channel that
we're
researches,
we try what we do what we can for these kids just to be talking about them. I mean, if that's what we need to do, that's what we're gonna do. Somebody
Mhm.
needs to be talking about them.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it does spark new ideas, especially when we go back to old things, that happened. So
Yeah. The Secret Service, though, I mean, they do, if you look down here, technical Security Division. Focuses on technical and security systems. Conducts counter surveillance. So they're going to tap you. They're going to tap into your communications, what they're going to do. Okay. They're going to tap into it. And they're going to invade your privacy like a mother. That's what they're going to do with an active investigation. I mean,
they don't have a dog in the fight. The Secret Service does not have a dog in the fight.
Y'all. Look at Edward Snowden. Don't think that they don't tap into all kinds of stuff. Edward Snowden he was the whistleblower. You know?
Right. Right. Exactly, Jen.
Yeah, Don B, come up. Yeah.
Like Don.
Ladies,
He's
for
probably-
you them.
He's
Girl
probably
mom,
like, guys.
Girl mom is asking if you'll send those videos.
Yes,
to
I sure will.
Yeah, if you'll send them to Jules. She'd like
Jules,
her
I have your
opinion.
email, right? I do have your email.
Yeah.
I think.
And to Jen, so you can CC me on that.
Yeah,
I will. I will.
I
send
want
you-
to hear Don's opinion on this too, because Don's gotten a lot of crap too from people, and I feel bad for him. But I mean, he holds his own. Don's got this vibe of just like, yep, I'm just gonna do me, and that's it. And I'm just like, I like Don's vibes.
Yeah.
Me
Well, I mean,
too.
you know, you got to bring some common sense into the chaos. You got to bring some common sense into the chaos. And I think that that's what some of us do, you know, especially from time to time.
NorCal Snow Girl's like, Don D, Don D, Don D.
That's great. Hold on, guys. I'm just.
What's happening, Don? What's
here.
happening?
Hello.
Oh, he's here! Yay!
Good to see. I'm in my
Hey.
email over here.
Hey, Don. Hey.
I made it.
You did. How's it going?
Pretty good. Can y'all hear me and everything okay?
Yeah.
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 Let me
Oh,
get rid of this.
hang on just a second. Let me. Okay. Now it should be good.
Gator, come
So what about all this information?
So I just got in. What did I miss?
Well, we went. She's showing you Gator.
Gator, canine Gator.
Well,
With
we went to
paw.
court today. We went to court today with Texana. Texana is, well, she was until she dismissed it today. She was wanting to sue Seth. It's been over a year now that we've been going back and forth to court. And she was about to give her testimony, and she had trouble. And the judge asked her, you know, to try to figure things out and come back when she could testify on her behalf.
Mhm.
And then
Wow.
she came in and she wanted to dismiss it. She was going to sue. She wanted to sue Seth for $20,000. So that's how this live initially started.
Don's face.
Why is somebody suing the father of a missing child?
Oh, there we go. Boom. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Great
I'm just going to
question.
mute. And
I'm
I
kind
want
of
you
confused
to-
here.
Yeah. Talk this out.
Jen, maybe you explain the whole situation to him, because maybe he doesn't know about it entirely with how it started.
Well, over a year and a half. The ride was Sebastian's. I think it was in May or August of last year.
Oh, I think I remember a little. Yeah, it was like a benefit
Yeah,
ride
she
or
was
something
gonna
like
do.
that.
She was, you know, quoting 42 USC 1983 civil rights, 18 US Code 249. She was doing all this. She was gonna do this and she's gonna do that, and she's got 22 people, and it was just all this. She was suing Seth and others. Seth, his homestead, and others for $20,000. And we were like, hold on, isn't that what your GoFundMe was before you shut it down? Yeah. You know, $20,000 that the GoFundMe that Chris didn't want you to have. Yeah.
Hmm.
And what is this $20,000 for exactly? How did she come up with that number? Anyway, so the judge, just asked her to she was having a hard time testifying and on her behalf. She didn't have an attorney. So
Well,
her and Chris, because let me tell you, Chris was there. Okay, Chris was her witness, even though Chris wasn't at the vigil. Chris was her witness, even though he was not at the vigil. I don't know what he was a witness for, but he has been coming back and forth to court too.
well, if she didn't have an attorney more, I can tell you this. I guarantee you she consulted with an attorney, and probably even more than one attorney. And I would bet you, if I was a betting man, that every one of those attorneys said, I mean, if you want to pursue it, you can, but I guarantee you they probably made it sound like they weren't interested because it was, just not worth pursuing. That's my opinion.
It was surreal, because when my fiance and I, we walk in every time that Seth has had a court date with her. We've shown up because we are witnesses, right? So because we were at the vigil and I was the first one to go up to her and ask her not to video. And the only reason why we were not videoing, for the record, is only because we were trying to be respectful as a team of creators and friends and family. We were just trying to be respectful. We were asked to not video, to not go live, not do anything until a certain period of time. And so we were all abiding by that. And we just wanted, when she was walking in with her camera on her chest and looking like she was ready for some problems, I went up to her because I thought, who better than myself to go and let her know the business, the tea. So I get up there, walk up to her, and I'm like, look, we're not going to do this. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I first asked her why she was there. She first told me that she wasn't there for the vigil. And then I was like, oh, okay, well then, yeah, I was just wondering because you were videoing and yada, yada, and this is what we're doing. And okay, I was just making sure. She said, well, it's not on the flyer. I said, hold up. So, and it's on video. It's on her video that she was going to give to the judge. And I'm saying, oh, okay. So you are here for the vigil? I'm confused. Are you here for the vigil or you're not here for the vigil? If you're here for the vigil, this is what we're going to do. And then another girl comes up and she's cooler than a fan too. We're sweet as ever. We're just asking questions because we know what's going on. Bullhorn Betty's there. We know that people are there wanting to see her arrested, wanting to video it. And there she is walking up in the vigil like she owns the place with a dash cam on her chest. Okay. So we're not stupid. But look, Chris is co-signing every time we go to court. He is co-signing. He's right there. And she was going to call him as a witness today. One witness, and it was Chris Proudfoot. It was weird as hell. It was weird, Dawn. It was weird. Every time it's weird.
What's Chris got to do with this?
Exactly. Tell me. Like, what? And I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. You're feeling it too.
So it sounds like it just went nowhere quickly at court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She comes in and she's like, hey, can we just get this dismissed? After they go in there and consult her and her representative, whoever he was, and Chris. They go in there for like 30 minutes. They finally come out. Court is almost over. They say they want it to dismiss. Okay. I mean, what was all of this for? To
So
just stick their foot on Seth's neck? I mean, he's not already going through enough.
was it dismissed?
Yeah, she wanted it dismissed. I mean, she can always come back at a later time when she's got her shit together and do a continuance or something. I don't know, or
Well, no, I mean
whatever they call it,
when they dismiss a case, they, it's either
or
dismissed
appeal it.
with
Appeal it.
with
Yeah, she can always appeal
well,
it.
not if it's with it's either with or without prejudice. One
Mhm.
of them you can, like the one they done on um I can't think his name now. The guy that supposedly killed his wife, Colorado.
Oh, the Morphew, Barry Morphew.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So normally when a judge dismisses a case, especially here in Tennessee, they do it either with prejudice or without prejudice. One of them means you cannot come back into the court system with the same complaint at a later date.
Yeah, with prejudice means you can't come back and sue for the same thing or go for the same thing. Without prejudice means it can still be open. You can still come back.
The do you know what
But I
the
mean, what
judge
judge is really
done?
going to listen? I mean, this is like Liberty said, it's frivolous. This is it's just it's way too much.
Yeah,
I
I'd
do.
say the judge done it to where she couldn't bring it up no more, especially if she's the one that brought it to the court and now she's asking for it to be dismissed in the same session. If I was a judge, I'd be like, yeah, okay, well, I'm dismissing it, and this ain't be brought before me no more on this matter.
Yeah, what do you think about
Exactly.
sealed? What do you think about those sealed warrants?
What sealed warrants?
The sealed search warrants.
Oh, you talk about the cameras that I've been recently hearing about in the
Yeah, and the cell phone.
now who were they? Who were the search warrants against, or what? Let's see, um, like who? What residents were they served upon? Was it?
Well, allegedly, they were there was a sealed probable cause for a search and seize to take 3 cameras, one of them being face baby monitor in her room that was recently added, and a cell phone, and I wanna say possibly a laptop. I don't know, but this was I don't know about the laptop, but I do know about the cell phone and the 3 cameras.
Yeah, I heard this
And
was earlier this
this
year.
was allegedly on February 7th, and Chris said that told Nerdy, and Nerdy showed allegedly these, these receipts of him and Chris's conversation where Chris is basically saying that the search warrant is sealed per his attorneys. So the probable cause would be sealed.
Hmm.
And this took place February 7th, 2025.
You don't hear them executing those on Seth's property, do you?
Nope.
And I mean, and here's the other thing. I mean,
Or any neighbors or Chris or they seized they seized her phone.
okay.
She had to get
Well,
a
and
new
people
number, obviously, because, they've got her phone and they're gonna hold her phone. If they have I would think that if they had a probable cause, they're building evidence, it has to be criminal, they're building evidence, and she's not getting that phone back until after the trial or whatever, however, or whatever.
Nope.
Oh, I mean, if she gets arrested, she ain't getting the phone back, period.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I
true
Well,
mean,
my
that.
big problem is that I heard on Elevated Goof, yes, or well, excuse me, I listened to it yesterday. I think it was from 6 days ago, actually, or maybe 7 now. But they were like, well, let's just say they served him on both houses. And it's like, no, let's just say that what the truth is that around February 7th, 2025, they descended on the Proudfoot residence. It, it's amazing to me that people are covering true crime cases, but they don't understand how a search warrant would work and why they wouldn't just serve it on everybody in the whole entire case. No, they're focused on the proud feet. They're not focused on Seth. And I'm sorry, it's hard. It's tough to handle. It's really tough for these people to handle this. And I get it, I mean, but at the end of the day, no, they're not going to search one, or they're not going to search Seth's just because they search the proud feet.
No, you
Sebastian
have
didn't
to have
go
a
missing from his
reason.
house.
Yeah,
You
they
gotta have a
gotta
reason.
they gotta follow where the evidence leads them. Remember
Yeah.
that.
And a judge has to sign off on it too. So you can't just be like, hey, judge, since we're doing this property, can we go to this one too? The judge is going to say, why do you need to go to point A and point B? They need a list of probable cause for both locations. It's not just, oh, because one, you do the other. No, no, no. Because it's an infringement on someone's rights. You have to have a right and a reason to go to someone else's property. You can't just do one because you did the other. It doesn't work that way. So no. And I think Seth would be 100% open and transparent if they did come to his property. Like, yeah, they had a search warrant. They wanted to search this room for whatever reason to collect this. I think he'd be very open and being like, I have no problem admitting this. So, in my
That's
opinion.
right. I agree. And thank you guys for that. Because Redbird says, you're so wrong. And they're laughing their butts off in the chat. Well, guess what? I'm sorry, but look up any other case. Like Don said, and like Jules said, there has to be probable cause, and it has to have a warrant, has to have a judge sign off on it. So we're not wrong. I'm sorry that it's tough for you to handle. It's
Who
funny
said
how you
that?
come out of the
Yeah,
woodwork.
because
I have no idea who that person is. Never saw him before in my life. Not even in the hate channel.
Yeah, I know who that is. But
So Christy, my thoughts on this is why would they wait a year to do it? Is because they saw something, they heard something, and it caused them. It was literally a cause. It's a causation. So if you think about it, probable cause, they saw something, they heard something, and they were able to produce evidence to take it to the judge. They would have to produce that evidence and they would have to take that to the judge. Am I wrong?
no,
You're
I mean
absolutely right.
you're right. And it could have been anything from surveillance. It could have been initiated from surveillance. It could have been initiated from, um, you know, maybe Katie had loose lips that made somebody concerned, and they contacted the police in regards to maybe to something Katie may have just said. Um, it could be a lot of things, but at the end of the day, the main thing that you want to look at is whatever it was enough to make a judge go, yeah, you got my okay on this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I read it to the on my live a couple of days ago, and it sounds pretty serious, you know. That's pretty serious. And what gets me is it's serious information to divulge.
Mhm.
And loose lips do sink ships, and I'm glad that Chris is telling all. I'm glad that, that has come out.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
I heard Clue and, Cletus talk about how they knew. They knew. They just didn't say anything. But you know what? Let me just say again for the record, I didn't know. I'm friends with Seth. Y'all know that. That's no secret.
Mhm.
Okay, so I didn't know that. And you know why? Because Seth wants to protect the investigation. That's why.
Mhm.
yeah, and going forward, I
Absolutely.
mean, as the police, just remember, as the police close in, and tighten the noose, um, there's going to be people that could be probably charged or be looked at with possible accessory charges. That when the police start closing the noose, those people that are in fear of going, oh God, am I probably in legal trouble now? Then those people will start to get worried about what could happen to them. They may secretly go to the police and say, listen, um, just as an example, I mean, Chris may have been, pro Katie up until, those warrants were served or before they were served, Chris could have been like, okay, they're getting a little too close, and if Katie goes down, I could go down with her, unless I save my butt. Because so that could be going on behind the scenes too, or it could even be Chris's parents, looking out for him. Maybe Chris went to his parents and said, Katie, Katie's been saying some god awful things in her sleep at night, and I really didn't want to, believe it, but I mean, why would she, and then his parents could go to the police and be like, but that's just one scenario. There's something going on with that phone, though. Something going on with that phone.
Somebody she's talking to.
Somebody she's talking to, maybe searches, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that's valid. I mean, and I also wonder what could be on the cameras, like a year later, because apparently those are cameras from after Sebastian went missing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like I said, I got verification that electronic canines were at that landfill search. So, because in the handler world, people talk, and it wasn't that hard for me to find out. And then some troll online is like, oh, well, they posted an Instagram photo the same day as the search, and they weren't at the search. First off, you do your research. The trial that they were at, where they posted the same day as the landfill search, was actually a month before. I've posted photos on my Instagram for my dogs from like a month later, just because it's just like, A, I don't think about it, and B, I don't want someone to know where I'm at all the time, or like what event I'm at with my dog. So yeah, there's that. So I posted Gator's cert picture from his patrol certification like a month after a certification test, because I was just like, I didn't think about it. And also, why do you need to know when I go? So like, that's just weird. So
yeah, I mean, and the other thing I kind of want people to remember too is just because they were out there searching in that landfill doesn't mean necessarily that they were looking for something that came from Sebastian Rogers' trash can.
mm-hmm.
They could been looking for something to do with Sebastian. Maybe that. I mean, we've got to stop and remember, where did Leilani Simon put Quentin at? She didn't put him in their trash can.
Right. Exactly.
So you got to stop and
Exactly.
think about that too.
Yeah.
Very true.
Mhm.
Yeah. When Lady Freedom was in town, I showed her where, well, I couldn't show her because they weren't there anymore, but I tried to explain to her what I saw when I went to the area.
Mhm.
There was a lot of red flags. There was a lot of gasps. I was with my daughter and my granddaughter, and it was pretty hard to deny that there were, if he had ran off and had an accident, but if he had ran off and had an accident, cameras would have saw him. The dogs, when I take it literally, when the police say that there is no evidence of him leaving the house, then how did he leave?
Yeah, and there would have been. Remember, they said one of the officers said there were footprints.
The canine handler said that. Yeah, Max's handler said that.
Like leading up to the retention pond or headed toward the retention pond.
So I can tell you, like, I've been wanting to talk about this for a while because I actually spoke to the handlers. So he's like me. So he said footprints. He didn't mean like a bare footprint. He refers to footprints in general as footprints. But so it wasn't like he was barefoot. There was like, toe outline, stuff like that. I say footprints. I'm talking about the same thing. Like I'll say, oh, I have footprints leading away from here. I don't mean bare footprint. I mean like a footprint track. And that's what the handler was referring to. And for some reason, people took footprint and combined it with the barefoot theory. Like, oh, there's a bare footprint. No. It was actual footprints, like shoe prints, but he called them footprints on the audio. And this is coming from the horse's mouth. So, yeah. And then Sheriff Autocratic even said he can't confirm Sebastian left barefoot. All he knows is that the mother said all his shoes were accounted for. So, I mean, people don't like hearing that, but I've been researching this stuff a lot. When it comes to canines and what they track and what they do, I'm very obviously involved, hence canine captain. But I do my research. So, and I feel bad. Some of these handlers were being harassed too, actually, because people found them on social media. The one handler deleted his Instagram because of this stuff, and it's just like, geez, like that's just, yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, those footprints. I mean, it would have been. I mean, Sebastian wears a certain size shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Given, I'm sure that they probably, measured the prints and all that stuff. Now think about that. If they measured the prints and done, just general forensics on the prints that they seen, if those had anything to do, like if they were the size, close to the size that Sebastian wore, right? You probably would have heard, and if they truly thought Chris and Katie, like if this was truly a runoff scenario, as a sheriff myself, if I was a sheriff, TBI, whatever, I would be like, especially with the social media focusing on the parents, I would be really quick, just like in the Idaho 4 case where, people were focusing on the food truck guy, all the jacks and, a bunch of people. They were quick to come out in the Idaho 4 case and say, hey, none of these people had nothing to do with it. And you could have heard a pin drop on YouTube. That would have happened in this case if Sebastian ran off, in my opinion. Law enforcement would have come out and said, listen, we have enough evidence. That's just my opinion, though. Law enforcement would have come out and said, we have enough evidence to, that's leading us to really think Sebastian did run off, So, and because we, given everything that we have evidence wise, we really feel like Sebastian did run off and the parents do not need what's coming at them. That's how things would have went, in my opinion, if Sebastian did really run off.
Right.
I mean, if I was Sheriff Craddock and I really thought Sebastian ran off, I would be telling everybody on YouTube, you need to calm the hell down. These parents, listen, we've got a strong feeling Sebastian ran off, so you need to take your focus somewhere else. Leave the parents alone. We're pretty sure Sebastian ran off. Okay.
Right. And they should. I mean, I would think so. But when you come out and say there's no evidence that Sebastian left the house,
right?
We can't find any evidence that he left the house. Are you, that's like, okay, so we're hearing that there was a footprint. We're hearing that the dog jumped in. Per Chris, he jumps in.
Swan dive.
He does a swan dive. So if we're hearing that, but then we hear the law enforcement lead agency say there's no proof that he ever left the house. I can't say that he didn't have shoes. Well, Katie said he didn't have shoes, that all the shoes were accounted for.
Yeah.
So where'd those shoes come from?
I mean, it would be pretty, in my opinion, because of the timeline, the time frame that Sebastian had to have left that house in, according to Katie. Okay. He had to have left that house between what? Maybe 1 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Correct.
A dog is going to track him from that house no matter where he left, in my opinion.
In my opinion, too. Yes.
Yep.
I mean,
I trust Max.
So do we believe So do
A
we
lot.
believe that a dog tracked him to the pond? They drain it, no Sebastian. So where
I,
did he go?
I believe Max tracked him to a car, which is parked right next to the pond, and that's why Max had his head down, was tracking, and he rolled into the pond. Like Chris Pratt, like we said, Chris Pratt said he like swan dove in. According to the handler, he had his head down. He was tracking. He rolled into the pond because his head was down. He was actively going. He didn't just, like I
It was
said, he's
dark.
not.
It was I think it was dark too. Oh, of course, I don't know if dogs can see that. I mean, I don't know if that's
I
matters
mean,
for them.
by the time Max was tracking, I mean, he could have seen, but I mean, he had his head down because ground disturbance dog, their nose is always supposed to be on the ground, so his head wasn't. He wasn't looking where he was going. He's following his nose, like Gator in that video I showed you. His head was down. He was sniff, and like even when he turned, his head was still on the ground. So that's how those ground disturbance canines work. So I really think he got in a car because that would cause the scent to disappear and just abruptly end. That's the only way a canine scent can really abruptly end that fast is if someone gets in a car, because then the dog's just like, it's gone. So they don't know what to do. And I asked Seth in the beginning, could a car have parked next to the retention pond? Is there enough room before I physically saw it in person? And he said, yes, 100%. And a car could have parked there. Really could have. So, and I think someone walked back the exact same path thinking, oh, I'm going to fool the canine. Like I said, if you're walking through the snow and you walk back and forth on the same path twice, your prints are going to be more visible. It's the same way for a canine with an odor. You're leaving more odor the more you walk over something. So, or not odor necessarily, but like ground disturbance and what, you know what I mean? So yeah, you're making it easier for the canine to track you if you're doing that. So they're footstep trackers.
Okay. So, Jules, you seem like you've got some information on what happened.
We talked before on allegedly innocence panel about,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So, okay. So I'm gonna back up again because a lot I've done. It's been a while, and my brain ain't what it used to be in its 20s and 30s.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm gonna start again, and I'm gonna ask you as if I'm an investigator. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna role play here.
Okay.
Did a canine track Sebastian from one of the exits of his house?
Canine Max tracked somebody leaving that house to that pond area because you got to remember, Canine Max is not a scent specific dog. He's a ground disturbance dog.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. You said somebody. So
Yeah, somebody.
Now, if I'm an investigator, I want to be specific though, because if I have to get up on the stand, like this is going to be important.
Yep. He tracked the freshest, most cleanest track leading away from the house to that pond. So the freshest, cleanest track leading away from the house is the one he followed. So who was walking around the most recent from that house to that pond? You got to think about that. So it's not like oh, Sebastian sent going to the driveway from school the day before. No. That's not the freshest track. Something happened between the hours of when Sebastian allegedly went to bed and when that next morning happened. So you got to think that's not a whole lot of people walking around. So there's not a whole lot of tracks to follow leading away from the house. So.
Yeah, the last tracks that Sebastian would have left on his property were the ones of him leaving.
Yep.
So, given that point, and you said, okay, so factually, we do not have Sebastian's scent confirmed coming out of the house.
Yep, and that's why Ken Widener said none of them led to Sebastian because we didn't find Sebastian sitting at the end of anything. That's why Ken Widener can't say there's nothing saying Sebastian did or didn't leave, but we can't confirm that they led to Sebastian because they didn't. We haven't found them. So that's why if you listen to his audio very carefully, he's very careful about what he says. He's like, none of them led to Sebastian because they didn't lead to him because we didn't find them. But that's not saying it didn't, you know what I mean? That's not saying nothing of something value wasn't present, if that makes sense.
Now, was a scent specific dog used to see if they could find Sebastian's scent coming from the house and going toward the road?
There was a bloodhound that came in from a search and rescue group, but it was hours later. And I have the audio on my channel of Chris Proudfoot talking about the number of canines that came the first day. He talks about the canine track, which he confirms with me because this nerdy addict guy, I guess, was told something different by Chris. But what I heard, which we played a little bit earlier, was confirmed by TBI, Sumner County, the former sheriff who passed away. May he rest in peace. Chris Proudfoot told me that, and the handler. They all told me the same thing. So all these narratives but different tracks, no. So I don't see TBI or Sumner County lying to me about what the handler, what they did, you know. So
was Sebastian's scent?
I don't. I mean, I know that the canine was given a pillowcase, a shirt. I don't know about lady. Maybe you can hear. Did Chris or Katie say that they were given Sebastian's clothes from the night before? I don't remember. I think lady said something about that. But as far as I know, I didn't.
Yep.
All I know is that scent specific dog came later in the day, well after Max and Rex were already there, and apparently a blue tick hound. Or I didn't get confirmation on that from TBI. That blue tick hound thing, I don't know how true that one is. I just heard about that from Chris. I just know for sure the working canines that were there that first day. So
yeah, because I would be interested to wonder where the Scent Pacific dogs where they initiated their trail at. I mean, did they give them the pillow and the stuff maybe out in the driveway, out in the yard? Did they do it just inside the house to see, okay, that,
I mean,
I would want them to do it just inside the house, because I would want to know if he actually went out the house.
Well, you got to remember, a scent specific dog doesn't have to go to the last known sighting like a tracking canine has to do. A tracking canine, the footstep tracker, they have to go to the last known location because they're trained to, like, think of it this way: if a convict escapes from prison, so if a canine escapes from prison, if a convict escapes from prison and takes off running to the woods, you're going to take the dog and start at the spot in the prison where the person probably left, and then track that way. Because that's the dog's looking for the trail running away from the location. But a scent specific dog, if you give them like an article of clothing, for example, up here in Bloomsburg when that Aiden Ha kid went missing, I met the father and I wasn't right at the front porch. I was on the street where he went missing. The father gave me his shirt and I gave it to Gator because Gator can do article searching. He's trained for both. And then we took off that way. So, I mean, a dog that's scent specific does not need to start the last known sighting. But the tracking canine absolutely has to, because they're footstep trackers. So the scent specific dog could have started like across the street, could have started up the road, they could have started anywhere, as long as they have an article of clothing to go off of. So
okay,
I know that's like scientifically it's like confusing, but there's a huge difference between scent specific and sorry, lady and gent. There's a huge difference between scent specific and there's a huge difference between the two. And then cadaver canine, that's a whole nother pile of like whatever you want. That's a whole nother thing. So, yeah, that's very different.
Well, here's what I
You
want
need to do
everybody
a
else.
video about that, Jules.
I do.
You really do.
Well, what I want everybody else to think about, though, too, is because we're so focused on these dogs and the scent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could sit here till we're blue in the face and still not come up with a positive, a factual outcome. You know what I mean? But as far as a factual outcome, a lot of people are mentioning there could have been a car parked at the retention pond.
Yep,
Okay?
like I just said. Yep.
Okay, so let's stop and think about that. If Sebastian was taken off in a vehicle, retention pond, down the street from his house, wherever,
they would have lost the track 100%.
Well, I'm not going there. I'm going with surveillance in and around the area. And I guarantee you, TBI and FBI has pulled many cameras from houses and businesses alike, and they've looked at many different vehicles and marked them off. And Michael, let's see, what is it? Michael Vaughn. You remember eventually when they came out and said, we're looking maybe at these 2 or 3 different vehicles.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what would have happened already in the Sebastian Rogers case. And that has not happened. So why has that not happened?
I mean, if it has, maybe we just don't know about it publicly, but who knows at this point, honestly.
True.
Or well, I would think that law enforcement would have put that information out like they've done in the Michael Vaughn case.
Right. Parents are acting very differently, though. If you think of Michael Vaughn's case, there wasn't nearly the weird social media, whatever you want to call this, going on, nor was like the stepfather going on panel hopping and saying weird stuff. You know what I mean?
And they eventually done it in the Idaho 4 case too with the
Yep.
Elantra.
Oh,
So
yeah, that,
I'm
yeah.
thinking they would have put out, if they thought Sebastian was in a vehicle that morning,
Mm-hmm.
They would have already put that information out. And that leads me to believe between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m., I don't think there's a vehicle that maybe had Sebastian in it. So then you're like, okay, now we got to back up and go, okay, you know, what vehicle was Sebastian in prior to that?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I mean, did he make it home?
Yeah. We've only heard things, but I've never heard a law enforcement come out and say, you know, all I can say is that we definitely saw him in the Texas Roadhouse footage. And then after that, it's all up to speculation and who knows, honestly. The last known thing we know for sure is that he was on that Texas Roadhouse camera. So,
yeah. I mean, if I was, you know, as I look into this, I'm like, okay, if law enforcement ain't put out the description of a vehicle, so I mean, they would have definitely had a description of a vehicle if a vehicle left from him at that retention pond.
mm-hmm.
I would bet they would. There's just too many cameras this day and age. If they didn't capture it from the neighborhood, if that vehicle maybe went and on the main road down there, I don't know what that road is that the neighborhood comes out of.
Long Hollow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's
I
churches.
think that if the cops would do well if they focus around 1:30-ish, 1:36 a.m., I think is what I have. That's when I feel like that there is, you know, there's an intensity. There's an intensity that is truly coming over Sebastian during the middle of the night, around 1:30 in the morning. So that's the time that I would, you know, they've got like so many cars. I think it was more than 50, less than 100, something like that, that were they noted the cars. They talked to the drivers, they interviewed them. Could it be that one of those persons that they interviewed, they just may need to re-interview them again? Maybe you know, I think that, you know, I've been griping, you know, they got to do something different to get different results. And I think that we saw that. We have seen the evidence that they have done something different to get different results. They went and they seized for criminal evidence, because that's what a search warrant, it's for. If it's, they had to have pled, you know, their case to the judge to get this probable cause and to get it sealed.
Yeah, and you just got, well, all you got to do is just keep it simple and follow what law enforcement is doing. Law enforcement, and those are facts. If you just follow what law enforcement are doing, that's factual evidence nobody can dispute. Nobody can dispute that law enforcement served a search warrant on a landfill.
Right.
Nobody can dispute that law enforcement served a search warrant here recently on the residence of Sebastian Rogers, which that search warrant had Katie Proudfoot's name involved in it.
Right.
And her personal items, or a personal item. You can't dispute that. That's
Yeah, but
factual,
Liberty, it's not
undisputable
two
proof.
warrants. We got to differentiate that. So Liberty, we've got a search and seize.
Mm-hmm.
Different than Bullhorn Betty subpoena.
Yeah.
That's so different. We're talking about two different types of warrants, completely different.
Well, we know that they had a one. We know that they had to have a reason to go search the landfill. And we saw the news footage of the law enforcement agencies there, so we know for sure, like for that day, 100%. You're right, Don. They can't dispute that there was a search done there because it was all over the news before the clips started disappearing. But because they've started to, I've been having a hard time finding those clips. Actually, I found one from one of my old videos. So yeah.
And you can't dispute, the search warrant to seize a personal item of Katie Proudfoot's.
No, you can't. I mean, think of how quickly a law enforcement came out to like dispute the hoodie person thing. Like they came out right away and disputed that. Like
Yeah.
rapidly fast they came out. So it's like I haven't heard them come out and deny. I mean, they're not going to confirm it, especially if it's sealed for legal purposes. But they didn't hourly fly out saying no either. So
And it's not me trying to make Chris and Katie look guilty here. It's law enforcement doing it.
Exactly.
Prove me wrong on that. Prove me wrong.
Right. Yeah, there were two warrants, February and April, but look, this is the difference. Let me show you what I'm talking about because there's a difference and I want us all to be on the same page as far as the different warrants. And so there's different warrants when it comes to the court of law. And so what we saw with Bullhorn Betty is a subpoena in a civil case that they called it a warrant for the subpoena for them to appear as witnesses or as this is but between them, as far as I'm concerned, is civil, right? That's a civil warrant. So in contrast, the search warrant is a court order that authorizes law enforcement to search a specific location and seize property suspected of being related to a crime. I mean, that's emphasis. We've got to emphasize this. Related to a crime. For a civil case, the difference is that a subpoena is for gathering information through testimony or document production, while a search warrant is an intrusive action by law enforcement, which is rare in civil matters. It's used to find and seize evidence related to criminal activity. That's the difference. That's the big difference between. So we don't want to get them confused. Even though you may not be confused about it, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that, but just remember this: subpoenas are for telling someone they may need to show up for a legal matter.
Yes.
And it's also in regards to retrieving documents. So let's say if I'm doing an investigation on, CA involving a child, right? If I'm an investigator with the local police department and I'm investigating, CA with a child, there's HIPAA that you got to worry about, no matter if it's with that child's psychology, like if that child was getting therapy, if that child, and that child was taken to the hospital after the parents were arrested, there's HIPAA involved. So, out of respect, you'll talk to those people and say, listen, we've got a case against the parents for CA and it's pretty bad. And, the hospital and the therapist may say, yeah, I understand. But you'll have to talk to my supervisor to get the records that you'll need in order to prosecute the parents. And the investigator will be like, okay, and a lot of times they do cooperate with law enforcement, but in some cases, they can say, well, we'll just subpoena the psychological records on the child. We'll subpoena the medical records. That is a subpoena is a request for documentation, records. A search warrant that covers everything from documents to physical items, whether it be a pew, a laptop, a phone, a hairbrush, a toothbrush, your car. Because if we're going to execute a search warrant on your car, we're going to be looking at the steering wheel, the floor mats for stains, the trunk for stains, physical items, search warrant, subpoena means, hey, a person's got to show up for a legal matter, or we need to get some legal documents through a subpoena. That's basically how I look at it.
Yeah.
Well, and then NorCal SoGal says we all know CP is a pathological liar, in my humble opinion, 100%. And I think that's what's hard, and that's what causes a lot of confusion, is they have lied, oh, I'm cleared to Holly Thompson, and that was what, like 8 days in, and they're saying, oh yeah, we've been cleared, we've been working, with law enforcement, and we're cleared. And so, we've heard that from Chris many times.
Yeah, and Chris, and especially Chris. I mean, Katie's kind of stayed out of it.
Can we address this? Because I think that a lot of people are confused as far as the warrants go. Because with Betty, the subpoena, it says on there, warrant criminal subpoena. And so it's still, no matter how we try to dress the wording, the criminal search warrant is different with Betty. This is so different, y'all. This is so different.
Well, they could have executed a search warrant on Betty. If because
It wasn't a search warrant, though. It wasn't it's completely different from a season search. There's a difference in the two warrants.
Yeah.
So they're not serving a warrant on Chris and Katie. They're not serving warrants on Chris and Katie. They're not serving warrants on the Bowerstocks.
Normally when you serve a warrant, you're arresting somebody or
Yeah. So, Betty was arrested. Betty was arrested because
they had the DA thinking she broke the law.
Yeah. So, right. And there's still a court proceeding for them. I mean, I don't know. I think it was drawn out until next year. I don't even know, because I'm not Betty. And I'm not talking to Betty about the litigation at all.
Yeah.
I'm just not I don't. But what I do understand is that there's a difference between the warrant that was served on them in February. It was a search warrant.
It was a warrant to take possession of specific items.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Until the conclusion of the trial, or the execution of the reason why that they were able to obtain a probable cause from a magistrate.
Yeah, I mean, just like when Dawn was in jail and Candace was
Right.
wherever, they went and executed a search warrant on, Dawn and Candace's property, and, took some additional things out of their house, and they were not even at home.
Yeah.
Dawn was in jail when they executed it. So,
if somebody comes up upon your property without permission and they're trespassing, there could be some, issues there. There's different legal warrants, but this type of warrant that Chris told Nerdy, for some reason, he decided that it was just too much to hold. He wanted to release the burden. You know what, Chris? Just release the burden of where is Sebastian? Can we just release that burden?
Well, I think
Mhm.
Chris.
Exactly.
I think Chris is cornered now legally because you know, at, if Katie is getting ready to go down, if they're building a case and Katie is getting ready to, you know, be arrested in the next few months or however long it takes to for the DA to say, okay, we got enough, okay, go arrest her. You know, Chris is probably thinking, I'm gonna talk to the police, but I ain't talking to no YouTubers or nobody else because and that's what bothered. I mean, now when did Chris actually talk to Nerdy? How long has this been?
October, the beginning of October.
Okay. So it shows me some cracks and it shows me maybe Chris is in a sticky situation here.
That's what it seems like, don't it?
And
Yeah.
it would probably be in his legal best interest not to talk to nobody else until
He can't stop. He can't stop.
yeah.
And that's okay. Keep talking, Chris. Just
I mean,
keep on
yeah, I
telling.
mean, by all means keep talking, but I'm just saying, just because you're not in front of law enforcement doesn't mean it can't be used against you in a court of law.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean that
Exactly.
he won't get charged with accessory.
Well, and who
I
knows when
think
people
Chris is
start
I
talking,
think
who's
Chris
going to be involved, you know?
I think Chris
So,
is really. I mean, if this
Well, look,
is
I heard Don B. Okay, I just heard through the grapevine, it's all rumor at this point, that he's saying that even if, they did something and they just hit him away, all they're going to get is a misdemeanor.
oh no. This has already been this there. Okay.
Oh, I showed the law earlier.
Let me what
I'm
was
going to
that
mute
girl's
because this is too good.
Yeah,
there was
show us. You
another
can add it to the screen,
there was
You can present anything to the screen. Just add it
yeah,
on.
there was another situation. I can't remember where it was, but there was a little girl, and I talked about this with the Summer Wells case. There was a little girl, and there was an issue going on with CPS. And anyway, the dad's parents helped hide that little girl, and they found her under some stairs in a secret compartment. And do y'all vaguely remember this?
It's not Harmony Montgomery, right? That's something else, right?
It's
no,
not Harmony.
no, it wasn't
Anyway,
her.
they went to this new residence that these people were at, and they wanted to look in the house. And as they were going up the stairs, one of the officers was like, "There's something wrong with these steps. I can't put my eye on it. There's something wrong with these steps."
Yeah. Oh,
And
why
they
can't I remember
found
that
the
one?
girl in there laying on some blankets, and because it just pulls out like a dresser drawer. And I think maybe the mother and that little girl was in there or something. Anyway, they got charged with some felonies and had to do some jail time. It wasn't no misdemeanors.
This was in New York, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, maybe they figure, I I don't get it. Today in court, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone.
Paisley
don't even-
Schulteis.
I really don't understand
Yeah,
this case.
Paisley Schultes. Yeah.
Sorry, Jen.
That's
That's
okay.
it, yes.
I mean, I just, the Twilight Zone that's all I can think about.
Yeah, and with
This is the craziest case. I've never seen anything like it.
yeah, and if it with all the resources that they've done, and that they're not going to let if anybody's hiding Sebastian out, for whatever reason. They're not going to let them off on misdemeanor charges because, I mean, there's probably been over $1 million thrown at this, you know. I mean, you've got Sumner County. I don't know how many counties you got in that area that helped out. Specialized teams, search and rescue. I mean, I guarantee you, there's probably over $1 million been thrown at this,
Yeah.
and you don't give
Jonathan,
somebody a
do you know
misdemeanor.
do you know who Every Day with Jay is? Jay for Justice?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you know that Chris has his own voice locked in for her memberships?
I just learned this tonight, actually.
well, that's not a reputable channel that I entertain.
Does it surprise you that Chris would record have his voice recorded for her memberships about Cooterville?
I don't know what's going on there.
Don's face.
I just don't. I mean, that's like, you know, that's. I mean, maybe
behavior
5 years ago it was a reputable channel, but not no more. I don't even entertain the thought of even talking about Jay.
Well, here, listen to this. I want you to, just in case you've never heard it, because today was the first time I heard it.
Welcome to Cooterville. Now, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs. He got it. Welcome to Cooterville. Now, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and remember, close your legs.
Does that sound like a father of a missing kid, a stepfather?
You know, I mean, if that was played for in front of a jury, ask that question to a jury. Bingo.
And couldn't there be some sort of civil litigation that Seth could pursue? Say they just produce Sebastian when he's 18. I mean, couldn't Seth like go after them for just anguish? I mean, whatever his part, is, and then also what Sebastian's been through. I mean, I just don't see it being that easy. Like, oh yeah, nothing will happen if Sebastian just shows up at 18. Like, if they are in fact hiding him. Now, if he ran away, I understand that logic, but other than that.
Oh yeah, I mean, if Katie and Chris are guilty here of hiding him away, they're. I mean, not only are several counties going to come after Chris and Katie for what was it called, restitution.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
I
guarantee
think
you, Seth will come
restituting it
after
on
them
up.
too.
I'm talking about all kinds of restitution.
I mean, Seth will be in that line too. But it's like, who? I mean, if this is what happened, I have a feeling it may not be what happened because of the landfill search.
They
But
weren't searching for Sebastian. They weren't searching for Sebastian. That's obvious. They were definitely searching for something else.
That's why I said electronic cannons were there that day. Lithium-ion batteries. The KSP is too. KSP was definitely there too. So
They were there. They were there a very short time, and I keep thinking, and I'm hoping maybe I'm just a hopeful person.
well, I don't know.
They are building evidence electronically.
Yeah,
Electronic means they are building a case through the electronics.
yeah.
yep.
But I mean, if someone hits, like if Katie and Chris hid Sebastian away, it would be like, who would Katie and Chris have to pay back first? The county or Seth? I mean, it would be. I mean, how would the judge rule on that? You know what I mean?
Right.
Don't even know.
I mean, it would be two different court cases. The county. Well,
Actually,
it would be,
Trina, the Craddock would have had to issue that warrant. I mean, a police officer would
Well,
have
he
to,
would,
and I would
he'd
say
write it
that
up, yeah.
when Dirty put it out there, he was like, he reached out to the TBI, and the TBI said to talk to Sumner County. So that's all we know.
And the weird thing
Was
too
it
we
is,
him
know.
or was it Carter? What do you think maybe Carter did since he's the lead investigator? I don't know though.
I
It
don't
could be.
know.
It could be. It could be Carter. We don't know, but what we do know is that there has been movement, and that's what we
Mhm.
want to see. They've done something different to get different results. That's what we want to see. We want to see them.
Yes.
If they're saying that it's an active investigation, we want to see them actively investigating it. Actively.
That's right.
And because of Chris, we now hear it publicly
yeah,
months later.
yeah, but you won't see nobody actively investigating because, a lot of surveillance
Well,
and stuff.
Chris, I mean, he's gonna the loose lips sink ships, and he's sinking it. He's sinking it for his own household. I mean, thanks for letting us
Big
know. I'm
time.
appreciative. Don't
Yeah,
get me wrong. I'm very appreciative to know that there
yeah,
was a search warrant done on his home in February.
yeah.
Good to know, right? Very
And
good to
I mean,
know.
thank you.
again, that's not me making them look bad. That's not you making them look bad. It's
Yeah.
it's not. I mean, it is kind of Chris making themselves look bad, but at the end of the day,
Like taking Seth to court today.
just follow what law
Oh.
enforcement is doing and who law enforcement is looking at.
Right.
That's all you got to do, and that cannot be disputed.
It's the last person to be with Sebastian.
Mhm.
That's who
I
they're
mean,
looking at.
if Katie was arrested tomorrow and charged with, murder, you can't dispute that.
Right.
I mean, you can try, but you don't
I
have
mean,
Well, and if
people
I
do.
can-
They will be making all kinds of excuses if that were the case, and I don't think that is the case. I do think that Chris and Katie act like that he is not deceased, he's not missing. They act like that life is going on. They're living their best life. And we don't even
Right.
know if Sebastian is out there and thinking that he's not even missing. We don't know.
Mhm.
But I mean, if Katie and Chris are arrested tomorrow for whatever
Yeah.
in relation to Sebastian Rogers,
Domestic partnership.
how are you going to dispute it?
Let's create. Oh my goodness.
Right.
So,
Well, and
mean,
I would
he
just
said
die
that,
if
he
they
said that, Trina, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. They're not talking to Chris and Katie. You think the law enforcement are talking to? Look at what Chris is doing. You think they're on the
No.
phone with him telling him all kinds of stuff? No,
No.
they're seizing his property.
And again, if Chris and Katie had, now I don't know about Katie, I don't know about Chris, but if they have representation, like legal representation, and I seen this crap on YouTube, I would be like, I'd be like, Chris, get your ass down here, like, right, we got to talk. What the hell are you doing, buddy?
And we can't prove that it hasn't happened either. I mean, we don't know
Yeah.
if they've been like, because he stopped going on panels all the time, so we can't say that it hasn't happened.
I mean, I would be up his ass like
True.
hardcore if I seen this on YouTube. And you want me to defend you? Keep your damn mouth shut, bud.
Yeah, Trina, Chris did say that. He did. But he's said a lot. He has
I mean,
said a lot of conflicting
lot.
information, just like Miss Proudfoot. I mean, did she say good night, puppies? I love you. Go to sleep, go to bed. What did she really say to Sebastian? Everything changes. The timeline, the whole narrative changes once they get home. Once they get
See,
home,
I don't
everything is
think-
whack.
see, I don't think Chris has a lot of people are saying now Katie
Yeah.
may have legal representation because she's not on here running her mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Um,
Yeah,
Bingo.
she pled the fifth and lawyered up, supposedly,
if I'm representing Chris and I find out he's on here running his mouth, I'm gonna be like, dude, don't worry about firing me because I quit.
Oh yeah. And if I hear
Yeah,
them even
Carter.
say one time, like, "Oh yeah, did Seth get arrested?" or "Hey, are they charging him?" just because they charge Katie, I'll have a fit because I mean that drives me just nuts. It's like
Um,
they're not going to do for one and do for the other. That's not how it works. It's like, it's like if me and Jules had a kid in common and she, they went missing under my care. Just because I get a warrant served on my residence doesn't mean Jules is going to have one served on her. Or if I'm charged with murder doesn't mean just because we have a child in common, we're both charged with murder. I mean,
they have to have a
who
reason for every single
focus.
thing, every single location they go to, and every single place they search. There has to be a reason. Otherwise, the judge is going to be like, "Well, no, just because like you want to go here, that doesn't mean you automatically go there." Like, no, they have rights, But I want to say
Yes.
this: they didn't have gear on for a body search, so okay, I'll say this much. So yes, when you're searching landfills, you really should be wearing, mop gear, sorry, army terms, hazmat gear and whatnot. However, it depends on the time you're there. There's also different methods of sifting through landfill searches. There's one where they collect the stuff, they put on a conveyor belt and they sift through it that way. There's the actual digging. It depends on what they were doing, but I'm sure we didn't see all the footage of them searching the landfill. We're probably not allowed to do that. So just think about that. But I didn't see cadaver dogs that were there from what I know, but that doesn't mean they weren't there. But I can say for certain the KSP dogs were there because the one clip you see a lab running around. So there's that. But yeah, you don't always have to be wearing hazmat gear for depending if they pull stuff up and put it in a conveyor belt away from all the horrible, gross landfill crap out there, or if you're actually walking through the piles. So there's two different methods of searching a landfill, and they've done both. So, but yeah, it's just when you're looking for a
And
body,
John,
it's very expensive.
I'm sorry, Jules. I don't want to cut you off. John, why do you think that exactly? Like, I really want some supporting evidence for that. Why you think that Seth has him at his house and how Seth would be able to keep him at the house. I'm just curious to know why you think that, and I'll be quiet.
I've been at Seth's house. He's definitely not there.
Yeah.
If Seth could have him at his house, I can
mean,
promise you this.
Seth told me to bring all my dogs to his house and run them through his house. And he's
Yeah,
not the one that's denied me.
that is yeah. I mean,
good point.
I understand thinking outside the box and trying to look at all angles, but let's keep with the facts here. The fact is that Katie Proudfoot was the last to see her son. She has the answers. She holds the key to finding her son. Sadly, unfortunately, she's not advocating to find him, which means he must not be lost to her. She must know where he's at. Seth
Right. And
doesn't know
it's
where he's
not like
at.
I'm just choosing to pick Katie because I don't like her. Don made a
Oh,
really
I mean,
good point
I wish she would
earlier.
come out and
It's
I
where
mean,
the evidence goes.
yeah,
That's
I
just
mean,
what the
we just
evidence
have
is telling us.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, take that up with the police, not us.
They're the
Yeah.
ones going to her house, not Seth's. I mean,
Yeah.
and we don't know. I mean, Seth wouldn't tell. Look, Seth he does not tell me things that are pertaining to the investigation. There may be sometimes that he gives me a little cracker here and there, a little crumb. But look, he's not going to jeopardize the investigation. He
I can't even
seriously wants to
remember what I
find
asked
that.
him, Jen. Like I asked him, remember I asked him something and he said I can't tell you that. And I said, well, I wouldn't say anything and he's like I just still can't tell you. And I respect that because he
Yeah.
doesn't want to jeopardize anything. So even a little I mean I wasn't asking anything big, guys, or anything like that. It was just something small, but it could have been something that's important, and in either way, yeah, he's like, I can't say.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's not gonna. It's. I mean, if Katie or Chris are arrested in this, it's not going to be a YouTuber walking them into the jail with their arms behind their back. It's going to be law enforcement. So you need to take it up with law enforcement,
Yeah.
not YouTubers.
What? Don. I'm so happy Don came up. He just made my night with that comment.
It's the truth
Exactly.
though. It is definitely
true.
the truth. Not gonna be no YouTuber. Won't be Cletus.
I mean, it'll be a
Oh,
guy with a 9mm on his hip and pair of handcuffs on his belt and a baton stick, and maybe another guy just like it on the other side of Katie, and take it up with them, not us.
yeah. Yeah, Robbie, any good points? Seth's released the time card. He did a very public polygraph. I know people have been saying lately too, like, oh, he fell
You know,
asleep. Yeah, but guys, he came out and told us that. And at the time, don't get me wrong. I mean, I was kind of thinking to myself, wow, he's being really honest. And I don't know if I would have been that honest, but he was. So I give him credit for that because, you know, he told us, he goes, yeah, I fell asleep the first one, and then they redid it. And he didn't say he passed with flying colors, but I mean, the guy spoke on Nancy Grace, and he's a world renowned polygraph expert.
No, I just now thought of something too, guys. Um, I just now thought of something. If this stuff, if this search warrant executed on Katie and the camera and her phone, if this hits like the local news up there in Nashville, the police are going to have to address it.
I mean, where's Nick Barris in all this? I
You
mean,
know,
we got some breaking news, Nick Barris.
Yeah.
What's
I
that?
mean, the police are probably just going,
Yep.
God, did Chris
Yeah,
really just freaking say that?
yeah, yeah.
Now we've got a PR nightmare, guy. Well, what do we do? Mr. Proudfoot just, oh my God.
Yeah. I'm sure his mama's proud.
Oh my gosh, she probably cringes. I mean, not to take up for Cruella, but I bet you she just thinks to herself, oh my God, he's talking again. She has to, you know? I mean,
Mhm.
it's gotta be embarrassing.
Yeah.
Where's CP's man card, girl mom wants to know.
Well,
Where's
I
his
mean,
man card at?
from what I've seen, he's a boy. I see boy. I don't see a man. He hasn't grown up yet. He's not
Oh
sitting at
yeah.
the big he's not sitting at the big table just yet.
The other thing
We
that
got a kiddie
concerns me
table,
too,
we got a grown table, we got a kiddie table.
Katie's response to that news anchor that asked her if she has any idea in what may have happened to Sebastian. Um, it probably would have been a good idea if Katie was honest and said, yes, I do have a feeling, because I mean, things in this household. Now, if Katie, now listen, guys, just I'm gonna act like I'm Katie. And if Katie would have said this, yeah, things were not great at our household for a few months. Sebastian was under a lot of stress. Me and Chris were, having, a rocky relationship. I mean, everybody in this household was just under a lot of stress. And I you know, I don't want to, because it makes me feel like I'm the blame for it. But I really think that he he just ran away to get away from it all. If Katie would have said that, it would have been more believable than he's my he. I carried that kid for 9 months. I raised him for so many years. I don't know why. I don't know where he went. Beats me.
Right.
Yeah, totally unbelievable story. And even Pascal referenced Rebecca Haro, just, oh, a punch in the face, and then, doesn't explain any further. It's kind of like, Katie saying, I don't know why he walked out the door, in my opinion.
Oh, she would have known why he walked, because of the turmoil in that house.
Yeah.
Right.
Um,
And we saw it at the Texas Roadhouse,
I would definitely leave. I would definitely leave. I didn't even want to be in that little corridor, that little situation right there that I had with Chris today. I wouldn't want to. That's as far as it goes for me. I definitely wouldn't want to be under the same
Ooh.
roof with him. I would no. No, something would I would leave. That is for damn sure. Girl mom asked, I think that they will, or she says that they will just say it's an active investigation. It's uncommon to get warrants, and it's not uncommon to get warrants in an that's true, but they said that at some point it could be criminal.
You do not have a
Everything
full-blown
that I've read, you don't
investigation.
get search warrants if there isn't any, if you're not suspecting any criminal activity. I've not
Right.
read that, not one. I mean, y'all let me know if I'm wrong. Google it. Do your own due diligence. From
Yeah,
what I have
because
found, it's criminal.
yeah, I mean, it's not going to go down this route.
She
Um,
hasn't gotten her phone back. Okay.
yeah, it's not going to go
Mhm.
down this route if Sebastian ran off. There's never been an investigation when a kid runs away. They just go look for him.
Most definitely, Tina girl. Most
They do
definitely.
not execute search warrants on I mean, I've got a son that's a teenager. If he ran away, there would not be no investigation. They would just be looking for him. They wouldn't be investigating me.
Right.
Right.
They wouldn't be executing search warrants on this laptop, on on this phone. Um, if my son ran away,
Right.
and we got to think about that.
We did. I did Google it. I did Google it, Deanna, and I did Google it. I've got a whole live about it. And we did. We Googled it, and it's criminal. This is it's serious. If they are coming in and they are taking devices, they're taking her phone. They're not going to anybody else, okay? Let's be mindful here. Cameras, her phone. There's devices that are being taken, and the probable cause is sealed. They're doing everything as they should
Mm-hmm.
to build a case against Katie. This is evident. She has a criminal attorney. Seth does not. Seth does not have a criminal attorney that I know of. I mean, hell, maybe he does. I mean, he's not telling me. Everything that is about Sebastian is as hard as it could be for him to not confide in me and not talk to me about it. I mean, he does, I'm sure, listen to my lives when I'm talking about what I'm seeing coming for the day or something with the Sebastian. I can promise you that. You know, that and from February 2nd to February 12th, 2025, I had like and I still haven't shared it, but I did like this reading, right? Where I'm doing my thing and I'm talking about that time period was very intense. And I talk about Virginia. I didn't even know until recently that during that time period he was in Virginia. Or if I did know, y'all, I forgot. Okay. I have to go back and listen, look at texts and stuff like that. I'm not, even though Seth is very protective of the investigation, just like law enforcement, and Chris should be too. He really should. I mean, I'm glad to know. I'm glad to know that there is, somebody that will leak information like Chris. That's great. But I also I've seen sides of Chris that I don't like and I don't respect. Today was, I don't respect that side of Chris. I don't respect the side of Chris that talks about cooters while his son is missing, stepson.
Mhm.
I don't like the fact that he is juicing somebody up to sue Seth for $20,000. I don't like the fact that he makes fun of Seth publicly and that people thrive with that. Humanity is, it's sad. It's really sad to see how this case is. And then, we got Texana taking Seth to court talking about Sebastian and what he would think if he were alive coming back into this and seeing everything, girl, you're saying that while you're suing his father. You think you're that important? You think that you're protecting
The cat.
Sebastian?
Leave
Fuck
Exactly.
out of here. Yeah, I don't know.
It's absolutely terrible.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of, there's a lot of, I mean, just imagine at the questions. Okay, just picture Chris Proudfoot up on the stand, and this is all before a jury, you know, after whatever happened, you know, like if Sebastian is, you know, like if they arrest Chris and Katie for, just for example, let's say if they arrest Katie for murder and Chris for accessory. Okay, we're in court. They call Chris up on the stand. Chris agrees to testify. The prosecutor's like, you know, he starts to replay a lot of this social media stuff to show Chris's character. Yeah. How's that going to look for a jury?
Yeah, I'm not impressed.
I don't think a jury would be either.
I can't imagine
No.
what Sebastian had to deal with, really.
They'd be fired up. The jury would. I mean, I would be if I was on a jury. I think my mouth would drop open because it's just so unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Deanna, baby, you did not offend me. Sometimes I might be passionate and I might talk in a certain type of tone, but rest assured, you definitely did not offend me. Yeah, please don't. Oh, I hate it. I hate it that, sometimes I think people take me away that I'm just not. I'm very passionate. I might speak with some passion, and it's definitely not. No. Maybe I just want to clear the air. I'm a different type of person.
We love
Don't
you,
worry.
Jen.
Yeah.
You're definitely very passionate about this case for sure. You can see you care.
Yeah, I definitely care.
Absolutely,
I
Jen.
definitely care. We
Yeah,
all
and
do.
sometimes it's
We're
hard
all
because
under the table. Go ahead, Lady Freedom. I
well,
mean,
no, it's confusing. I mean, it is confusing, like, because, and then you explain it over and over, so I completely understand too. Sometimes I get like, where I seem annoyed, but I'm not. I'm just like, oh my gosh, like this warrant is different than that one, or I don't know exactly what was said, but that's just my example. And hey, TN nurse, thanks for being here, hon.
Oh, well, we don't know exactly how many search warrants they actually executed on Chris and Kate. This is just something we know through a leak. I mean, there could be 2 more dozen search warrants that we have no idea about that were executed against Katie's personal belongings. There could be co-workers of Katie that may be called to testify, that stuff we never heard Katie talk about prior to Sebastian going missing. Maybe someone in the break room maybe heard Katie talking to a coworker, saying maybe, I mean, it's just speculation, but like this thing goes to court and, someone gets called up there to testify. What if we hear, a coworker of Katie's go, yeah, she was pretty, she just like, it seemed like she just snapped and said, yeah, just got to get rid of him. I didn't know she was talking about giving him back to his dad, but I mean, it did kind of concern me. I was like, what does she mean getting rid of him? That could be something that's brought up, after arrests are made and this thing goes to court.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so hard to tell. It's just, I mean, and when they seal it, we just don't know what they, and Little Red brought up a really interesting point earlier too, because I see that makes a lot of sense. Maybe, and we don't know, there might have been a wiretap situation where they're listening in and they keyed in on something or some detail and they decided to just go grab up all their electronics and see if they can't finally get them, which is hopeful, gives me hope anyway. So
Yeah, 'cause they've got to act quick on that, because they don't. And, they serve that search warrant, for the phone. And Katie goes, "Oh, um, I no longer have that." "Well, you had it the other day. Why don't you have it now?" "Oh, it glitched out bad. I tossed it." "Well, where did you toss it?" "Oh, quick. I just driving down the road and I just got pissed off and threw it in the river." They've got to act quick on that stuff, because what if Katie, that's lost evidence if they go to serve the search warrant on her phone and she no longer has it and already has another one. I mean, it don't make her look good, but they can't do nothing about it because there went that evidence.
yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's just no telling what exactly could have tipped them off, or maybe, at this point people might be coming out and thinking, okay, I'm going to finally say something. So it could have been even something that someone had, come forward with. I just don't know.
Right.
So,
Yes. I mean, if they're doing surveillance and they hear Katie say something, or maybe Katie was even talking to someone over the phone and said something kind of concerning, and those people tipped police off. Yeah, time is of the essence, because if they cannot retrieve that electronic device that they want, then what I mean.
yeah. Well, and one thing I want to say is our friend Sasha was coming in and she's like, I promise that Brandon Carter is on this, and they've been doing things. I don't know if she called and talked to him, but I sure did feel bad when everyone was like, no, that's not true. That's not true. And she's like, no, I'm telling you. But, it kind of proves it when February 7th, if they did, in fact, see some electronics or some evidence, I mean, then they're absolutely actively working the case. And so there's no doubt. And, TN Nurse was saying too, just be patient. And that's the hardest thing, I think, for all of us, because we see this on, on YouTube. It's completely different. And the way that Chris acts, we all see it, and Katie not talking, and it just
And
kind of all adds up.
And I want to say this too, because a lot of people don't know. I've seen this, living in Tennessee, reading the headlines and stuff like that. A lot of people don't know, but the TBI can be the ones to slap the stuff down on the DA's desk, and it don't have to be Craddock.
Right. Well, that's another good point, right? Because I said, well, what if it was Carter? Because I was thinking about, what Sasha had said, and so that's a great point. Yeah, TBI would kind of like come in and trump the Sumner County, right, a little bit. But I mean, they're working hand in hand, it seems like.
Yeah, they're working hand in hand. And I'll be honest with you, seeing what I've seen in Tennessee and knowing what I know, the TBI is doing 90 to 95% of the investigative work. And from what I've seen for years and years, is once TBI gets the DA all the evidence that they need for a case, because the DA is the ultimate one that said, okay, I do have enough based on what you've given me here. I do have enough. I think we've got a strong case here to take it to trial. So go arrest them for this. TBI will present all that stuff, because I'm a lot of people don't know this, but these local sheriff's department, they don't have the tools, the resources, the education that the TBI has. I mean, I doubt Sumner County has people there with master's degree in surveillance technology. TBI does. And those are the people that will gather all the evidence, give it to whoever the special agent is in charge of the investigation with the TBI. I've seen them take it to district attorneys and say, here's what you need. The sheriff's department had nothing to do with most of the evidence gathering. It was all done by TBI. And basically what happened was the local sheriff's department, all they do is just go arrest them.
Right. Well, that's a really good point, and something to consider. Um, yeah, the different resources and what's available to, each agency or each entity as it goes up, like FBI, Secret Service, people are talking about US Marshals. I mean, they're all bringing in, these resources that, a smaller agency like Sumner County Sheriff's Office might not have at their disposal or, on hand. So they bring in the other resources, which is very important to remember.
Yeah, it's like Hawkins County. Hawkins County is doing good to investigate a car burglary, let alone a missing kid.
Yeah. Well, even in Devlin Tate's case, I spoke with one of the detectives there. They have two detectives and they're dealing with everything. So, like any type of
Yeah,
homicides, any type of crime, high crimes like that, they're dealing, with that. And so it's tough when there's only two,
yeah,
as opposed to when you have a whole big team.
yeah. And you take some tools that the TBI have, like it, you know, I know TBI's got some new stuff. They can't talk about it. But if they were to take that equipment down to Sumner County and say, hey, take this out there, sit about a block away from, the Proudfoot's house and just get what you can. The Sumner County law enforcement would look at them like, what the hell is this? Is this like a DJ thing going on here? What I mean, is it, they would have no idea because this is
Exactly.
yeah, because this is equipment that takes specialized people with, you know, like I said, these people have to have, probably have a master's degree in electrical engineering, technology, surveillance techniques. They probably wouldn't. Sumner County probably wouldn't even know how to turn it on, let alone
Right.
let alone find a record button. They'd be like, dude, I can barely write a speeding ticket. You want me to use this thing? Y'all joking me, right? Where's the camera?
Well, that's true. And then you also have, that we have to send certain things to labs so they can interpret it. And, that takes time too. So,
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I just want everybody to be aware that um, the TBI may. I mean, just be prepared for when this thing does finally come to resolution. Um, I'm I'm just betting TBI is probably doing 95% of the heavy duty investigative work in this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree that they are. And I want to read this because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. And I want to reinforce this as the chat, people come in and come out because we've been, streaming for a while. A search warrant for electronic devices is required by law. In most cases, it must be based on an affidavit establishing probable cause, which is a reasonable belief that a crime, I mean, that's a key word, has been committed and that evidence will be found on the devices. The warrant must be narrowly tailored to avoid overly broad searches and signed by a judge. It has to be signed off by a judge. So what happens is that the law enforcement officer has to come to the judge with a probable cause. What is cause? It's a causation to seize. They believe that there is evidence and they plead their case. This is the evidence that I think that we could find. And the judge is like, really? Okay. That's what I'm thinking.
right.
I don't know if it really happens that way, but I'm thinking that's the way that it happens. And then the law enforcement officer, it has to be delivered in so many days. It has to be signed off. I mean, everything has to be gone by the T. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to be, there's a protocol here.
Yep, or it can get thrown out in court.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so they can't just go and say, "Oh, Chris and Katie, do you mind handing that over?" "Sure, no problem. Here you go." Well, if they were to take that to trial, that could mess up the case. It could totally mess it up.
Yeah, Jennifer Coffenduffer talked about this too.
You have to have there is a protocol here with any type of digital evidence or any type of seizure. I mean, any type of seizure of anything personal, you know, they're gonna have to have a reasonable time frame. The seizure of data must be done in a timely manner after the warrant is issued. So even though, you know, let's say that the Secret Service is looking at this data, the TBI is handed over to the FBI, FBI is handed over to, I don't know how they all work. I don't know. I've been told that they don't work all that well, but in this case, it would appear that there is evidence that they are working the case and they are going to the Proudfoot home and they are seizing evidence that is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed. So even though they could come out and say, yeah, you know, this is, you know, we're just doing it because it's an active investigation. Okay. So at this point, Craddock, has it turned to criminal? You know, that's what I would want to ask if I was, you know, a good investigative journalist. I would definitely want to ask the law enforcement, has anything changed? Is this now a criminal investigation? I mean, you know, inquiring minds want to know because you're seizing property. You're seizing electronic devices.
And that may be another reason why they've not given any updates or interviews, you know, because if that question comes up, um, you know,
Right. Right.
best way to avoid that question is just not to get in front of a news reporter.
Exactly.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and you know, Ice Bama was saying that there's some she says, Lady Freedom, there's also evidence around sorry, I lost it. Sorry. I should have clicked on it. Oh, here she goes. Oh no, that's Trooper's mom. Because do you guys remember when Dolly showed the light bulbs out and then he showed them back in again? I have a screenshot of it. I could look for it. But Ice Bama says there's also evidence around that Katie is on camera on a ladder taking out the light bulbs on Saturday or Sunday evening. Ooh,
Well,
yeah.
well,
I didn't know that. Like I knew that Dolly was there right after it happened and that there was no light bulbs in there and that when he went back, he noticed that the light bulbs were back in. So, but I didn't know that Katie was the one that took them out. Very interesting. Thanks, Ice Bama. Oh, thank you, Diane Highland. Does anyone know if it's typical to not get a follow-up confirmation after reporting on the tip line? That's a good question.
Yeah, it is because before, in the very beginning, I reported something to TBI and I didn't hear back for it was like months later. They thanked me for my tip. So, but up until then, I didn't hear anything. So that's kind of normal, actually.
Cool. Thank you. Because, yeah, I mean, you know, I wasn't sure. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Oh,
anyone
y'all
know if it's
remember?
typical to not get a follow-up confirmation after reporting the tip line?
Yeah, that's what Jules was just saying, you know,
Oh,
that
I'm
it is
sorry. I
pretty.
walked off for a second. Okay, just making sure we got that
Don't worry.
in. Yeah, it's very common.
Thank you.
They're not just going to call you back.
Right.
Oh,
Well,
this.
I mean, I called in a couple tips and I told them, I said, you guys don't have to call me. I mean, I left my number and my information, but I said, you really don't need to call me back. I just need you to go watch this part of the live stream. I clipped it for them and sent it to them. And I said, please watch this. Because if you're wondering why, poor Sebastian might have been acting out, maybe it's because his stepdad showing him these inappropriate songs, and so, because I was really upset when I saw that on Queen Bee.
I'm pretty sure
And I
the
called it
people
in.
that I've talked to before in the past have even given a disclaimer that you may not hear back from them.
Mm-hmm.
There may
Y'all
not be
remember
any.
the Gannon? Y'all remember the Gannon Stout case?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Remember police were looking for him and Letitia had him in the trunk of her car the whole time? And they just about found him. They just
Yes.
about remember they were about to look in her car and she somehow got their attention, and because I think they spotted a little bit of blood on the garage floor. And I think she freaked out, and I think they were about to search the trunk of her Volkswagen Tiguan or whatever it's called.
Yeah, same as Lori's got in this case, which, blows my mind. No, I don't know if it's
Yeah,
the same year, but it's a Tiguan.
yeah, but I mean, Gannon was right there in the garage when they were searching for him in her trunk.
Mm.
I
Well, I don't
Yeah.
mean,
remember that.
I mean,
I don't know that one that I can remember anyway.
Well, Letitia Stout really reminds me of Chris Proudfoot because she was telling people, "You're going to apologize to me when you all find out the truth that I didn't do nothing to Gannon." Well, she put him in a suitcase and threw him off of a bridge or like
and
into a yeah.
yeah, and she told the news reporter, she said, "I would never harm a hair on that child's head."
Sure did.
Wow.
Isn't it amazing how convincing? Well, she's, to me, she's a master manipulator because she was even trying to plead like insanity and say she had DID and, like all kinds of different problems and, but she was fit to, she was found fit to stand trial. So thank God for that.
Yeah.
And her own daughter was riding around in the car with poor little Gannon there. So her daughter even testified against her in court.
Mm-hmm. But that bothers me to this day that they were searching her home, they were looking for him and this and that. And right when that cop was about to pop her trunk, somehow she distracted him and kept them from looking in her car.
Yes. Yeah.
Because I mean,
Letitia's a sociopath. Yep.
it 10 sec if that cop had just had
Hold on.
ignored her.
Are y'all talking about the case where she had him in the trunk? She had another girl with her?
Yeah, her
I think
daughter.
she had just
No.
reported him missing.
Okay, I'm thinking about a woman that had driven around with her deceased child in the trunk under all kinds of trash or in a bunch of okay, maybe we're thinking about two different cases, but it's reminding
I
me of
think
that
so.
one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because it's funny how there's like so many similarities in these cases too. You
Yeah.
know.
I think Letitia said he stepped on because when that cop asked about the blood in the garage, I think she said Gannon stepped on a nail in there or something, or he had a nosebleed.
Yeah, and when he, and like during the trial, it came out that, he had, I guess he knocked over one of those like Scentsy things where it's just the wax, it's not the candle,
Mhm.
it's just the wax warmer. And it went all over the carpet. And she was saying that's why she took the carpet out. Like she was lying left and right, always had an excuse for everything that was strange. But then later on, it came out like that she was taping Gannon and he was crying. And he's like, "I'm so sorry that and she's like, "What are we going to do? We're going to have to sell the couch to, I mean, just a monster, and she's making
Yeah.
poor little Gannon think that they're going to have to sell their couch so they can fix the carpet.
And there was an issue between Letitia and Gannon's father. In
Mhm.
my opinion, that's the reason why she killed Gannon because, and I mean, I'm not saying we are, but I mean, are we? I'm just asking a question. Are we looking at a situation here maybe where Katie, is, almost in the same position Letitia was in with Chris. You know, when Letitia was, I can't remember Gannon's dad's name, but
Al,
that was real rocky.
oh, definitely. Well, and Al was a ladies' man himself. I mean, I know he didn't have anything to do with it, but he
Right.
also allowed, like Letitia to be, the main caregiver because he was in the military. Oh, and Mark says the husband cut his finger woodworking, is what she said about the blood being in there.
Oh, okay.
Now I remember that. Yeah, thanks, Mark. I remember now. Um, yeah, so any excuse, right? Just to kind of, and she was even talking about how she went over to like the subdivision where they were working on new builds and it was asking about carpet because she was trying to replace the carpet because there was, blood and everything.
Oh, and Chris Watts, another case where kids had to die over relationship issues.
Yep.
Yes. Good point. Yeah, it's like, they pick the person over their kids, which is amazing to me. I'll never understand that ever.
Hell no, I would never understand that either. Just ugh. I don't understand people write that dude in prison these weird letters either, but that's another story for another day. Like that. Ugh. Mm-mm.
Oh my gosh, there's so many like Chris Watts fangirls or whatever. Like I'll never understand that either.
Well,
It's
guys, I'm going to
weird.
jump off here. I just got a notification. My computer is about to die.
Aw, thanks for being up here, Don.
Yeah, I'm gonna get going too, actually, because I gotta take Gator out. He's staring at me. But thanks for having me up here.
It's
Thank you, Jules.
it's
If
past
I
my
disappear,
bedtime
you know
too.
my computer died.
It's past my
I hope-
bedtime too, guys.
All right,
I
I'll talk to you guys
really
later.
enjoyed
Thanks for having
first.
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you,
Thanks
guys.
for having me up here. It's been really good. So appreciate it.
Anytime, Dawn.
absolutely. We've
So
had a
much
great
for having us.
conversation, right?
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, bye, guys. Have a good night. Thanks for having me up here.
Too,
Bye,
honey.
Jules.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Jules.
And thank you,
Well,
Jen. What a good live, girl. We rocked it out tonight. Now we had two
Again,
great
we're just
people up.
mouth of the South over here. Yeah,
Jen.
it's been good. It's been a good live, and I'm glad that you're home. I'm glad that you're safe. I've enjoyed,
Yeah.
I've just enjoyed being able to discuss the case with Sebastian and other cases, and get the facts, get the facts
Yeah,
out.
that's so important, right? Like even going back to
Yeah,
the beginning and figuring out kind of what we've missed. We had to have missed something because we can't really figure out what happened. Did Sebastian make it home? Did he not? But there's a lot to support that he did, and there's only a little bit that supports that he didn't,
yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah.
There's certain little things that I'll think about or someone will bring it up or, I'll listen to a live and somebody will say something and I'll think to myself, "Oh yeah, maybe he didn't make it home." But then again, I'll sit here and think to myself like you said, well, there's the audio, there's, TBIs telling us that he made it home. So yeah, I mean,
Well, the
it's
audio
bizarre.
we saw tonight can be manipulated.
Right. And that's huge, Jen. And that's huge, right? I mean, yeah. It's just
If
like
it
when
can
Kate
be,
came
I
out
don't
and
know
said
how well. I don't
Life
know.
360
I would
can
need
be
to talk to
manipulated.
other people that are in the business. I just think that there's so much more that we just don't know. Can't wait till y'all post your videos to see the advocacy is encouraging. When will they be up so we can see the shirts y'all talk so much about at this pig fest? We've got pictures.
Yeah, we got picture.
Pictures of us
Well,
at
and
the pig fest.
also I didn't.
We just went to
I'll be
dinner.
honest. I know we talked about this before, but Jen, we were both kind of gonna live stream and show everybody. But the thing is there was little kids all around. People were eating. People were
There was a
enjoying
lot of
themselves.
music. The music was loud.
The music was really loud. We wanted to be in the moment with the people, and say hi to people. And, I don't know. I just felt better about filming. Like, I'm more excited to show you guys like the different areas that I got to film. Um, but yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't a
you
place
know,
to go live, but we did take pictures. We did take pictures.
we took pictures, yeah, and then I got the big toilet. I did post some on my community wall, as well, facts over fifis. So
Yeah, it was
that
cool.
was cool. Liberty says 6 minutes of audio. Hmm. Yeah, Don B, was great. And, it's just nice to talk over the case with people that have, common sense and,
For
are
some reason,
trying to keep
Liberty,
it
they're not sharing that to the public. They're not sharing that to Seth. Think of
right.
that. Well, we just don't know. That must be a part of their evidence.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, I think they're really trying to protect the integrity. Of course, I've gone back and forth on
Yep.
that, but it makes sense if they've served a warrant, whatever they're doing, they're looking at Chris and Katie, no matter who it was for.
Well,
They're
from them, I mean, I get it that that's the information. Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm telling you, information from Seth is that it could be manipulated.
Right, and
And we
so can
Googled
Life
it. We Googled
360.
it and it showed that too. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we can't pull a FOIA in Tennessee, guys, because, well, for one, we'd have to be a Tennessee resident. But even like Jen couldn't pull a FOIA because it's still an active and ongoing investigation. And
Right.
we kind of learned a little bit more about that with Crystal McCrory Jones's case, right? Because her sister Jana was trying to get information on her sister's case, but they left it open. But yet they still said that she took her own life. So, I mean, that is just that was her issue there was like, but I need information. So if you think my sister took her own life, then why aren't you closing the investigation? It was still open, so she was unable to FOIA any information that was in Louisiana, and it's still ongoing in Louisiana. There's still not justice for Crystal, in my opinion. But Jana works every day to advocate for her sister. I mean, she put a big old billboard right up by the police station where they have to go look at it every day and look at her face. And I just commend her for that, because and she's also passed a law, um, because her I call him a disrespectful hussy because he was all over those internet dating sites, even though he was married to a beautiful woman like Crystal. And he disrespected her remains when they were sent to her son. Um, but that can't happen anymore. It's a federal law that you have to have a special box if you are shipping human remains. So thank God for that. And thank God for her advocacy. I mean, talk about advocacy.
Right. Huh.
I mean, she is just nonstop, that one. We love Jana.
NorCal, SoCal, Jen, wish I could have seen you yesterday. Loved meeting you with Seth at Sumner County. Were you with Lady Freedom yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we went to lunch. We went to lunch yesterday. There was like well, there was seven of us. Mom and was having some car trouble, so she didn't join us. But we had a good conversation, um, and we were being a bit distracting. But I was able to get a good look at like the to go window and how that operates on a Sunday when it's like slammed. Because, Jen, when we went there on Saturday, it was like kind of busy, but then it got busier, after we were done, kind of, it was getting, but like when I got there on Sunday, that whole room that they have for the waiting area was packed with people. And then there were people standing in line. That's how busy it was.
That's good to
You know,
know.
and Yeah, I got there at 12:30 and everybody else was kind of there and waiting. Um, because I couldn't remember which way I was supposed to go, and then I got stuck, so I had to pull over.
So
But
it took us 11 minutes.
yeah,
It took us 11 minutes. I'm very surprised that on a Sunday night, if it is that busy, that it would have taken
I
her
couldn't believe it.
only 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. And um,
We went to
yeah,
Pig
that
Fest
stopped 30.
Thursday night. We had tickets. We had tickets for Pig Fest Thursday night. So that's when we went.
Yes, we
We went
went
to the
Thursday.
steak dinner. Yeah. For her and Betty, she raised money for 5 people to go in honor of her to go out to the Pig Fest, what, Thursday night, and it was, steak dinner. What else was included that we didn't do?
Oh my gosh, well, we didn't do the parking lot, but they were all kind of painted and the kids were over there doing it, and I thought, let the kids do it, you know?
Yeah.
Um, and they were doing a really good job. So I was like, because that was one thing that I wanted to do, um, but it was nice though. But I was also like so tired that night. I was like,
Which one were you, Diane? Are you the dark-haired girl or the girl that was with her husband? Remind me. Remind me, please.
yes,
Which girl
you'll
was
recognize Diane right away. I bet you, because I did when I saw her. It was funny because we all didn't recognize each
color
other,
hair
but
she
we
got?
were wearing our Sebastian stuff. So,
What color
and I
hair?
have a good picture of that too of the lunch. The waitress took our picture, Jen. So that was sweet.
Oh, that is sweet.
Yeah, she was asking about Sebastian. She said she doesn't like to get too much in the politics on it, and then we asked her what she thought, and it was nice. But we were sitting there. We sat there for a while talking after we ate, and you could tell they were kind of trying to turn the table. So we made our way outside and was sitting there for a while talking. And I filmed a lot in the area too. Well, I filmed a lot the day before that, but it was sunny. Um, so
Gray hair TV interview. I thought you had blonde hair.
yeah, I think it's a little
Are
more
you
of a
the lady that
blonder.
got all the balloons and we weren't able to come back? You had
Yes,
all these
'cause she showed me.
balloons in her car. Oh,
Yeah.
that was awful. Yeah,
Aw.
that was awful. Yeah, we did
I'll
leave
tell
before
you,
the
Jen,
wrestling.
we just
We
have a
did leave
great group
before the
of people.
wrestling.
We did, yeah, we did. No, they weren't in the ring yet. Like, nobody was even sitting over there, huh?
They were signing autographs, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, KJ Mac. Yeah, but it was more of like I just didn't want to film people while they were eating, and like you said too, Jen, with the copyright, I'm like, oh, we're gonna get
It was
copyrighted.
not a place where you're just gonna go live at. It's just it wasn't the type of vibe. It wasn't that at all.
Well, I did show everybody like a video when they had like the food trucks and vendors out and stuff at a different pig fest. I don't think it was the Hendersonville one. And they were live streaming or they were making a video, but it was more because they were away from the music, right? So they're like at the different booths and stuff. And it wasn't like the music was right there. So, but that night they had music playing because there was the dinner. And I think it was more just like, for ambiance and stuff. But
Oh yeah, lots of yeah. I'm an hour and a half to 2 hours from Hendersonville.
yeah. Yeah, it's not that bad though. It's not bad of a drive.
It's
It's
not.
nice.
I drive it every week.
Yeah, it's not
I
bad. I
drive it
mean, I
every
have like
week.
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
where I'm from. Where I live is not where I'm from, so I come home to get away from all that madness, and it is badness, but anyway. I've got to go to bed. I can't even hold my eyes open.
Well, I love you, Jen. Thanks so
Love
much. And
you too,
like I said,
babe.
we just have a great group of people and it just really solidified that for me this week and or the last week the time that I had there. So I really enjoyed myself. And Tennessee is beautiful. It really is.
Oh, the hills of Tennessee it's just nothing like it. Just nothing like
Yeah.
it. I love you, girl. I'm
Okay,
going
love
to
you
end
too,
this
Jen.
stream
Thank
with
you.
Sebastian's anthem. So you
Oh,
guys enjoy. Enjoy. Love you guys.
thank
Thank you so
you.
much for hanging out with us tonight. It's a great panel. We did. It was
Oh
wonderful.
man. I know. I was so, like I totally didn't expect that. It's just such a pleasant surprise. So,
Thank you as
all right,
always,
bye
Lady Freedom.
guys. Yes,
Love you, hun.
absolutely, Jen. Love you
Bye,
too.
y'all. Peace out.
Clean like your soul, won't be forgotten. We stand strong for you, never give up. Seek justice and truth. Day and night we search. Community gathers, wipe the tears away. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream, babe. It lingers on, but strength we carry will keep you strong. Rise up for you, Sebastian strong. Sebastian's army, we march on. Each day comes and goes, hope in our hearts. You're never alone, we'll bring you home. Wish it was a dream,